$450 million in addition to the $750 million investment in the 2020-2024 capital plan, totaling $1.25 billion to make at least 45% of schools that serve as a primary location for a school fully accessible by 2030. Public schools are the main youth mental health system in our city, and an audit published last year by the state comptroller found that too many public schools are understaffed with mental health professionals or not adequately trained staffed, and only a few have services readily available. School-based mental health clinics provide a range of on-site mental health services to students during the school day, and most of their current funding comes from Medicaid, which is insufficient to cover the range of supports and services that students and schools need. To cover this gap, the city should invest and baseline at least $3.75 million. Additionally, the mental health continuum, a cross-agency partnership to serve students with the greatest mental health needs, requires a renewal of $5 million in the fiscal year 26 budget. I do look forward to working with the Department of Education, the Mayor's Office, and City Council to ensure the city students have the support and services they need and to learn and be successful. I also hope this is an opportunity for the Mayor to step up against what's happening in Washington, as the Chair alluded to. He hasn't said much, but I do know money speaks even louder. And so if he is opposed to some of the things, this is an opportunity for us to step up and protect our young people. I also just want to mention that the NYPD was never defunded. But most of the services were. Education, our young people's services were defunded. We've never had a conversation about the impact of that, but we have an opportunity here to really make some folks whole. And as I hear the NYPD speaking about their plans to deal with quality of life issues, I know with services like this that we're talking about here today, we can do some stuff on the front end and not have to ask NYPD to do stuff on the back end. Those need to be fully funded and structured, even though we have a difficult time, and I just want to make sure I mention and understand how difficult it is, but we have to make the best decisions for our young people so they can be safe and grow to be good adults. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here.
Thank you, Public
Chancellor.
Advocate. Now I'll turn it over to Nadia. Oh, first let me acknowledge some of my colleagues that have joined. Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Hanif, and Councilmember Aviles.
We will now hear from the administration. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand, and this includes anybody here for Q&A. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor Melissa Aviles-Ramos, Emma Videra, Sarita Scott, Danica Rux, Christina Foti, Christina Melendez, Dan Weisberg, Mia Teresa Pat, Flavia Puello Perdomo, Monique Scales, Kleber Palma, Robin Davison, Paul Thompson, Mark Rampersant, and Travonda Kelly. Is there anybody I missed? If you could please fill out another witness slip, and then we'll get you.
Liz Vladeck.
You may begin your testimony. I'll swear her in after.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Joseph and Public Advocate Williams, for your support and for your comments, and we are very happy to be here with you and all of members of the council. Thank you for making time for us today. I am New York City Public Schools Chancellor Melissa Aviles-Ramos, and I am joined by my First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg, Deputy Chancellor of Operations and Finance Emma Videra, and Chief Financial Officer Sarita Scott. As Chancellor of New York City Public Schools, I have the honor of serving over 1 million students and staff. This role is the culmination of my nearly 2-decade career in education, which I began as a high school English teacher in 2007. Throughout my tenure in New York City Public Schools, as I moved into the roles of principal, deputy superintendent, acting superintendent, chief of staff, deputy chancellor, and ultimately chancellor, I have aimed to be not only a leader, but a change maker, navigating times of crisis and pushing our schools to new heights. When I became a principal, for example, only about a quarter of the senior cohort in my school was on track to graduate. I was determined to work in lockstep with my team and the school community to change that. And by June of that same year, 66.7% of seniors had earned their diplomas, and the following year, we raised that graduation rate to nearly 82%. Then in 2020, the pandemic struck, and I transitioned my school to remote instruction. Later during the pandemic, I stepped up to serve as at the district level as the deputy superintendent and then acting superintendent for Bronx high schools. After joining our central team, I launched and led Project Open Arms, working across our department and other agencies to enroll and support tens of thousands of our newest New Yorkers and their families. And as Chief of Staff to former Chancellor Banks, I was also one of the key architects of New York City Reads, which I immediately envisioned as a transformational initiative for our schools. In my own time as a high school English teacher and literacy specialist, I saw just how many of our kids struggled to read long into their teenage years. To this day, these experiences, enable me to lead with a deep understanding of what it takes to build bold futures for our students. To me, the key ingredients are strong and clear instructional priorities: New York City Reads, New York City Solves, and student pathways, to be specific, bolstered by a foundation of safety and wellness, teacher support, and family and community partnerships. This morning, I'd like to update you on the progress of these initiatives, starting with NYC Reads. I'm proud that we have successfully rolled out New York City Reads to our elementary schools and early childhood programs, but the work is far from over. As I know from my years in the classroom, research-based Tier 1 instruction must be paired with appropriate and effective Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. That is why we have turned our focus to consistent, high-quality implementation and streamlined, targeted interventions, directing our schools to focus on a handful of proven strategies for supporting diverse learners. This approach ensures that all children, including students with disabilities and multilingual learners, receive the support they need to access curriculum. Through our investments in NYC Solves and student pathways, we are also ensuring that our older students have the real-world skills and experiences to thrive beyond high school. As New York State revises its graduation requirements and reconsiders what it takes to be prepared for adult life, we at New York City Public Schools are ahead by leaps and bounds. We have been reimagining the high school experience since the start of this administration, providing cutting-edge opportunities for our students to prepare for high-demand careers. I'm proud that over 500,000 students are benefiting from NYC Reads and NYC Solves this year, and that 15,000 students are participating in our signature Future Ready NYC program, gaining 21st century skills and earning real wages. These instructional priorities are and will continue to be our major long-term focus. Our goal is that by 2035, all students will be on grade level in reading and math, and that by 2030, 100,000 students will be in market-aligned pathways with access to paid work experience. And all students will graduate with a strong plan enabled by advising, career readiness skills, and access to early college classes. I am more confident than ever that we will get there. In part, this is because, as Chancellor, I have introduced 3 commitments to students, families, and staff. Commitments that I believe are prerequisites for learning and will amplify the impact of our instructional work. Those commitments are ensuring safety and wellness, supporting educators, and empowering families and communities. My first commitment is focused on safety and wellness. We have a wide range of programs to meet this commitment, including our violence prevention program, Project Pivot, our mindfulness work in classrooms, our social workers and school counselors, our partnerships with community-based organizations, our school-based mental health clinics, and we are adding 20 more this year, and our expansion of community schools. We are also making sure to reaffirm both our values and our commitment to supporting all students and families. We've sent out communications to families about our supports for immigrant students and LGBTQ+ students. And we have reaffirmed our values to staff, encouraging them to continue their excellent work in our classrooms. We have reiterated and will continue to reiterate, none of our policies have changed. New York City Public Schools remains committed to protecting the right of every student to attend public school, regardless of immigration status, national origin, religion, or any aspect of their identity. We have also led extensive training sessions for principals, school counselors, safety agents, and more on our long-standing protocols for access to our buildings. Additionally, we remain steadfast in our support for LGBTQ+ students, and in 2021, as just one example, we updated our guidelines on gender inclusion to enshrine this support in policy. We recently held Respect for All Week and are currently celebrating Civics Week, both annual events that help us achieve our mission of building graduates with bold futures. We also continue to promote safety and civil discourse through our Meeting the Moment initiative. I'm proud to share that religious bias incidents in schools are down approximately 44% since this time last year. My second commitment is to uplift our educators. Now that we have completed the initial launch of New York City Reads and Solves, it is essential that we support our educators to implement these initiatives with fidelity, which is why we have provided unprecedented levels of professional development. We anticipate that by the end of June, New York City Reads and Solves schools will have received a cumulative 18,500 plus days of coaching this school year. And in partnership with the UFT and CSA, we have introduced flexibilities in response to educator feedback, and we are continuing to refine and enhance our implementation strategy, investing in an additional year of job-embedded coaching and support for our New York City Reads educators. My third commitment is to empower our parents, families, and communities. To that end, I announced our new division of Family, Community, and Student Empowerment, and I also hosted a 5-borough listening tour at the end of 2024 with over 1,000 students, families, and staff in attendance. This month, we'll be releasing a report detailing our findings from that listening session. Relatedly, I have continued to champion programs that are beloved by families. For example, applications are already open for our summarizing program. Our program evaluation recently revealed that Summarizing 2024 had a statistically significant impact on stemming summer learning loss for K-8 students in math and K-2 students in reading. It especially impacted students in temporary housing and English language learners in both subjects, and students with disabilities in math. As this analysis shows, we are building bold futures for children year-round. Now let me speak about our finances. Our fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget totals approximately $41.2 billion, which includes $33.5 billion in operating resources and another $7.7 billion for education-related pension and debt service funds. We are grateful that there are no additional pegs included in this proposed budget, and I want to thank the mayor for backfilling critical stimulus-funded programs that would otherwise expire, such as Summarizing and Learning to Work. City tax levy money is our largest source of revenue, projected to be 59% in fiscal year 26, and both the mayor and city council play an essential role in allocating these funds. To that end, however, I want to be clear that we still face key financial challenges, including significant fiscal year 26 cliffs for stimulus-funded programs that have not been fully backfilled, such as early childhood education, and other gaps, including due process cases, nursing, IT costs, and preschool special education classes, just to name a few. Even funding for Summarizing and Learning to Work is only for FY26 and is not guaranteed in the out years. While the city has invested in filling some of these gaps, it is critical to baseline these dollars to ensure we can provide all families with the appropriate programs and supports. We also have major expenses looming on the horizon, most significantly compliance with the class size mandate. Currently, over 46% of classes are at or below the class size caps, well above the 40% requirement for 24-25. And we received well over 750 plans from schools for improving their compliance with the class size caps next year. We are reviewing these requests with the UFT and CSA, which include additional requests for hundreds of millions of dollars annually and the hiring of over 4,000 additional teachers, beyond our regular hiring, to achieve compliance next year. This funding and headcount are not currently in the preliminary budget. As we grapple with this new and significant financial need, we are also faced with a proposed budget from the governor that could severely impact our ability to serve the students and families of New York City. Top on our list of concerns are the governor's proposed changes to the foundation aid formula. While it's clear that the foundation aid formula needs a significant revision, the proposed changes would actually result in nearly $350 million fewer dollars to New York City public schools than we'd be entitled to under the current formula, making an already outdated and flawed formula even worse. The governor has also proposed a statewide cell phone ban, a much-needed step, but one that requires increased funding to make it an effective and sustainable effort. To address these challenges, I asked for this body's continued advocacy in regard to city, state, and federal education funding. We especially want to make sure our city's educational priorities and fiscal needs are heard loud and clear by the lawmakers in Albany. On Foundation Aid, we ask that you urge the legislature to continue the changes we proposed last summer to the Rockefeller Institute of Government. These include updating regional cost metrics to better reflect the cost of living in New York City, and updating and enhancing support for our high-need students, such as students with disabilities who require access to highly specialized programs, and our multilingual learners. If we deliver this message consistently from across city government, I believe it will have enormous impact. In closing, I am committed to working hand in hand with our elected officials. I feel fortunate to have collaborated with you even before I took on the role of Chancellor. You all have been huge supporters and advocates for our children, and we appreciate you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Also like to shout out PS20, fifth grade class here visiting City Hall today to see how government works. Welcome to City Hall. PS270, welcome again. This is what Civics for All looks like, right? Young people engaged in civics. I love it. So let's get to the... Okay. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Brooks Powers, who is on remote, and Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you. Since President Trump took office earlier this year, his administration has taken aggressive steps towards significantly cutting federal funding, including education funding through rapid executive orders moved by the Department on Government Efficiency to cut spending, and how Republicans' early efforts to draft a budget bill. It has been difficult to ascertain that what federal funding is in danger and what funding may have already been targeted. To date, has New York City Public School had or heard of any issues in submitting claims for reimbursement for funds across any of the federal funding streams or programs?
Thank you for the question. Good to see you all. Thank you, Chair Joseph. We are, as the Chancellor said, keeping as close an eye as we can on the daily confusing set of pronouncements coming out of the federal government. As of now, we don't believe any of the cuts or reductions have directly hit our budget, but we are keeping an eye on anything else that comes down and checking to make sure we can claim for anything that is relevant.
Absolutely. The nation is keeping an eye on that. How often does New York City Public Schools submit claims for programs such as Title I?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I can get back to you on the frequency of how we, when we submit the claims.
Clearly, cuts in education funding, either from the Trump administration or this upcoming federal budget, would be detrimental to New York City Public Schools and services. Has New York City Public Schools have any internal analysis or collaborated with OMB on any analysis on which areas of the New York City Public School budget would be the most vulnerable, or which services would be most impacted given possible cuts?
So we get about $2.3 billion in federal funding each year. This year, a bit over $1 billion of that is from the U.S. Department of Education. The other chunks are our school food program, which is from the USDA, which is over $500 million, and then funding from HHS for Medicaid and for our early childhood programs. So that's the full suite of what we get. The single largest funding stream in there is Title I, which is about $700 million, then school food, and it goes down from there. We are in ongoing conversation. Any of these programs being cut would be extremely disruptive to our schools. Of course, we are lucky in that federal funding is not our largest funding source. City funding is by far our largest funding source, but it obviously would be critical. And those funds, as you know, are usually dedicated for our most vulnerable students, our low-income students, our students with disabilities, our students in temporary housing. So we are watching closely. It's truthfully hard to know which of those funding streams is at greatest risk because it's very unclear what is happening. Those large funding streams have not been impacted yet. The Republican budget bill does take a swing potentially at Medicaid, which would be a very big deal. But right now, we're just keeping an eye on all of it. It's hard to tell where they'll actually act.
Is there a contingency plan in place?
At this point, there is not a contingency plan because we are hopeful we will continue to receive all the funding we deserve from both the federal and state level. I will say it is one of the reasons we are most concerned about the reduction in foundation aid. That reduction from the state is half of our entire Title I allocation from the federal government, right? Just to put things in perspective here, just the cut is half of our Title I allocation. So to the fact that we might see a reduction in state funding compared to what we should have gotten, even as we're looking at this federal situation, is very frustrating.
Yeah, and we have been going to Albany and holding briefings so folks could know about this. It's being reported this week that the U.S. Department of Education is firing 1,300 workers. The impact to New York is not yet clear, but would this cut their workforce significantly? Have you heard anything from the federal DOE counterparts since the news, or have any sense of how it might affect your work?
We do not yet have a sense of how it will affect our work. It's certainly quite disappointing on behalf of the public servants and the work they do, and the work they do to enforce our kids' civil rights in schools, to ensure we get the funding our kids in school systems need and deserve, to have $1 trillion in federal grants and loans helping our students and students around the country go to college. We don't know yet what the impact will be on all of those programs of this reduction in force, but we are watching.
Earlier, you said, when I asked about a contingency plan, you said none is in place yet. I think we shouldn't have to wait till it happens to be scrambling. I think we should plan. As educators, we plan. We don't sit and wait for it to happen and wonder, what are we going to do? Go ahead, Chancellor. I know you'd take this one.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm still going to make Emma, give you all the more details because this is her wheelhouse. But what I will say is that it's not necessarily that we're waiting to make a contingency plan. We're having internal conversations around all the possibilities, but we cannot enact on a plan with certainty when there are so many moving pieces, including our budget, including what happens with foundation aid, including waiting to see which cuts actually happen from the federal government. So for us, it's really a case of scenarios and what are some of the plans that would be attached to those scenarios. We are not in a place where we can share those because, again, they are scenario-based and internal conversations, but we are watching closely. And as things continue to unravel, we would obviously brief you and have more detail for you. But Emma, you should add.
I was just going to add that it's, of course, early in the budget process for next year, right? And we are, of course, here to talk about our city funding. We're up at the state level talking about state funding, and you all will be our partners in whatever it is we need to address together if these cuts actually do hit us. And I will also pass it to Sarita, who has an answer on the claims question.
Yep, so just wanted to make sure I got back to you. We draw down on funds on a monthly basis for Title I.
Thank you. Can you detail areas in which way New York City Public Schools and the U.S. DOE work together to collaborate on research and tracking outcomes in schools?
Yeah. Yes, so of course some of the most drastic cuts that have already been made at the federal level, which started well before this week, were to the Institute of Education Sciences, which is the federal government's research entity, and those continued this week. I would say we, along with, that's not direct funding to us or our schools, but we, along with districts around the country, benefit from the research that comes from those entities. It's also the funding for NAEP, which is our national assessment that we participate. We just got our results recently, that lets us know how we are doing nationally and across the state. So the information we glean from that research is critical.
Yep.
Yeah, the data from that information also inform how you make policies and how you serve New York City students. A lot of folks don't know that it comes from DC and how you look at this data, and then that's how you determine your tutoring, your after school, and how you support schools.
Across the board, we use research from IES. Yes, that's true. Dan, go ahead.
And in addition, Chair, it's a terrific point. You're absolutely right. We use that data to help shape policy. Some of the largest cuts we've heard about are in the Office of Civil Rights, and They have a very important data collection and analysis function as well that we rely on in part to see how we're doing on equity issues versus the rest of the country and versus other large cities and states. So that's another area that's at risk that while it doesn't involve direct grants to us, that office does produce data that's very helpful to us.
Thank you, First Deputy Chancellor. So the Department of Education Fiscal 2025 budget includes many important programs that are not currently part of the Fiscal 2026 budget. These include crucial programs formerly covered by federal stimulus dollars such as arts education, restorative justice, the core of ECE funding for 3K, preschool special education seats, marketing outreach, and vital programs that have been funded 1 year at a time, like community schools, mental health continuum. Getting these programs funded in 2026 and baseline moving forward is a key priority for this council. Can you speak to the logistical difference in administrating programs that are baseline as opposed to the one that do not have funding in the out years? And how does that affect hiring and staff?
Yep, so essentially a part of our negotiations with OMB is to ensure that we advocate for those dollars to be baselined in our budget so that we can have sustainable funding to support headcount and other OTPS funds that are crucial for those programs. So all of the things that you listed are all of the things that are always a part of our conversations, extremely important, and want to ensure that we are able to continue to provide those resources to our students.
Because the council would love to see these things baseline so we can do improvements in other areas and stop doing the budget dance every year. We're doing this two-step. We want to stop the two-step. We want to make sure these programs are baseline and we could look in areas where we need improvement and where we can also expand.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We would love to see it baselined as well.
So I'm not alone in this. All right, so I'm going to be a different chair and I'm going to start allowing my colleagues to start asking questions. First member, Councilmember Shulman, and I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Krishna.
Hi, Chancellor. Oh, thank you, Chair, very much. And I too look forward to hearing the plans around the budget. I also want to say that one of the things that I would like to see too is some of the really good programs that we have in all of our different districts replicated throughout the system. I wanted to ask you about CARTA cases. I always ask about this. What is the average tuition payment per CARTA and CONA case student in fiscal 2025? And what was the average cost per student in fiscal 2024 and fiscal 2023?
And their mother. Let me just swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Liz Vladek.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Thank you for the question. And just give me a moment to turn to our exact figures. The average tuition cost in 2021-22, and this is now flat average, not the median. The average in 21-22 was $86,991.43. The average in school year 22-23 was $93,274.45. Last school year, the average was $99,710.19. The median costs were lower than that each year, but demonstrating similar large increases year over year.
What are we doing, and this comes up all the time at these hearings, what are we doing to try and get away from these cases so that we can actually, in our system, give education to these kids?
Thank you so much for that question. It's really the vital one. I definitely think the most qualified person to answer that is our Deputy Chancellor, Christina Foti, who leads all of our special education work, because first and foremost, when we have the excellent programs that she's building, especially for students with autism, which we're seeing as a major area of growth, including as a cost driver, she and her teams are able to educate children with autism in our neighborhood schools in these pilot programs you know about so effectively with such powerful results at, frankly, a fraction of the cost. So I'm happy to talk more about the legal work that my team and I are doing to try and speed the process and hold bad actors accountable and defend our programs strenuously. Any questions about the legal process, I'm happy to answer.
Because we have, I mean, in my district, I have a program in one of my schools, the Mel School. That's an excellent program for kids with disabilities and learning challenges and all of that. And like I said, I'd really like to see any of you come out, and I would be more than happy to host, to see, so we can replicate these programs in the other public schools. I mean, I think that's really important.
Thank you, Council Member. And we're going to ask Deputy Chancellor Foti to come up and talk specifically about some of the program expansion, but you bring up a very important point. First of all, I know my Chief of Staff is watching as we're sitting here, and so she's taking note that we'll make sure we go on the visit with you. I'd love to join you myself with Deputy Chancellor Foti. But you bring up a really good point about expansion. It's about quality expansion as well. We want to make sure that the right programs are being expanded, but also the right leadership and the right training are behind them, and that's the multi-pronged approach that Christina and her team have taken when it comes to special education services. But I'm going to shut up and let the experts talk, because I won't stop talking about it.
We appreciate you talking about this, Chancellor. Councilmember Schulman, I want you to know that 3,140 families agree with you just regarding the Nest and Horizon program. That's the number we had apply just this year for those programs. 2,388 families agree with you on the AIMS program, which is a ABA-based program. These programs are our biggest competitors to non-public schools. And so, you know, we're talking about funding today. We have to prioritize what is most sacred and what is most important. Last time I testified, I told you that 95% of our Nest and Horizon students graduated within 4 years. We ran the numbers again. It's now 97. Okay. They're outperforming their peers by 2 to 3 times on the ELA exams, and they're coming to school more often. So thank you for this, and I'm hoping that we can continue to keep our eye on these programs.
And I know, Chancellor, your staff actually contacted me about the sustainability programs we have with New York Sunworks to do the hydroponic planning. And, you know, one of the schools, I just had cut the ribbon last week, an ELL class is actually doing the harvesting and everything else. And, you know, I want to know what you're doing to help us, like, expand that in the system.
That's great. I appreciate that question very much. So as you know, we have more of those springing up across our system. I don't have the exact number that we're working on for next year, which would be relevant. We can make sure we come back to you with that. But it is something that our facilities team, our sustainability team, which oversees both the building side and the working with teachers side, is continuing to expand across the system, and would love to do a visit.
Yeah, if I could just continue that line of questioning, yes. So, because we have limited funds that we can give as council members. I just wanted to see if you would if OMB would be able to give you funds for that, because it's so important. And by the way, these kids said to the principal and to me that when they do these hydroponic programs, it gives them, they feel it's a safe space for them and a serene space for them. And that's so important to their education.
Chair, I swear I'll be really, really quick, but I'm locking eyes with Councilmember Dinowitz because we recently visited one at Clinton High School in the Bronx. And one of the amazing things is how these young people are contributing to the community by donating this food, but also we saw graduates from New York City Public Schools come back and work with the organizations within the schools. So it's also feeding the pipeline of commitments to city employment and seeing our young people continue to positively contribute. So we're with you.
Okay.
This is why we keep saying we want to see these great things baselined in the budget. So we're with you, Council Member.
Okay, let's work together to get the OMB to do that. Thank you very much, Chair.
And just one quick additional comment. We'll probably be coming back to this, Chair, quite a bit, but one of the changes in state foundation aid that we asked for is an updating of their formula to serve and fund programs for students with disabilities. So these great programs that Christina's talking about, our vision is to make them universal throughout the city in every district. We don't get state funding specifically targeted towards those programs in the same way that we target it with our FSF funding. If the state made that change in foundation aid, that would allow us to more rapidly expand these programs. So it's one of the reasons we're really focused on that issue in Albany right now, as I know you are as well.
Whatever we can do to be helpful there, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. But Councilmember Aviles has an amazing program in her district. She has a model school. So if we're looking for a field trip, we should go into this Councilmember Aviles' district to see her amazing program. I went to visit the school. It's amazing. It's a brand new building, meeting all the needs of our special education students. Amazing. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chancellor, and to your whole team for being here today. Two quick questions. One is in regards to what's happening on the federal level, but I'll focus on the fiscal side. I wanted to know, has any additional funds been allocated in the FY26 budget for increasing the number of SAPIS counselors, guidance counselors, and family support staff, specifically trained to assist migrant students? And how does that compare to the current fiscal funding levels? And are there plans to increase bilingual counseling and legal resources within DOE to ensure families have access to the necessary supports? And this is in regards to Title I schools. In my own district, several of my schools are Title I schools, so can you provide the breakdown of staffing shortages in special education services and paraprofessionals between Title I eligible schools and non-Title I eligible schools? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lewis, and you asked some really important questions, and there are a number of folks here who can give you answers to your question, which is thoughtful and layered. So I'm going to ask to start with our CFO.
Sure. Good morning. So for the SAPIS workers funding, I believe that's about $2 million, and that's in 25, but it's not baseline. That's something that usually is added 1 year at a time. In terms of our other supports, like the social workers, that funding is baseline in our budget. It was funded with expiring federal stimulus dollars and then was backfilled and baseline by the city.
And how about family support staff?
I'll get back to you on the family support staff.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, we're also working on getting you the vacancies, since we're not quite at that point yet, right? We're just starting to program for the upcoming school year, but we're going to get those numbers to you right now. Okay.
Right, and I saw that in your testimony, you mentioned a division of family and community student empowerment. So that's what sparked some of those questions. So I'm happy to hear about that new division.
Yes, and so we are going to quickly ask Chief Rampersand to talk specifically about SAPIS workers and some of those supports, and then we're going to invite Deputy Chancellor Melendez to speak more about the division and the work we're doing.
Thank you.
So thank you for the question, and good morning, everyone. So as it relates to SAPIS workers, currently there are 294 SAPIS workers positions throughout New York City public schools, of which 271 are actively filled in our schools, 10 are on leave, 13 positions were vacant. We are looking at 3 candidates now to fill those respective positions. And thank you to Council for the funding that was provided to us to hire 20 additional SAPIS workers to do the great work of which you described. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Zoom real quick with Councilmember Brooks Powers while we have quorum. Councilmember?
Chair, I think she was answering one last question.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay,
The
sorry
Title
about
I
that.
question.
No worries.
You press the button. Oh, it's already pressed. Good morning. The Division of Family and Community and Student Empowerment is a really exciting opportunity to really streamline our stakeholders and really leverage and push into all of their expertise so that together we can actually ensure that students succeed. We know very well that it's when family expertise, community expertise, and school expertise meets, that's when students thrive. And so how do we create through this division an opportunity for all of the stakeholders to express their challenges, to get the right supports all in a space that's consistent so that we can remove those barriers that work against their success and achievement. So that's sort of some of the work that we're really putting together here.
Is this in addition to the family enrichment centers, or this is separate?
Family enrichment centers.
I may have the name wrong, where parents have to go and when they're having issues.
You mean the family welcome centers?
Family welcome
For the
centers.
enrollment?
Yeah.
So, great question. The family welcome centers and First Deputy Chancellor oversees Office of Enrollment. We have our enrollment chief here as well. But in short, those family welcome centers offer family support when they are enrolling or transfers. What we're really talking about is, in this particular division, is how do we centralize support for our families so we can standardize practices across our districts. So we have our family leadership coordinators. We have a number of people who are both in district and school offices. We also have our parent coordinators. But we want to make sure that we're really working closely with our families, not only just our PTA and PA presidents and SLT members, but also just parents who want to be a part of New York City Public Schools decision making. And we understand that there are time constraints, and so we're trying to be really flexible and creative on how we can expand those opportunities for empowerment. Right. And when we talk about students, we want to make sure that it's not just checking a box and saying, you know, we visited a couple of schools and we spoke to kids. I mean, we clearly have amazing students with us here today and organically and authentically engaging in these processes, but we want to make sure that that's not true for some kids. It's true for all of our kids, but our school leaders and our district leaders need that support, and it's our responsibility as central to be in service of them and really standardize what some of those good practices are and provide the right support and training.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Councilmember, sorry, excuse me. Just wanted to get you a number that you asked for here in real time. The latest numbers we have on paraprofessional vacancies is 1,459. That's out of about 24,000 paraprofessionals, which has actually grown quite a bit in the last 5 years. So those vacancies, as you know, they come up during the year as we go, as a student might have an IEP that requires a paraprofessional or vacancies created. So we're filling them on a rolling basis. That number will change even week to week. But it's the vacancy number is something we track. I get a report on it myself every month. It's slightly down. The number of vacancies is slightly down year over year. So it's something we're watching carefully.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Can I also get back to you on the family? Yep, it's baselined. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, thank you, Chair. So I know that you've been asking questions on IEP. I just wanted to kind of ask a couple of additional questions because many of the families in my district have shared ongoing challenges with securing special education services due to delays and bureaucratic obstacles. So I just wanted to get a sense in terms of, and if you asked this earlier before I got on, I apologize, but what specific funding allocations in this budget will address the delays and ensure timely access to services for students with disabilities? And how is DOE working to improve the efficiency of IEP evaluations and service delivery, particularly in historically underserved communities? And then in terms of the class size reduction compliance, with the new state regulations requiring the smaller class sizes, how is DOE ensuring that schools, especially those in high need areas, have the space, staffing, and resources necessary to meet the requirements? I know in my district in particular, Chancellor, I've reached out about one school already that's on the campus of Far Rockaway High School. It's a middle school that does not have the real estate capital to be able to expand in the way that they need to. And so there are other schools that face that challenge. So just wanting to understand how DOE is navigating this to ensure that we are meeting the class size reduction compliance. And if there's specific funding in this budget allocated to support these schools and making the necessary adjustments, I'd like to know what those are. And my last question is around the federal COVID funding and fiscal sustainability. Each year I ask this question. Now with the expiration of the federal COVID relief funds, how does DOE plan to fill the funding gap and ensure that critical programs are not disrupted? And let me know if you need me to repeat any of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We took notes. We think we got it all, but we're going to start going down the line to answer your responses, and we'll gladly ask you to clarify if we missed anything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Councilmember. So I know there are many parts. I want to move quickly on the portion of mine, and then I'll give it to our CFO for the funding piece as it relates to special education. This year, we've hired 469 related service providers. Earlier, we were talking about preschool, and I know that we will, about Carter cases, I know we will talk about preschool today. I want to just call out for our community school districts, that's districts 1 through 32, District 75, currently our related service provision our related service provision is at 93%. And that is thanks to the investments in those 469 additional providers. In addition to that, we've opened up 79 sensory sites opening on Saturdays and after school. You've heard a lot about that. That is currently being funded via a grant for this year and next year, so we're excited to be able to sustain that additional service. This year, for the first time, we're providing services 7 days a week via Saturday and Sunday academies. Again, that's being sustained largely on grants for this year and next year. That's very exciting, but it is why we've been able to move to some of our historic highs of 93%. I know we'll talk about preschool later. In terms of the funding, can you repeat, Councilmember, your special education funding question so that my colleagues can respond to you on that? Okay, maybe we should move on to the...
Councilmember Brooks Powers, can you repeat the last part of your question?
Chair, I think maybe we can.
Okay, sorry. I needed to be let off me. Apologies. The last question about the COVID funding was about the expiration of federal COVID relief funds and how DOE planned on filling the funding gap to ensure that critical programs were not disrupted. Was that the question you wanted me to repeat?
Sure. So in terms of those programs that were funded with expiring federal stimulus dollars, as the chair noted in her opening remarks, $300 million of it was baseline, and there's another $200 million that we continue to have discussions with OMB in terms of getting it baseline into our budget. So it's definitely something that we recognize is critical and want to ensure we have sustainable funding.
Thank you. And however we can be supportive, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Excuse me, Chair. I'm sorry. There was a class size portion of the question. Should we?
Councilmember Brooks Powers? Yeah, it's about class size and how are you meeting the mandate and how much funding is available for it.
Yep. Thank you for the question. So as flagged, and as you mentioned in your opening, we have been doing a lot of work over the past few years, including supporting schools to hire more teachers, including looking at their programming to get to the compliance rate we are currently at for this year, which is 46%. Going to next year, we need to get to 60%. That's going to take money, that's going to take teachers, and as the council member mentioned, that is also going to take space. We are working closely with our colleagues at SCA to ensure the money in their capital budget for new capacity is being allocated where it's most needed for the class size law. We do know we have about 500 schools currently that we don't believe can comply with the class size law with their current enrollment and their current space. So those schools are a priority as we look towards where we put those capital dollars. I would say in addition to that work with SEA, which is really about the large scale capital projects, we also know there's a set of schools that we think smaller scale projects to convert non-classroom space into classroom space will help them make progress locally. So we've been doing a lot of work. We surveyed all of our principals last year. We said, do you think you have rooms that can be converted into instructional space so that you can comply? We're working through the projects that came out of that. We're also running a whole new class size grant program for next year where we allowed schools to come in and let us know what they thought they needed for compliance. Obviously, the most critical piece is teachers. We had close to 800 schools come in. They requested over 4,000 new teachers that they believe they need next year to get to compliance. But some of them also said one of the things we need is additional space. So we're also running through those, and where those are small projects, it looks like there will be 8 to 10 of those. We are also working at the school level to convert some of those spaces into instructional space as well. So that is funding that is not yet in our budget for next year. As the Chancellor mentioned, we think we need hundreds of millions of additional dollars to support that class size work at the local level, to ensure we stay in compliance, to ensure we can hire these 4,000 new teachers and convert these rooms, but that's what we're looking towards for next year.
Just want to add on a quick piece. We're also getting some feedbacks from some schools. Are these schools losing their art spaces, their dance spaces? Because we did get an art teacher, she said, all of a sudden my art was on wheel. It was no longer in a classroom. So when we talk about educating the whole child, I want a child to be able to go into an art room and do art, not art on space and on wheels.
Yes, appreciate that question. And I think as we've flagged for a while now, given the amount of space that is needed to comply with the law, some of that will be about building new buildings, which SCA is working on, but some of that is also thinking about how we can maximize the space already in our buildings, but that does come with trade-offs. So just to give you a little bit of color, we've had schools that came in through this process and said, can we convert some of our 3K and pre-K classrooms into classrooms that we can use for class size? We've had schools come in with other conversions. What I would say is, from where we sit, we aren't mandating anything like that across the system. We also don't want to lose our art spaces, our dental clinics. We had a question about a dental clinic. We have early childhood. We don't want to lose that either. So where schools are coming to us, we are taking a look if they're the ones that raised it from the school level, but we're not mandating anything like that centrally as we go through.
Thank you.
And I would also say, and in the early childhood questions, because I know those have come up as well, where those come in, we are taking a look, and where those are well-enrolled programs and programs families want, we are also keeping those in the school buildings.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Chair, if I could just say one thing. If you have the specific schools, maybe we can talk more offline, because I also want to see, is it a case where now a teacher needs to share a classroom? And we know, as teachers, we knew that's not what our first choice was, but sometimes we have to share. Or is it a case where it's art on a cart and it's just really hard to navigate, while you're setting up in different spaces throughout the day? So sensitive to both, and I would love to follow up on the specific space so you and I can see what the root problem is. Thanks.
You got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to see everyone virtually. I just have a couple of questions. Can you all share how many applicants the system had for both 3K and UPK in this school year? For 2025, 2026, excuse me.
Thank you so much for that question. Good morning. Unfortunately, we just closed the 3K and pre-K application process, so we don't have the final numbers to share. What we can say is that in comparison to last year, it seems to be on par with application numbers from last year. But we'll share them once we have it, which is usually in the spring.
Okay, thank you. And so and I know it's obviously pretty early, but because one of the things that Chair Joseph shared in her remarks, and something that I just want to share my gratitude for, giving us the space on the council to be a part of the ECE working group. I think you all have invested quite a lot of time and resources into marketing, and obviously the council fought and secured for that funding. Is there anything that you can share specifically about marketing that happened this year different than years past? And do you think that will help increase amount of applications for 3K and UPK?
Sure, I can start. As you may know, that this is a shared task between student enrollment as well as our Division of Early Childhood team, and so we work very close hand in hand, in addition to working with other agencies across, including the Public Engagement Unit. And so what I can share is, for us, some of these things are tried and true things that we have already done in terms of outreach, and then we have took on a
different approaches for increasing outreach in ways that we haven't done before. So I'll start off by listing. It's a lot to list, but I'll start.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. You don't have to listen. My apologies. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I don't want to take up all the time. I guess my question is, because you said it is on par, do you not believe that the additional efforts and funding and marketing is contributing to increased applications, I guess is what I'm asking. I know you don't have the finite numbers in front of you, but just kind of, do you have a sense?
Got it. The numbers are similar to last year, so I don't want to say that these efforts weren't helpful, but it's really hard to say. It's very early on, and of course, application, activity, and enrollment, all of that plays a good role in exactly where we're going to land in September, so it's too early to say.
And just to say, Council Member, it's a great question. We're obviously interested in this as well. This is a partnership, as you know, with sister agencies, so HRA, DOH, are also part of this effort. And so what we hope to do is evaluate with them the impact. Another point to make, like we certainly look at application numbers, the more important metric is actual enrollment, because particularly when you're talking about 3K and pre-K, there's a lot of families that will put in an application and then decide not to enroll. So all of that is to say there's a lot of data to analyze to see what's going to be most effective in filling the seats that we have. We need a little bit of time to analyze all of that.
Well, I'll be patient and I'll remain hopeful. And again, just want to give y'all your flowers. And my last question is, last year, obviously, you all successfully offered 3K placement to every family that applied on time. And however, there were still, I believe, around 2,000 that were still on a wait list. And just curious, kind of the plan for this year. I know that you don't have all the numbers in just yet, but are there any additional efforts that maybe you want to share with us to avoid this wait list of certainly I think 2,000 is a lot, but anything that you are all working on to avoid that wait list, anything you did differently that you want to highlight just to ensure that every kid that applies has that seat and there's just no wait list, hopefully.
The commitment to give everyone a seat who applies in the main round remains this year. Your questions about the wait list, I do want to be clear that just because families are on a wait list doesn't mean that they don't have a seat. And so this is a very, this family choice, and we want to make sure that families are getting exactly what they want. And sometimes if they're offered the second, third choice, fourth choice, or fifth choice, we always put them on the wait list automatically for programs that they had a higher choice in wanting. And so therefore the wait list, yes, we want to make sure that families are getting exactly what they want. Just because we will have families on a wait list doesn't mean that they're without, and we'll continue to use the wait list so that families can continue to get the choice that they want. As we've seen last year, we started with 2,000 families who did not receive an offer in which they were on the wait list, and then by the end of August, we were able to give everyone an offer, but that didn't mean that it even stopped at that point. Families were still receiving offers to more preferred choices throughout the fall.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just, and we can talk more about it at the next meeting, but I know that just folks were bogged down putting down deposits in the meantime. And I get it that they were waitlisted. It was not necessarily, it might have been their second or third choices, but would love to continue to work through that with you all.
Councilmember,
Thank you, Chair.
No, Councilmember, I just want to thank you so much for your continued support and partnership, always asking really thoughtful questions and giving us the space and the grace, right, to get you the most accurate information and have these productive conversations. And so as we collect these data and do an analysis, we would love to sit down with you and anyone else who's interested to really unpack the implications.
Yes, thank you. And Chancellor, we're ready for you at Nuestros Niños. I know your team is working with us for the visit. Thank you, Chair.
They are. I'm telling you, Chief of Staff she's watching all of this right now, and she's just taking note of all the visits.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Joseph.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. Hello, Chancellor and team. Chancellor, first I want to thank you. Since before you've been Chancellor, you've been a real presence in my district in Wakefield for Project Open Arms, to this week at Intech for Civics Week, and soon I think in Riverdale at PS 24 and 141. So I look forward to continued collaboration. And I also want to thank you for your comments in your opening about our migrant students. I think anyone who was a teacher knows that our job is to take care of the kids that walk through the doors of our classroom. And we never ask because we don't care where they came from. We care about them getting a great education and them, being a good person. And I'm really pleased to see that at the top, that value remains because it's really important that we share and hold that value and that it comes from the top throughout the entire Department of Education. So I want to thank you for that. You mentioned in your opening about literacy, including at the high school level. I know you're focused on elementary literacy. At a hearing on January 30th, though, we did discuss literacy at the high school level. This was something that I taught, and a frustration I had was that schools are disincentivized from teaching literacy to high schoolers, even if they need it, because they don't get credit for it, and the school's kind of dinged for the kids not getting credit. And then it was testified that there's a pilot program in Queens South, that the Queens South superintendent is doing to have phonics and literacy for high school students. At the hearing, I was promised some metrics and data. I did not receive it, so I'm asking today, what metrics is the DOE using to measure the success of this program, and how successful is this program?
Thank you so much, Council Member. So before I ask our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Pate, to join us, I wanted to say that the credit piece is an interesting one because it's not that we don't give credit for the literacy support and intervention, it's that we can't give credit for an intervention course because it's not necessarily aligned to high school standards. That doesn't mean that there isn't a way to deliver the interventions within the actual ELA class, or that a support class cannot be launched in a school that aligns with high school standards and still offers remediation. So for example, when I was a principal, I had my regular ELA 9, 10, 11, 12, but then we also had these electives that were still aligned with high school standards, and we were able to embed extra supports that would help young people further develop those literacy skills. What we know doesn't work is when we live in remediation and we isolate these interventions, because then the students do not get access to accelerated learning and standards aligned curriculum.
Well, I'm gonna respectfully disagree, because I did intervention classes and the students excelled in all their other classes. These are 9th, 10th graders once they learned how to read on their own. And it was testified at a hearing 2 months ago that this is something, unless it was testified incorrectly or I misunderstood what the actual intervention was. But I think the point is that if you don't provide any incentives for the high schools to do it, they're not going to do it. And so the question is what metrics you're using it to measure the success of this, and subsequently what investments, financial investments are being made, and what financial investments are needed to make this type of program more universal.
Yes, and so again, before, just want to quickly say, it's not about the intervention and saying that the isolation of the intervention doesn't work. It's that what we don't want is for that to happen when they're supposed to be in an ELA class. Because then they're not going to get access to the curriculum that they need to actually be college ready or to pass a Regents exam. So it's about the program and making sure that it's programmed effectively. And we're always happy to have those conversations with NYSED around credit accumulation.
Yes, okay, thank you.
So thank you for the question. The district and the superintendent that you're referencing is Dr. Josephine Van Ness, who has her finger on the pulse of creating access and opportunity for high school students who have, through classroom assessments and other assessments, been identified as needing additional skill support, which goes directly to your point around interventions, and interventions being a leveling set opportunity for students to, one, still engage in their core content classes while also having additional opportunities such as before school, after school, and for some high school.
I just want to pause because other members need to speak. My question, I want to make sure we're getting to my question. What metrics are used to measure the success of this program? How much financial, this is a budget meeting, how much financial investment is being made into Queens South? And what financial investments would be needed to make this more universal?
So respectfully, this particular program that you're referencing that Dr. Josephine Van Ness has launched is a very new program. So we are still in the process of tracking its success. And from tracking the success, we are able to then identify appropriate metrics that we then can follow, measure, and then allocate resources appropriately.
And how much is being invested right now in this program?
So right now, it's people capital that has been our greatest investment to this particular program. As I said, this is a newly launched program across her district. So as of now, that is the investment that we are making to determine the success of the program.
We can do a briefing with you, council member. We'll make sure that we do a separate briefing with Superintendent Van Ness, but I think just to put a fine point on it, it's very new. We're still tracking progress, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we want to make sure that any intervention that we're scaling across the city is one of high quality, and that's something that can be applied to different districts. This might be perfect for this particular superintendency. We don't know if this is something yet that we can scale up, but we would love to talk more about what's happening there and get your input, especially since you were a high school teacher.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chancellor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to talk about Head Start. Head Start is a critical federal funding stream for New York City funds, providing child care and early childhood education for families in need. With the challenges we face on a federal level, what is the anticipated funding level for Head Start for FY26? Are you anticipating any changes or reduction to the number of dollars for Head Starts in the executive budget?
So Head Start, Chair, as you know, and I'll ask my colleague Monique Scales to jump in a second from our early childhood division. Federal funding stream, we are in the middle of the process of applying for the next round of funding. We don't have a date from the feds yet on when we'll get a decision on that. We do expect that there will be changes, and the changes could take several forms. One is obviously just a reduction in the number of dollars we get. The other piece of Head Start, as you well know, if we do get a reduction, which we hope we don't, but if that reduction is balanced by money going directly to providers, then the impact to community will be lessened. So we're going to be looking at that very, very closely. We are doing contingency planning in our early childhood division to look at that. But even if the funding is not reduced, one of the things that we are doing to try to better meet the need of community is looking to age down some of these programs where we see that it's the younger children where there's a bigger demand and we're locked into 4-year-olds, for example. So there will be changes. We'll have to work with our providers very carefully to make sure that those are positive changes for community. And obviously, if the amount of funds is cut significantly, there will have to be service reductions. So that's something we're very concerned about. But Monique,
how many children are you currently serving in your Head Start?
Give me one. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Currently in Head Start, we have one second. We currently have 3,793 enrolled students.
Do you have any vacancies?
We do have vacancies, yes.
How many?
So it's approximately just a little under 2,000 vacant seats.
Under 2,000? Okay, I'm gonna put my Ms. Joseph hat on right now. So we have 3,792. But you have under almost 2,000 seats that are vacant. What are we doing to do outreach for these seats in order to fill in these seats? We know Head Start, the purpose of Head Start is to make sure children have a Head Start in schools. So talk to me.
Yes, so we have been doing the outreach campaign, the initiative that City Council has so graciously helped to fund. We've been doing marketing and outreach. We had previously put out a Head Start RFI where we tried to get in new providers, new delegates to take on additional seats for our Head Start. But as First Deputy Chancellor said, we had to recompete for the grant, so that's what's coming up. And we looked at the system, and based on the data, it's been determined that we should potentially age down. So there's a recompete. We put in an application, and we looked at the seats, and we decided to age down. So it's a reconfiguration of the seats that we originally had.
Age down, for folks who may not understand, what do you mean by age down?
So as opposed to, we had a lot more of pre-K seats, Head Start 4s, and based on the data, it looks like we need more infant and toddler seats.
In your early learn, so that'd be
Yes.
your infant to 2-year-olds, for example, because there's a whole campaign for
Correct.
2K.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. So how much of these changes compare with the current allocation of seats 0, 2, 3, and 4-year-olds?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How would these changes compare with the current allocation of seats for your 0? Remember, we talked about infant, 2-year-old, 3-year-olds, and 4-year-olds.
For the recompete?
Yep.
So sorry, let me just pull that number specifically. Originally, we had 136 early Head Start seats. And for our application, we put in 4,000 early Head Start seats. And I just have to find the number for the 3s and 4s. Give me 1 second. Okay, can I get back to you on the 3s and 4s, the number specifically?
During the course of the hearing, right?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Okay. What will it mean? There will be a reduction in funding for 3K and 4K, an increase in 0 to 2. I'm following up on your question when you spoke about the reductions. So what does it mean? Will there be a reduction in funding for 3K and 4K in the Head Start?
In Head Start. It means that hopefully what it means is that we won't have as many vacant seats in 3s and 4s, and we'll have more, I think, Monique, our fill rate right now is in the 60+%, and you'll see that number go up with the same overall or similar overall number of seats. That's what we would hope. So you would see a program that right now is serving 3s and 4s. Let's say have 2 or 3 classrooms for each, and one of those classrooms is not full. You would see them have infant and toddler, 2 sections of infant and toddler, and all of which is filled. That's the vision.
So the vision is to age down 0 to 2 in your early learn from infant to toddler versus having 3K to 4K. And that's where you're seeing the need currently with the data that you're analyzing?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. But how did you come down? How did you arrive? How did you decide this? What is the breakdown, and how did you arrive to that breakdown?
Looking for 1,000 early learn, early Head Start. Yeah, I don't know, Monique, if you have that particular data.
Sorry, it's basically based on the data and going into the community and seeing and speaking with the providers and what it is that they see within their community, what they needed.
Okay. Are you aware of the CBOs that decided not to continue with New York City Public Schools ECE systems? Have they applied to Head Starts independently? And what benefits are there for a CBO to work within the New York City Public School system?
We are aware that there are delegates that decided to apply to go direct to Head Start. Some of the benefits that a delegate would have with working with New York City Public Schools is they will be able to have direct support from us. We have a host Head Start team, and we provide additional services. They will be able to utilize some of our services that are provided by New York City Public Schools. So we are there as a full support for the delegate, as opposed to them going directly to Head Start as a direct grantee, and then they don't have all of that additional support and resources that New York City Public Schools could provide to them.
Have you located the areas where these seats are not being filled?
Yes, so that's part of the data set that the team has looked at to see where there are vacant seats, where there is the issue, and speaking with the providers to determine what the community needs.
And what are some of the issues that you're coming across?
So I would have to get back to you on that specifically. I apologize.
Okay, I know there's a big need for early learn. So we're looking to see if these seats could get filled up, because I'm sure in communities that's a unique niche to have parents that want to go back to work, right? And hopefully we would love to see that expanded to middle class families as well across the city and having early learn, infant to toddlers. But those numbers, we have to work on them. Councilmember Narcisse.
Good morning. Things that you do for your children, because I went to one of my school, 207. It's just like they have some question, and I'm gonna get to it. But first, I want to say thank you for your leadership, Chancellor, for helping us out in crisis, and I know you're gonna do very well with this process. First, I don't know if anybody in this room have headache. I have a lot of headaches when it comes to education right now. Let's go to federal funding. Earlier this week, the United States Department of Agriculture cut $1 billion in the funding for 2 federal programs that incentivize schools and food banks to buy food from local farms. New York is one of the states that participate in this program. How will the Department of Education be affected by this funding cut? Does this funding flow directly to New York City, or does it come from the state? Does the DOE have an estimate of how much of this funding was recognized in the fiscal year of 2025 budget and out year? So if you can answer those before I get to my kids' question.
Thank you for the question. So yes, as you said, USDA did cut some of their programs. We were, just to be clear, that was not our big school breakfast and lunch programs, which, as I said, is over $500 million and is supporting our universal breakfast and lunch. One of them was a program that we do benefit from, which was to support local food purchasing. We received about $8 million, $8.4 million over 2 years, which was last year and this year. We do still expect to receive those funds. Most of them we've claimed. We think we'll be able to receive the rest as well, but it's 8.4 over 2 years. What the announcement seems to mean is that they are canceling that program for next year and going forward, and so we will no longer be able to access those funds in FY26 and going forward.
Wow. I'm scared. I'm crossing my finger. I recently visited 207 when the student expressed concern about the school lunch menu. Can you explain how school lunch menus are developed, who makes these decisions, and whether students are given any opportunity to provide feedback and meals they receive? That was the student government, but they were very focused on about the meals, so I'm concerned too.
So Councilmember Narcisse, I really want to thank you so much for your kind words. And school food is very important to our young people, including my own daughter, who gives me regular feedback on the ups and downs of it. But I am super proud of this administration's approach to school food, because it really has been an authentic form of civic engagement. Before Deputy Chancellor Vadera talks about it in great detail, just to give you an overview, we have taste testings with our students. We actually have opportunities for them to give feedback on the menu. Chris Tricarico, who heads that office, he meets with the students regularly. He meets with the administration. Never going to be perfect, because my own daughter, she came home one day and she was like, "Listen, I just got to tell you, this one wasn't the move. It wasn't the vibe." So we're never going to get it 100% right, but we have done a lot of work in this area, and I'm really proud of it. So Deputy Chancellor Vadera will tell you more in detail.
Okay.
Sure. So I would just say, just as the Chancellor keeps talking about her Chief of Staff, I imagine Chris Tricarico already is planning a visit to 207 now that you've shared that, so we'll be on our way soon. I will say we do provide a lot of ways for students to give feedback. We could always do more. We are even, most recently, Chris and I sat with a bunch of students who were giving us feedback on how they should be able to give feedback and why some of the current processes weren't working for them. But we do surveys that students can do. We do taste tests for schools across the city that we bring to do that. Those are really fun. If anyone has not been to one, highly recommend it. You'll get to taste the food and give your own feedback, but you also get to watch the kids who grade and survey and all of that. We also work with some of our local student advocacy groups who organize their own school communities to give us feedback, both on the school meals themselves, but also on the arrangement of the cafeteria and our cafeteria enhancement programs and all that piece of it. So we will go here from 207, I promise, and always happy to hear more.
Thank you. Your third commitment is to empower parents, families, and communities. That's one of the things that I'm always of, because I feel like parents have to be part of those decision-making in the school building. So I want to say thank you for that. Many parents feel unheard and unsupported in the navigating the special education system. What funding is being allocated toward parents' advocacy programs and other resources to help families better access the services their children are entitled to?
Thank you so much, Council Member. And before we talk the specifics about the budget, I just want to note that part of this is also making sure that we are training our staff on how to help families navigate the IEP process. That's work that Christina Fode's office has done a tremendous amount in, but also making sure that we're supporting our principals and our superintendents where they have the staffing, where they have the support, where we're troubleshooting any of these issues. So it is a comprehensive support in addition to the family advocacy piece, and I just wanted to name that because if we ignore the other aspects, then the family empowerment piece is not going to be truly supported.
So I want to say thank you to you. And if you have anything you may add on that, you have something to add?
Sure. Just very quickly, Councilmember Narcisse, we have three major ways that we've been engaging families of students with IEPs. Number one, we've been doing our regular Beyond Access series. We started that during COVID. We get, on average, about 1,500 families that join us for those webinars regularly. We've also reinvigorated our IEP parent member initiative, where we are working with the state and our Special Education Advisory Council to make sure that we're recruiting more and more parents to participate in IEP meetings with other families on their behalf. And that is a paid opportunity. It's not significant, but it is a way that we try to compensate. Saturday Academies, we've been doing parent training during those as well at those Seed and Saturday Academy sites.
And I want to say thank you, and don't forget mental health. Our kids been through a pandemic. When it comes to mental health for high school, junior high, we cannot cut that because we need our kids to be able to function again.
You're
Thank you.
100% right. We are not going to forget, and we also didn't forget the other part of your question, which was not only how, but how much.
Yeah.
So we're going to get you a dollar amount of how much we've invested. We just don't have that on us right now.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. I have a follow-up question on the Head Start. The status of the new 3K and 4K RFP, does the RFP will guarantee a seat for anyone who needs it?
Thank you. So there isn't currently a Head Start RFP, so we had to recompete for the Head Start grant. Currently, there is the Head Start contract is currently in place. We're waiting to hear in the spring what the decision is from the application that we submitted.
And that will guarantee a seat for anyone who needs it? Anyone who qualifies?
Anyone who qualifies, yes, would be able to receive a seat based on what we're awarded.
Okay, thank you. So at the newest and least established DOE core programming, early childhood, sits at an important juncture. The council and the administration agreed to a number of improvements, initiatives related to ECE as part of the fiscal 2025 budget adoption, and the council is committed to continuing to help strengthen and stabilize the system. The DOE sent to the council FY25 terms and condition indicates the ECE enrollment is down this year compared to last year. For the following categories, the seat types, please list the current 2025 enrollment number, whether and how much they are below or above the final enrollment number for 2023-2024. 3K special education.
3K special education, the seats as of March 10th, the enrollment, is 3,288.
3K EDY.
3K EDY, the current enrollment is 4,418, which is up 157 from last year.
Special education, is it up or down?
I'll have to get that information for you.
3K SDY.
3K SDY, the enrollment is 38,326, and it is up 690 since last year.
3K total.
3K total is 44,653, which is an increase of 696 from last year.
3K vacancies.
The vacancies is 8,315, which is down 131.
Pre-K special education.
3K special ed is 8,498. So this is students that are enrolled with IEP.
Is it up or down for pre-K?
I'll have to get that information for you as well.
Pre-K EDY.
Pre-K EDY, the total is 2,601. It's decreased 141 from last year.
Pre-K SDY.
SDY is 52,623. There's a decrease of 1,985.
Pre-K total.
Pre-K total is 57,621, which is a decrease of 2,280 since last year.
And your pre-K vacancies?
14,908, which is an increase of 486.
Do the enrollment and vacancy numbers you provided include children enrolled in family child care centers?
Yes, it does.
And what were the final application numbers for 3K after February 28th deadline?
We're still tabulating those, Chair. We'll get them to you just as soon as we have numbers that we know are solid.
Okay. And what about the pre-K after application after February 28th?
It's the same thing.
Same.
We're still tabulating, Chair, but we'll definitely get those to you.
We're also pleased to hear that there's been a concerted effort this year to help improve access to early childhood education for families living in shelters. Can you tell us about these efforts?
Sure. So we have had the outreach and marketing that is being an initiative led by Deputy Mayor Almazar and supported by New York City Public Schools. So we've had various events. We anticipate hosting additional events in May, but we've had 6 events total. One of them was a resource fair that was held in August of 2024 in East Harlem, and then there were 5 additional enrollment sprints across the boroughs.
And how many and what percentage of eligible children living in shelters are currently enrolled in 3K?
I will have to get back to you on that particular information.
So the following question will also, but I have a follow-up for you. For 3K and 4K, a major issue was moving vacant seats from one provider to another and the inability to move seats where they are needed because of the way the contract is structured. We are funding vacancies in one location while there's a seat shortage in other areas. We've been asking for the new RFP to address this. What is the status of the new RFP? Will it include the flexibility to leave seats where move seats where they are needed?
So currently we are communicating with community, with providers, with families, We're looking to see what is the need. We've had some information sessions so that we can see what are some of the things that they're looking for, what are some of the things that the current contract maybe is not nimble enough in, and that we can change so they can be more nimble, so that we can potentially move seats across particular contracts, vendors. But currently, since we're in the current contract, we can't do that. The contract is not nimble in that manner.
In that manner, how often do you meet with providers and find out what the needs are versus do you plan with them or you just plan for them? Just a question.
No, in this case, again, looking at a new solicitation, we have been, since our new Deputy Chancellor came on of early childhood, we've been meeting with providers. We've had, I believe there's been 3 meetings with providers. We had them out at an info session and meeting with the advocates as well as parents and community to have info sessions and determine what we should be looking to put in a new solicitation.
Is it a survey? How do you gather your data from families and community members? Are you reaching out to churches, shelters? Are you on the boots on the ground trying to find that information so you know how to best serve that community where there's usually a need, but sometimes the message is not reaching the folks that needs the service?
That is absolutely true. So yes, we are doing all of those things. We have first started with our providers that we currently have, putting information out there. There's been, I know that the team is working on a survey to get it out there to the parents and the families as well as to other providers. So yes, all of those things that you mentioned is things that we are working on.
And with the new RFP, New York City Public Schools, if they apply for a seat, will they get a seat?
With any RFP, when as far as seats, if an individual family applies for a seat, we're looking to provide them with a seat.
But we heard earlier too, you still had last year about 2,000 families that did not get a seat. How do we remedy that? See, we can't keep having the same problem every year, so we should, that's why I'm asking who are you sitting with, who are you talking to? If we're still having the same problems every year, what are we looking to remedy the problems? They should be less. How are you looking to reduce that number of folks who did not get seats? What's in place?
Let me jump in there, Chair.
Go ahead first, Deputy.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Yeah, listen, the goal, whether it's a new RFP or just within the current constraints we have, is to absolutely serve the community and the demands that they have, which obviously shifts even month to month, day to day. We want to get as close as we can to providing not just a seat, but the seat that a family is looking for when they're looking for it. That's not easy to do. I'm actually proud that in a situation this past year where we had by far and away the largest 3K program we've ever had, the vast majority of families did get one of their choices, one of their stated choices, and that's where we want to be. Now, that doesn't help. We totally hear you. That's not a consolation for a family that didn't get one of their choices in the initial round. We learned something throughout the summer with the waitlist process, getting that number down from thousands down to under 1,000, and so we think it'll go smoother this year. I just want to insert a note of caution. I know you know this well. Same is true in high school, same is true in middle school, same is true in kindergarten. There are probably always going to be very high demand sites, whether it's schools or CBOs, where they've just got an amazing program, amazing leader. Everybody wants to go there. We can't assure that there's not going to be wait lists somewhere. There's always going to be wait lists somewhere. The question is, can we make sure if you don't get into that first choice, you get into the second or the third choice? That's where we're trying to go. Slowly, we are making progress on that. That's why we have the biggest 3K program we've ever had. In terms of enrollment, not just applications, is because we're able to serve better. Next year, it will be better again. Everybody will get an offer, and the number of families that get an offer that's too far away or it's a program they really don't want, that's going to shrink. Over time, hopefully, we're going to get that as close as we can to zero. But I just want to set expectations. I've been there, I've got kids who came through the system. It's a stressful thing if you don't get your first choice or you're worried about whether you're going to get any of your choices. We want to shrink that population as much as we can. I'm not sure we're ever going to get it to zero, but we're going to try.
I'm there. The new RFP that you're going to have, is it going to have flexibility to move seats around? That's been the biggest concern I've heard. Well, Chair, we can't move it because the contract is fixed this way. We can't move chairs. This new RFP will allow some flexibility.
Right, so thank you for that question, Chair. So that is one of the things that we are looking at, and again, engaging with community to determine what it is that a potential solicitation should have, and to be able to potentially have that flexibility so that we can shift seats in the immediate where it's needed. So that is one of the things that's one of our top things that we're looking at, yes.
And we hear that. That's one of the things we hear from providers. You know, we had a provider right when we got there who's like, listen, I've got 3s and 4s. I know I need infant and toddler. Why do you guys make it so hard to do? And so we were able to, in that case, modify the contract to get that done. But absolutely, when we get a new RFP, we have to make that process a year-to-year seamless process because communities change. New apartment buildings open up. Now there's infant and toddlers. Now there's a big, cry for pre-K. So we need to get much more agile. We will definitely be more agile once we can get that RFP out.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful to hear. Wonderful to hear. I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. Something nice to say. District 79, I've been working with a lot of migrant students. Oh my God, social workers, teachers, small class size, call you on the night. This is my cell phone. Call me on Sunday, call me on Saturday. So whoever the head of it, I want to give accolades to. Number 2, the civics is great. I've done a couple of 7th graders, like 500 7th graders with civics. And what a great idea. They all have questions, the most impossible ones to answer, but I tried. So I just want to say congratulations on those 2. Now my questions. Special Commissioner of Investigations. I head up the committee that looks at these things, and I want to say that you have your own independent oversight agency, which is called Special Commissioner of Investigations, not part of DOI. It's responsible, as you know, for criminality, corruption, and wrongdoing. It serves as also the Inspector General for the Teachers' Retirement System, the Board of Education Retirement System, et cetera. And what I'm concerned about is that there were 11,874 complaints in calendar year 24 for all these different issues. They only have 55 staff members, and DOE, of course, has about, better than 140,000. So their budget is really small. It's $6.3 million. It's a pass-through line of DOE's overall budget of $40 billion, which you mentioned earlier. So my question to you is, since they have such a small staff and so much work to do, are there, I believe, only 4 staff members for every 10,000 DOE employees? Do you have any notion of increasing their funding? Do you think those ratios are appropriate?
Thank you, Councilmember. By the way, that District 79 Superintendent Glenda Esperance, yes, thank you so much for shouting her out and her team. They do an amazing job. So SCI performs a critical function. You're 100% right. Although we're the pass-through, we don't dictate their budget. That's something that I believe.
You advocate for more money for them?
We certainly could.
I didn't hear it in your testimony.
It was not in our testimony. We did not touch on SCI. You're 100% right. We are always open to conversations from the commissioner should she want our help in increasing the budget. So we're there to collaborate and talk to our friends from City Hall and OMB about it. But we're not typically involved in those conversations, and I could imagine some reasons why. Liz, did you want to add something?
I did. Thank you, First Deputy Chancellor. I actually asked about this, I think about a year ago, Council Member, and I was, and my colleagues who actually manage our finances should please jump in and correct me if I was misinformed at the time. My understanding is that SCI does not discuss their budget with us. They don't engage with us on that. They speak directly to OMB. And obviously, we respect that. We absolutely respect their independence. But we also agree that, their ability to conduct high-quality investigations on a timely basis is incredibly important. So if they want to have that discussion with us, we're obviously open to it, but we respect their prerogative whether to do so.
Because they have complained to us, so we will make sure that there's some advocacy along those lines. There's a lot of complaints to be advocating and adjudicating for such a small staff.
Yes.
Second question is playgrounds. For 20 years, I've been trying to get, in addition to what Richard Murphy did under Dinkins when I was there, to get more school playgrounds converted to those that are available on weekends. And obviously, the custodians have to be involved because they need to be clean on Monday morning. So funding was added to this plan to allow for 11 schools to have playgrounds open for additional after school. We need more than that. So does DOE have plans to further expand this program? And how many schoolyards that are not currently open during after school and weekend hours are further than half a mile from the nearest park? That's always been the criteria. If you're further away, blah, blah, blah. You can be open, but if you're not, you cannot. To the credit of the speaker, she mentioned this in her state of the city. The mayor did. I said, where the hell did you get that idea? He said, from you. I said, you're full of it. I do not believe that you ever listened to my ideas, but thank you very much. And I've been talking about it for 20 years. So how are we going to get more of these playgrounds open? Thank you.
Thank you for the question and for the idea. So we were glad that we were able to get dedicated funding to open more of those. As you said, that's what the costs are, the labor costs. We would welcome additional funding dedicated to opening more of those. I don't have the number you asked for in terms of how many are left, but we can get that back to you.
Okay.
And that is the same criteria, we use this year in terms of what we prioritized, as well as generally high-need neighborhoods.
All right, so you don't know where the 770,000 figure was calculated, because I guess that's what the 11 was for.
That is the number it takes to do those 11, and that's what we were able to do.
All right, because we want to do more. Okay. And then also my question is drinking fountains. OMB came up with this crazy idea now that they can no longer pay for drinking fountains in schools. And I don't think it's correct, so we're fighting them on that. This Directive 10, I know it well. I don't think it is applicable here, but I want to know how many have a water bottle filling station in schools? How many times do you hear that students want more? If we tell people to drink water, then they have to have a place to drink it. So how do we get more water bottle filling stations in schools? Many of them are broken, by the way.
If you have specific ones that are broken, obviously our facilities teams will try.
But I also want new ones. So do you have any sense of, in other words, you can only put one in according to OMB's crazy new idea if it's a brand new lobby, et cetera.
Yes. So I think you're talking about OMB's reinterpretation of Directive 10, which is their directive.
I don't agree
yes.
with it.
Which has created some limitations in what we are able to use capital funds for. It also impacted our cafeteria enhancement program, looking towards the next year. That is their standing interpretation at this point, and we've obviously advocated for more flexibility in a variety of ways, but if it's not part of a larger project. I don't have the number of how many schools have and need. Most who do not have would certainly like. You're right, we hear about this all the time, and we'll get you that number.
Thank you very much. And then 1972 Broadway. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
I know that.
And there are other ones. Mr. Ressler seems to have one also.
Yes.
¿Qué pasa?
I don't know if Monique has a update. I know.
We had a tour. Beautiful.
We understand you were able to go take a look at it. That's great.
Did. We want to make sure that it's completely filled in September of 2025.
Yes, we are working on some ideas for that.
What are some of your ideas?
Do you have that, Monique?
This is an inside joke, haha.
What's that? Okay, Jeff, you have that? Yes, I'm going to ask Jeff Klein to come up and give us the latest.
Let me swear you in first. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Jeff Klein? Go ahead.
I do. So I know you just took a walkthrough of that center with one of our staff, as well as DOHMH and DOB.
They were great.
Yeah, and so we're committed to looking at all options. Of course, we would have to determine what permitting is necessary if we wanted to age it down. I know DOHMH said that even though it is on the second floor,
we can
do infant and toddler because it's got the correct
classrooms.
And the classrooms, it's got the correct space for or elevators for cribs. So we're excited at looking at those options, but it does take time and cross-functional collaboration with the other agencies. So I know that my team is working on specifics, and I've got a chat here, and if I get any more, I'm happy to share.
But what's the timing on your discussion and collaboration and coordination and so on? What's the timing on all that?
We at least monthly have engagement with DOHMH. I've already set up with my team tri-weekly meetings with DOB, as the gentleman actually that was on the walkthrough with you. So we're excited to really engage in real discussion about what to do with
You
that.
soon give me a time frame, because obviously the cutoff has already taken place for the early childhood education application, so we're late.
Absolutely.
So, okay,
And-
so
but even these things do take time, because even if we were to make it viable for childcare, we would have to contract with a CBO through a fair
I already have the
procurement
CBO.
process. Okay.
Okay.
So those things take time.
Okay, off record, offline, please give me a time.
Absolutely. We'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. So, wait, don't go nowhere.
Okay.
1170 Flatbush Avenue. I might as well put mine in, too.
So that one is fresh in my mind, 1972,
We could
because
do,
we were
a
just there.
walkthrough. I've never done a walkthrough. I'd love that. Bring everybody. Let's do a walkthrough.
Let's do it.
Yes, offline. Giovanni will schedule that. Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. And now I'm going to pass it on to Ressler. Don't go nowhere, because Councilmember Ressler has the same questions.
I'm going to build to it, so you know it's coming. I'll firstly just thank you all for being here today, and thank our great Chair Joseph for her leadership. Dan, Sarita, Emma, appreciate it. Chancellor, appreciate your leadership and your presence here today. I think that I heard, Sarita, you say that you support the baselining of critical investments like restorative justice, mental health continuum, community schools. That would be a good thing for the world. Did I get that right?
You got that absolutely correct.
I love that. That's such a beautiful thing. As a former O&B'er, to hear you say that today is a great thing. Now, how about early childhood? $112 million cut in this budget for 3K. $5 million cut for outreach, $25 million cut for early childhood special ed. Does the DOE leadership team also support baselining that essential investment?
Yes.
That's great. Now we got a team effort. So we know we're going to the mayor and Jacques next, but it's good that the DOE and the city council are united in making sure that these critical investments happen, because I'll be honest, we reviewed this morning, thank you for sharing it at 8:30 this morning, some updated data on enrollment and applications for 3K and pre-K last year. And I would say a system that's been badly mismanaged is seeing modest improvement. So that's me giving a compliment. We continue to see that in more than a quarter of school districts, applications, demand are outpacing the number of seats. And in an additional quarter of school districts, so 18 out of the 32 school districts, we either have more applications than seats, or over 90+% applications than seats. It's very challenging to manage a school system, to manage an early childhood system, and actually connect a family to a 3K seat in their neighborhood when you're at 95, 96, 97% capacity. So I'm not sure if this is a Chancellor, Dan, or who's the right question on this one. What's the ideal operating capacity for the 3K system? Is it 90%, 85%?
So it's a great question. It's a right question, council member. Good to see you. One thing I want to...
Dan's a constituent, by the way, so we got to take care of Dan.
Yes,
Right,
yes,
sorry.
I am.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm a taxpayer.
There you go.
As well. One of the things we are looking at closely, so because I can't give you a precise number, but let me tell you why. 3K more so than kindergarten, more so than high school, middle school, other places where we have an application process, we see a big drop-off between application and enrollment. And so that's one, and it varies, as you might expect.
And you know that's because we're offering people seats that are 2 miles from their home, right? In my council district, in districts 13, 14, 15, you offer a family in Greenpoint a seat in South Williamsburg, and it's useless. You can't take a 3-year-old 2.5 miles each way every day. That doesn't work. But that's exactly what we're doing. And that's when the DOE says we're offering a seat to every student. It's totally disingenuous, right? So how can we get to a place where we're offering a convenience seat for every student?
The vast majority, 90+%, are getting an offer from a place they have designated as a place they want to go. But we can't just look at application rates, is my point.
Totally.
That's not the only metric.
We should be looking within sub-districts
So-
and making sure that we're meeting demand in those much more targeted areas.
There's no question about it. We agree with you 100%, council member, that there
But
are
I'm
some
disappointed you're not given some data this morning to say our goal is to operate at 85 or 90% capacity within every sub-district of every school district across the city to make sure that there's a convenient 3K seat for every family. There should be a clear metric goal that we're trying to accomplish because we're failing today, right? We are failing when in 18 out of 32 school districts, we are at 90-something% capacity or over 100% capacity.
95 is our benchmark. That's
Really?
where we would like to be.
And you
Yes.
think you can offer a convenient seat for every student at 95?
Sure. At 95% enrollment, sure.
So for the 9 school districts where we have more applications than we did seats this year, are you actively working to move seats around in those districts, to make sure that we're meeting demand?
Within the constraints we have, that is absolutely the process that we're undergoing.
So
Absolutely, to move seats around.
We'd like
and to move age ranges as well.
Getting real-time updates during the school year for how we're planning for next year would be very helpful. You know, we're still failing to fill the extended day, extended year seats, right? So in 3K, you cut almost 10% of the 3K extended day, extended year seats, 8.5%, and still we're only filling 50% of those seats. Why? And in pre-K, we're filling just about, let me make sure I get the right number, we're filling similarly 50% of those seats for pre-K, for extended day, extended year seats. You added 2,000 pre-K extended day, extended year seats. These are the best seats, right? You have a working family, that's it, right? That's a full day, you're able to take your child there, it's year round. Why are we failing to fill these seats?
You want to take it? Sure.
Yeah, so we recognize that there's oversaturation in some communities, and EDY seats in particular.
Oh, come on.
But communities are changing, and those are means-tested seats. So those are eligibility required low-income seats. And as communities around them change, we're finding that less folks are eligible, right, to avail themselves of those seats. So that's one of the reasons why we have oversaturation. And one of our
appreciate that there are
commitments
communities
is,
that gentrify and that it's harder to reach families at certain income
Right.
levels in certain neighborhoods. I represent one of those districts. I get it. But at the same time, when you're filling 50% of the seats system-wide, we are failing at outreach. We are failing to reach the families who desperately need these seats. And the trouble that I've seen over these now year 4 of the Adams administration is there's been no improvement. That it's been a failure from the beginning and it's a failure today. So that's the thing that I'm struggling with. And then we cut $5 million in outreach from the early childhood education budget. We know there is a critical demand for these seats. Families desperately need full day, year-round seats to be able to work. You can't work. A working family can't go to work if they don't have a place to take their kids. So I do want to follow up on Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Joseph's questions. We also have in the notes that you shared with us, you shared that there are 38 programs for early childhood programs that have been moved to the inactive status since FY23. But that doesn't include the site in Councilmember Brewer's district on the Upper West Side, or the site in Councilmember Joseph's district in Flatbush, or 274 Atlantic Avenue. These are mothballed early childhood education sites. How many of those sites exist? And District 15 has a seat demand. Can we get a timeline for when this site is going to open?
So, Councilmember, I believe you're speaking about vacant sites that were part of the 3K expansion under de Blasio. I believe there's about 21 of those sitting vacant. And so what we're doing, just as I mentioned to Councilmember Brewer, is working cross-functionally with DOHMH and DOB to ensure that these can be, still viable, because if time has passed and they're sitting vacant, they need to, be up to all appropriate codes. And then we're trying to repurpose them where possible as well. And where possible, if we can't do those things, we're trying to also get out of those leases. So we're working on different ways to really make our portfolio cost effective for the city of New York and be good stewards of taxpayer dollars.
Certainly want to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. We have a need for seats in our community, and we look at a mothballed site in a private building that we put a bunch of money into the capital repairs and then we're paying rent. That is infuriating. And so we really, I had a positive meeting with Deputy Chancellor Videra, which I appreciate her time, but then the follow-up we get is being stonewalled. So I'm really looking for actual solutions. We have a meeting with Deputy Chancellor Hawkins later this month. I really am looking to activate this site to provide the early childhood seats that our community desperately needs. Last thing is, if I can, Chair Joseph, one quick question. I know there are many schools like this around the city, but I'm going to cite PS8 as an example, where around the corner from Deputy Chancellor Weisberg. We added 172 seats in a 2011 expansion. We're at 594 seats today, I think. We're way over capacity again, even after building the expansion. And every kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade seat is over this class size capacity. It's a great school. And I go to Deputy Chancellor Videra and I say, we want to work together, figure out a way to expand the site. She says, go to SCA. So I go to SCA, I say, we want to figure it out. Can we make it work? They say, go to DOE. We can't help you. So I'm getting the runaround, and I don't want to see the catchment area for this school change. It's a great school that serves the neighborhood. How are we going to make this work? Who can I work with to actually identify real solutions?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, or whatever wants. You can both talk.
I'll take the PS8 question since it's my alma mater, my kid's alma mater, my dad's alma mater from the 1930s.
You know?
No joke. Way before that 2011.
That's why we take care of our constituents.
So this is an example of schools, high demand schools we have all over the city. We don't want to give you the runaround, so we should have a real conversation. I will be part of that conversation,
Thank you.
council member with SEA, but it points up one of the challenges we have with the class size law, which is the available space in PSA, which was in the schoolyard, was used to build an annex. There's not really space in that footprint, and as you can imagine, buying a parcel close to that area is impossible. So we face real challenges. What we don't want to do, we're with you 100%, is shrink the catchment area, exclude parents who want to send their kids there, or tell parents you can't enroll in kindergarten. You have to go somewhere else. So these are real challenges and trade-offs. There's not going to be an easy answer for a PS8 or other high-demand schools, but there might be some creative solutions. So that's why I would love to sit down.
I want to work with you on those creative solutions.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Do you want to add something too?
No, I was going to say, really sorry you feel like you got the runaround because we really tried to work on that. I do think, just to put what Dan is saying even more bluntly, there's two things to do in cases like that. There's finding additional space that's close enough to the school. And I know we've talked about this in other contexts as well.
Right.
If the space is too far away, it's not really expanding the school's capacity.
Totally.
There's finding additional space that's close to the school, which ain't easy around there. And there's changing or capping enrollment. There's three things. There's changing or capping enrollment, or there's eventually exemptions down the road. And those are the paths that are available for schools like PS8. Of course, space is the ideal one, and that's what we will work with you and SCA to make sure nothing's being missed in the neighborhood and nothing else can be done. But to the extent we don't want to be changing enrollment, those are the next few steps that are in.
Look, I think in certain areas, this is really, really hard. In one like this, you know, council members have to be key partners because we approve the rezonings. So we have opportunities to say in a ULURP, we need early childhood space in this rezoning to free up capacity at PS8 or we're not going to be there, and we can collaborate to actually identify real solutions. So I just want to say, Chancellor and team, you all have been responsive and you've been engaging in constructive ways, and I really appreciate it. You do not have easy jobs, and I'm grateful for your team and your collaboration. And I give you all a hard time because I care and I think we can do better, but not because I don't appreciate the work that you do.
We appreciate your rapid fire questions, council member. We're here for it.
Thank you, Lincoln, Exactly. We've noticed that some variance when comparing the ECE enrollment capacity and vacancy across the PMMR and the MMR and the council's term and conditions. For example, the term and condition number, which were as of the end of January, showed a total combined 3K and pre-K enrollment for non-special education seats at the district level as 91,355, whereas the PMMR reflected at the end of October showed a combined total number of these seats at 94,855. Did enrollment decrease from October to January? And could you explain why these numbers may fluctuate across the report?
We'll have to look into that. Apologize, Chair. We'll look very specifically at the timeline for those, what window they're looking at. I don't believe that that's capturing actual trends. I think it's just a timing window, but we'll get you an answer by the end of the day.
Yeah, you'll look at the timeline to see where was an increase and where was the decrease, and you'll share that with the council.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. 3K, what is the current capacity of the 3K system?
Current capacity is about 48,000.
48,000.
For 3K.
How much would that number decrease if 112 million to 92 million of the former stimulus funding and 20 million to ensure that all families that apply receive an offer that was not?
I don't.
You're gonna go back and.
we'd have to do that analysis, Chair, to figure out what the average dollar amount per seat is, and then we'll do that math and get back to you.
So in fiscal 2024, the New York City Public Schools spent about $1.78 billion on 3K and pre-K programs. What level is DOE on track to spend on fiscal 2025?
Yeah, again, I think our team will have to get back to you on those answers.
Well,
Chair?
I can jump in. The budget for
I'm sorry.
2025 is over $2 billion.
Over $2 billion. So what is New York City Public Schools' capacity to provide the same level of ECE service now compared to last year?
So you want moment in time data to compare right now to last year? I have data as of the 24th of February, but I would have to pull like the exact moment in time for last year to give you a comparison.
And how soon can I get that?
Very soon. I think we can do that today. Yeah.
That would be great. Because my next question was, how has that affected providers? So it's going to impact providers, right? So what is the current capacity of the pre-K system?
So the total capacity of pre-K, including EDY, SDY, and Head Start, right as of the 24th of February, 71,349 capacity. But there are, as of that date, 56,846 enrolled.
Enrolled, okay. Will more funding needed to be added for the current year for fiscal 2026? The out years, for instance, UA 408, which has the OTPS costs such as contract, costs for ECE providers, has actual spending of $967 million in 2024, but is currently budgeted at $826 in 2025 and only $689 million in 2026. We're noticing decreases.
Yep. So, as everyone has pointed out, including Councilmember Ressler, there's funding that we need in baseline, right, in our budget after 26. So we're having ongoing conversations to ensure that that is in there, and I can get back to you on the specifics of what you just named. But just want to point out that in order for us to sustain those programs, we need to have the funding baselined in the budget.
Baseline and not have to be doing a two-step every 2 years. Early childhood special education. I noticed the budget included $55 million to open new preschool special education in New York City Public School. However, there are still children waiting for seats. Preschool special education classes they need. At our January 30th hearing on special education, you testified there was 450 students, preschool students, were waiting for class. How many students are currently waiting for seats in preschool special education classes?
So as of our most recent poll, Chair, we have 651 students awaiting a placement.
651?
Yes.
Or more, and meanwhile, they're waiting for seats, or they're receiving their mandated services?
So in terms of receipt of related services, we have students that are receiving partial services are 319 students.
How many? Can you repeat that?
319 of the students waiting for service, waiting for placement, 319 of them are receiving partial service.
And the others?
Are not receiving.
No services at all?
Yes.
And why has the number been increasing to so much in the past few months?
Well, so a few reasons. First of all, there's been a 20% increase of students requiring preschool special education services from FY22. We're up to 32,153 students this school year. In terms of kids coming in this school year, we've been able to place, thanks to the $55 million, 92.3% of them. So they were all placed, and Chair, when we opened the school year, we opened on time with every student in a preschool placement for special education. So that $55 million was a critical investment, and we thank you and Councilmember Gutierrez for being there present every week. Every 2 weeks you are there advocating and helping us strategize on this. So we thank you for that.
Thank you. Of those Of those students waiting for, how many are waiting for self-contained seats and how many are waiting for integrated seats?
Yeah, so 528 of the students waiting for placement are waiting for special classes. 123 are waiting for SKIS, integrated seats. I do want to point out, though, Chair, that we expect to be opening an additional we are opening up an additional 145 special class seats and an additional 24 this school year. So that is going to also be helpful via that $55 million.
And that'll be in September.
No, we're opening those classrooms now because we, as you know, pre-K enrollment rolls, and we want to be able to place kids.
Okay, that's great. It's great to hear. How many new seats in preschool special education or self-contained classes have you opened with the $55 million?
464 to date, but in addition, we are opening up those additional 145.
How many seats as integrated classes have you opened?
100 to date.
And how many additional seats do you anticipate opening in preschool special education self-contained class this year? And when will those classes open?
Yes, so we're looking to do another 145 seats. That's 18 classes opening in the coming weeks. 24 integrated classes, integrated seats, 3 classes also in the upcoming weeks.
Can we also get a breakdown? Can you send a breakdown to the council for council district and school district broken down by self-contained and integrated classes?
Yes, I brought a version of that today and I will send it to you.
Thank you. Has the state process to approve seats delayed, these seats being open in a timely manner?
This school year has been incredibly collaborative and has gone very smoothly with the state, and so they've been wonderful partners in that.
How much of roadblock is finding, hiring special education teachers and getting these seats online and ready to fill them up?
It is our primary roadblock. However, we are delighted that there will be a cohort of approximately another 1,000 teaching fellows coming in the fall, which is exciting. We're going to prioritize preschool special education as well as bilingual special education and special education generally with that cohort, so that there's hope coming.
Is there also a pipeline to create related services, a pipeline to create that we know that was a shortage area as well?
Yes. So, our tuition reimbursement and all of those incentives are still in place. There is still a national shortage, but what we are doing is we just have closed an RFP that was out there for to provide contract enhancements for our related service providers. We do expect a significant increase in service via those contracts.
And do you believe that, would you be able to offer these seats if you had the funding to find and hire all the necessary staff and teachers?
So all of the gains that we've made thus far, Chair, are due to those investments, right? So this administration put $55 million. We were able to open up those preschool classes. $16 million in CPSE administrators. That is helping us enormously. The $40 million contract enhancement. Remember how we got here, right? We got here because 2 administrations ago, we did not plan for special education.
That's right.
Right? To be an integral part of the pre-K for all. I know I need to say that every time. We've been making up for it via this administration, and that's why you and Councilmember Gutierrez meet with us every 2 weeks on this. We've been inch by inch making up for an infrastructure that did not plan for special education. With a 20% increase, right, that keeps growing. So that's what we're adding. And when you talk to, as you know, when you talk to families and kids that are in the seats, they are over the moon with the services they are providing. And so that is our goal.
So we have to keep doing that, and also including the pay parity. Most folks don't know about the 4410 and how much that was a game changer for our preschool special education educators in the private sector. So I'm going to now pass it over to
one other element.
Hanif.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
You had something?
Just while you were on that really good point, Chair, the other investment that Deputy Chancellor Foti was referring to is around our alternative certification program. So the additional funding, the $10 million in funding for teacher recruitment, that's what allows us to have a class of 1,000 plus to fill these, and we certainly have the capacity to go even larger. We have gone larger in the past, but there's, that costs money.
Yes, it does, and it's a great way for folks to come over to the field and incentivize them. We have to be creative, right? So, thank you for that, Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chancellor and DOE team. I recently had the great privilege of taste testing arugula pesto pasta at PS 295, and I have to be honest, I actually liked it. I liked it, and what I got to witness is the Wellness in the Schools program, which I love, and I just want to see it have more capacity. And to see students taking a cup of pasta and deciding on whether they like it or not and giving feedback, that was great. I saw all of that just standing there for the half hour I was there. Okay, so I'll ask about the 3K wait lists. How are we making sure that while families are waiting, they're not depositing thousands of dollars to private childcare centers?
Thank you for your question. Well, one, we moved up our, all of the application dates we have moved up so that families can plan.
How many days was that moved up?
I'm talking about previous years. So we have heard this feedback. So the last couple of years, we have adjusted our admission dates to make sure that we can account for families who have to make those decisions. So as far as now in this particular, and going back to your question about the wait list, there's constant, reminders that we're providing to families that, reminders to programs more or less so that they can continue to move the wait list so that families can get offers much quicker. Because what happens with the wait list is that if you're on a wait list and you want a specific program, if the seat becomes available, the program needs to make an offer to the next student. And so therefore, the quicker we can get through those wait lists, the much quicker families will get an actual offer and response and can register.
What's the timeline of getting through the wait list? How quickly?
It varies because this program, every program has their own wait list and every program has their own demand. So some wait lists go a lot quicker than others just because, as we said in this conversation, just because the fact that they get an offer to a program doesn't always mean that they want that program. They may want another program. And so if those become available in specific programs, that can mean a quicker churn than other programs.
And have you had families raise this concern that they had to put in thousands of dollars in deposits, and how are you responding to them?
I mean, we hear from families, we take their feedback into consideration. I'm not saying that I have a whole lot of complaints about that, but families want what they want, and we want to make sure that the system works so that they can get what they want in a timely fashion.
We do hear that, Council Member. It's a real issue. It's one of the reasons why Trevonda and the Enrollment Office moved up the timeline for high school as well, because we hear it at that level as well. So we do the best we can to address it, even though we don't control the deposit rules and so forth that private schools have.
Sure, and I want to make sure that our public school infrastructure is as best as it could be. Last month, I had the honor of being with some parents as part of New Yorkers United for Childcare. We were petitioning for 2Care in Park Slope in my district. And the conversations I was having, we were at J.J. Byrne Playground. It's one of the popular playgrounds in my district, asking about 2Care, 3Care, and the responses were outlandish. To know that parents have to make drastic measures, either leaving the workforce or entirely leaving the city. And, I don't have a kid yet because I'm not trying to leave the city and I'm not trying to stop working. So what are your thoughts on the 2Care proposal for free publicly funded free childcare for 2-year-olds? And this is about 60,000 2-year-olds that United Neighborhood Houses and New Yorkers United for Childcare have put forth.
So, Councilmember, we obviously would love to make sure that every single family has everything they need and that they don't have to negotiate between work and responsibilities and their child. Obviously, that's something very personal to me.
I was very lucky and I had a support structure in my mom and my sister, but I recognize that that privilege doesn't exist for everyone.
Right.
So of course, these are things that we would love to see happen. Right now, what we're trying to do is make sure that we're listening to everyone's ideas and opinions and figuring out what the implications are for our own planning and implementation.
So about 2Care, what are your thoughts?
We would love to see it happen.
And what's the possibility? Are there conversations that are happening?
Conversations are happening internally, but at this point, we're not able to give you an update because, again, they're just internal conversations.
We're going to continue to fight for 2Care, universal 2Care. I have a question about our immigrant families. The partial rollback to the 60-day shelter cap, is a relief for the kids who are in grades K through 6. Could you provide an update on how this policy change has impacted immigrant families and the costs in particular for our schools, and then managing the immigrant families within shelters?
So absolutely agree that the partial rollback was real progress, and appreciate the advocacy from many of you as we look to try and make sure as many of our immigrant families and students could stay where they are and stay through the school year. Obviously puts a strain, of course, on the kids and families as well as on our system. The honest answer to your question is that there are so many different external factors impacting our immigrant students and families in our shelter system right now that it's very challenging to attribute. We have many fewer immigrant students and families in our shelters than we used to. I know we used to look at that closely tied to the 60-day rule and try and figure out what the impact of that was. We obviously looked at it from our side, given the far broader context around how our immigrant students and families are feeling in our country. It's really hard to attribute particular changes to that particular shift in policy. That being said, as well as the shutting down of shelters. That being said, it's obviously a good thing if we are removing one of the reasons that kids and families had to move.
I mean, this is a disappointing response because the shelter evictions, these are evictions, made it impossible for these new families to ever be stable. Ever get a job that was permanent to be able to get out of the shelter system. And I fear that right now, with, of course, Trump's mass deportation agenda, I have constituents who share that they're afraid to send their kids to school, and I know our school community is one of the safest communities for families. Could you share any trends in school attendance for immigrant students since Trump was inaugurated, and if there are any costs associated with support?
Thank you, Council Member. And we are going to bring Flavia Puello to sort of walk you through some of the data trends that we've seen in terms of attendance. And I know that you know this and that our policies haven't changed, but also for us, what's important is good communication, not only with the principals and superintendents on these policies, which we've been consistently doing, but also thinking about what are the ways that we can do better with direct communication to family, which is why we're hosting more Know Your Rights trainings, which is why we're partnering with local elected officials, because we want families to understand the resources available to them, so that way, whatever attendance trends we're seeing, we're triaging them by district and by school.
Thank you, Chancellor. So I want to address that, but I also want to build upon our Deputy Chancellor response regarding the shelter and what we see in terms of the movement, because part of the work that I do is also supporting that population. I think that what our Deputy Chancellor was speaking to, that with the changes with the 60-day and the limitation, there was absolutely hope and more stability in terms of keeping those families in the same location, or if there was any movement looking at the district where the youngest child was enrolled. However, at this time, with the closures of our HERCs, which are the humanitarian shelters that were open through Health and Hospital to support our migrant students, that's also impacting and creating additional movement. So then that has a direct implications with things like attendance, right? Attendance is really, and chronic absenteeism are a symptom of what we see within a community and what may happen, which ranges from access to support services to whatever it is that is going on. So the good thing is that when we look at citywide data, we don't see massive shift in terms of the data. So our percentage for attendance and where we are in terms of chronic absenteeism are on par at a citywide level. However, we know that certain subgroups and vulnerable population, like students in temporary housing, our students in foster cares, our students with disability, have had lower attendance rates, and we have to work with them more closely and be a lot more thoughtful about the interventions there. So for example, immediately after some of our changes in shelters, for instance, I was looking at districts like District 22, where we saw that some of our students in temporary housing then experienced decline on their attendance as a result of some of our changes in shelter. That didn't impact citywide data. So what are we doing about it to make sure that we keep our fingers on the pulse of what every school community, whatever district is experiencing, working closely with our superintendents, working with our principal, making sure that they have all the data that they need consistently so that they can monitor what's happening in their community, working with our CVO partners, right, so that we are helping with families to understand what are their rights to remain.
And is all of that a separate kind of program? And I'm about to wrap up, so I just want to, close before you
absolutely. It is
respond.
and it isn't. So I am privileged that because I get the opportunity in New York City Public Schools to lead work like community schools and to lead work like students in temporary housing and to lead work like attendance, that I look at that as like the ecosystem of support that we have for all. And when we work with our superintendents and when we work with our schools, the experience of children is holistically. So we have to make sure that all of these pieces of our agency are working together, are meeting consistently, are emphasizing to families that you belong here, there's hope for here, and just like many of you, we were there at one point as immigrants, and you're welcome, and we want you to stay in our schools.
I appreciate DOE's commitment to keeping families whole and not evicting them from our communities. It doesn't help that we have a mayor who is hell-bent on not saying anything in response to Trump's mass deportation agenda. And our schools can do as much as they want, but if the top leadership is having confusion, is confused as to what to say or not saying anything at all, it really harms our entire city. And I'm also just concerned. I'd love the data. I'll follow up with you.
I'd be happy to do so.
Seventh grade through 12th grade, those families are still shuffling every 60 days. I just can't imagine these families are stable, that the students are healing from trauma or able to make long-lasting friendships and so much more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stevens.
Well, hello. How's everybody doing? Well, I'm going to start with my favorite topic, summarizing. I know everyone has a lot of stuff talking about, but I'm going to talk about summarizing because we know how much I don't like this program. But I wanted to start with, and some of the reasons I don't like it, because I feel like there needs to be a distinguish between young people who need the services and young people who don't. And I get so many complaints, and then I come to these hearings and I talk to UICD and I talk to you guys, and it's always like, no, everyone loves it. And that is not the experience that I am getting from my parents, because they have given me so much pushback, and I don't know how it's such a disconnect from what I'm hearing and what everyone else is hearing. So I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, maybe, I don't know. But one of the things we do want to talk about too right now is around promotion and doubt students that we're requiring for Summer Rising in order to participate in CBO-led enrichment. How many mandated students applied for Summer Rising in 2024? And did mandated students who did not apply, were they accepted to Summer Rising?
Thank you for the question. It's a pleasure to talk to you about Summer Rising again.
So as you know, at the time we've tried to move the summer rising enrollment process up for the same reasons actually we talked earlier for early childhood, to make sure families have a good sense of whether they're getting into the
and
program.
it's in order to plan a summer camp, you need to start in January, but you know.
Too. And we have continually moved that up, and we start our planning in October. And as you know, enrollment's open now for this summer. We have over 100,000 applications already, actually, for this summer. So in response to the question, the reason that relates to your question is it means we don't actually know at this point yet who's going to be mandated for
I know
summer
that.
school. We know who's
part of the
promotion
problem
and
that I have with summarizing, so thank you for highlighting my
we know
point
who's
of that's part of the
promotion
problem.
in doubt. So we do prioritize those students as a part of the process. Last year, 98% of the promotion in doubt students who applied did receive a placement because we do prioritize those students. If all families across the system can apply, and so we are holding our summer rising seats, including the afternoon CBO seats, for the families who do choose to apply through the process, because we don't have enough seats for everybody who applies, and we want to make sure we can place as many of those families as we can.
So in terms of family, and as you said, the applications are already available currently for families. What has the outreach look like, and how's the enrollment going currently? And I just want to be clear, so DOE is still in charge of enrollment at this time, because that has also been one of my biggest issues, because you guys struggle on recruitment for everything, and CBOs actually do that better. And so I still do not understand why this is the responsibility of DOE when we know that this is something you struggle with. So I'm still confused on why you guys are taking the lead. It does not make sense when you have a partner who does this well and does this regularly. Why wouldn't they just take the lead and you do the things that you do well and they do the things that they do well? Because it's something you're struggling with in 3K, in school, like all areas you're struggling in recruitment, but again, we're giving this to you when you have a partner who actually does this well. So I need just a better understanding of why we're still doing this.
Yeah, so this is actually a program where we do a lot of outreach and we get far more applications than we're able to place. So we're not struggling.
But no, you do. No. You do. Because you get the applications, and then when it's time for enrollment, it's always a disconnect. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, I know these are the answers that they're telling you to get, but I want us to really get to a place where we're being honest about how to move forward, because you do get a lot of applications, and then what happens is the CBO during the summer has to clean a lot of that up, because again, the school doesn't do the enrollment in the way it needs to be done. Students are not in the places they want to go, and it's a mess. And then in the summer, we're still trying to clean that up. Has it gotten better? Yes, but we're still struggling.
So let me see where to start. As you know, first of all, I would just say, and I know you know this well, but for everyone's benefit, we work very closely with DYCD. They work very closely with their CBOs, and we have tried every year, based on their feedback, your feedback, and the chair's feedback, to continue to improve this process.
But why would we improve it if we have shown before that DYCD, or not DYCD, because I'm going to give it to the providers do this better. So then why are we still saying we're still trying to improve, when to me, it makes the most sense to just go to the providers and say, you lead on this while we are doing these other things?
So we continue to believe, with DYCD as our partners, that this is a strong way to run the process, to ensure it's fair and equitable for all families who come in, to ensure we can prioritize centrally our most vulnerable students, no matter which programs they are going to, even if they're moving. And our process allows us to do that in a simple way for all families. I will just say, you asked earlier about how enrollment's going as compared to last year. You should know that enrollment is up so far compared to last year. I don't have the data as of today. As a couple of days ago, we were up 25% compared to last year. We saw more applicants on day one of this program than we've seen for anything else across the system ever, including a substantial increase over last year.
Again, parents are going to apply, but again, we know that when summer comes, those numbers look different. And so the game that I feel like we always play is just, it doesn't make sense for us to just say, we know that DOE doesn't do this well. Like, if that's the case, we wouldn't be having these conversations. And this is not a slight, it's like y'all have other things to do. Like, this to me is like, take the things off the plate that you don't need on the plate. Stop adding them. Because even when we're saying the partnership with DUI-City is there, it doesn't feel that way. And so I'm just being clear, like, how do we take things off your plate that doesn't make sense and give it to other people? Because you have so many other things to do. I mean, and y'all know, I don't like the program. So I'm not gonna lie about that. So that's the other piece that I'm pushing. But the other question is, how are we detailing impact around academics? Because that's another thing, right? This whole program is the model around like, oh, it's so great, the kids are getting all this learning. But how are we tracking that? Because that's another problem I have with it. Because one, it does not take that they have to be in class for them to be getting academics. So I need to know, how are we seeing the results for what we're putting in for summarizing?
Yeah, thank you for that. And as the summer hearing we had a couple months ago, I think we shared early results from last year. So the Chancellor mentioned in her testimony that we just completed the results of our analysis from last summer, which is the analysis our own team did, which is a pretty rigorous analysis comparing our summer rising students. We saw a positive overall, statistically significant positive overall impact for all students in math. We saw a statistically...
How was that done?
It was done using our screeners that all of our students across our system take. And so we know we're getting valid comparison data. Our team looks at the students who participated in summer rising compared to like students who did not participate in summer rising, and looks at the academic growth on that screener data. As I was saying, positive impact overall for math, positive impact in K2 for reading, more positive impact in both cases when students showed up for more, can I just finish this last sentence? When students showed up for more days. So that's one of the other things we know, is when students are showing up more, the academic impact is greater, and a more positive impact as well for our students in temporary housing, our English language learners, and our students with disabilities. So that's the overall academic impact.
So was this done through like testing or something like that? Because even with positive impact, let's also be clear, if you go to camp, you actually have positive impact too, which is why when you're thinking about summer reading loss, which is why parents were enrolling them in camp. So I want to know, what is the growth? Because if we're investing all this money to say that this is the way and this is the way we're going, for me, the same way with everything else, how do we really prove that other than saying it's an impact? Because even if they went to camp, and if you look at folks who just go to camp and not in summarizing, they're going to have a positive impact too. So is there any data to show that it's not just a positive impact?
Yeah, so I would say, totally appreciate that question, and actually really proud that our team was able to do this by also totally agree on the value of camp, by the way. But our team was able to do this by comparing these students to other similar students in our system. Whether they went to camp or not, we are comparing their progress to those students' progress and taking a look at the summer rising students.
I would love to see that data.
We can share it today.
What support is given to providers with students with disabilities? Because I will say that that's the one thing that I have appreciated about summarizing, but also have been really upset about it, because we should have been serving these students all along, and the city has said that they couldn't afford it, that they couldn't do it, and all these things, and now the summarizing is here, we're doing this, and so I hope that when this program is no longer in existence, that we still are serving the students who need these services. And so this is the one thing I will say, that you guys have made great effort to include students with disability in this program that has never been done before, which to me was a disgrace to the students that we were not serving.
Appreciate that, and we are including them. We're actually prioritizing through them in this program as well. We've been working closely with DC Fode's team on how we continue to support providers who have asked for additional support here. So, Christina, you want to talk?
Councilmember, I don't want to share with you things that you already know, but you've been such an advocate on this. You pointed out years ago when we first started the need to train the CBOs. We responded to that and made sure the second year of Summer Rising that was a full partnership with the CBOs. And we've continued to do that. And so a lot of that has been just with existing resources, but we're just grateful that it's landing in a way that works. We've also really upped the number of paraprofessionals supporting our students in Summer Rising, which has been a beneficial impact for students. Thank you.
And what is the additional training? Because I know last year, I know that there was additional training, but a lot of it was through video and things like that. Are there more hands-on training this year for providers in preparation for this?
Yeah, so we've done more in-person work. We've done the online work. We've also done resources like tangible resources. And whenever CBOs reach out for additional support, I know that our team's been very responsive to those requests.
I'm sorry, Chair, I have a couple. You gave me a lot. And just the transportation piece around summarizing, year over year, it has gotten better, but how are we preparing for this so to be even better this year? Because how do we make sure that young people who want to participate in the CBO portion is doing it? Because that is the piece that most of them like and want to do anyway. And with the buses, that has been a huge hindrance. So what are we doing to try to rectify this year?
Yes, so we do think it's improved, and there is always room for improvement on the transportation front. So as with last year, we will be providing rideshare to students mandated for transportation, including our students with disabilities who are staying later. We've heard from families, that's great, but I didn't know that when I was applying. And so we've made sure that's clear before applications open, and we are sharing that information out with families. We know thousands of families took us up on it last year. The larger challenge, of course, here is our bus contracts, which don't allow us to do 6 p.m. busing over the summer for everyone. We are in the process of dealing with those contracts now, but the long-term solution would be to have more flexible contracts in that way. In the meantime, we're stepping up the rideshare again this summer.
What's the plan/process for students enrolled in Summer Rising who are in temporary housing and are required to move?
Yes, we are working very closely with Flavia and team on this to make sure we're getting the feedback in from our STH coordinators, sharing that centrally with ourselves, and figuring out what the student wants, whether the student wants to stay where they are, whether the student wants to move to a different spot, and how we can support them individually at that time.
Not a huge amount to build upon there, but also making sure that their concern about potentially moving don't keep them from applying. So it's really like apply, get a seat, and then we will work with you to ensure that we're providing the communication or that you get the transportation that you are entitled to get as a student in temporary housing to get to your location.
How are you guys letting families know that? Because I think sometimes that especially in temporary housing,
Yep.
it's a breakdown. So are you guys like working with the temporary housing placement shelters to let them know this? How are you getting them that information?
All of the above. So for example, which something that was mentioned earlier when we had the early childhood application, my team, including those who work centrally, including myself, are out in the communities, in the shelters, making direct contact with the families. We also held meetings with DHS, with Health and Hospital, their leadership, so that the people that have direct contact with families are empowered and know that information. We held trainings between the enrollment team, the student and temporary housing team, and to me it's like all hands on deck, including me, being out in the shelters and making direct contact with families so that we can ease any confusion, provide clarity, work with them to create accounts if they don't have accounts, really understand what are the things keeping them from applying.
Yeah, definitely want us to make sure that we are making this available to those young people. I want to shift gears really quickly to Learn to Work. $31 million was added to the preliminary plan in fiscal 2026 for Learn to Work, bringing the total to $45 million, which in line with recent years. We understand that DOE plans to issue an RFP for fiscal 2026. What is the timeline of this RFP? And did DOE talk with OMB about baselining this program? Because I just want to record, this is a program that I believe that we should be expanding and continue to grow. And I've worked in LTW programs and just saw the benefits of it. And I know that this is one of the things that was cut before, and they were like really fighting hard. And so I think that this is definitely something we should baseline and continue to think about growing and developing and putting in more schools.
Yeah, we agree, Council Member. We certainly are hopeful that funding for LTW is baseline, and we are working on an RFP now. We don't have a timeline yet for when it'll be issued, but we expect it to be soon.
So you have no idea, maybe a couple of months, September? What do you need from us to help push it? Like, how could I be supportive? Like, what do you need?
Well, baselining the funding would certainly help.
Okay.
Certainly help.
So you need us to help you push them to baseline this funding? I heard, you didn't say it, but I said it. So that's what you need from us. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Just a couple of follow-ups on that. We know that Summer Rising is usually the program most popular. We get a lot of applications. How do you sustain the students? Because last year's hearing, if you recall, the attendance rates were very low, and I was not very happy with that. So how do we, one, get all these applications, yay, Now we get them through the front door. How do we get them to keep coming back to the program?
Thanks for the question, for the feedback from both of you at the previous hearings. So a couple of quick things. I just want to say, I do think we think we don't expect summer rising attendance to be what school year attendance is. It's a voluntary program. It's a free program. There are no attendance requirements. That's intentional. We're excited we're able to offer this very flexible program to families. We could change that, as we discussed, but we don't have an attendance requirement. And given that, we do know that families sign up potentially knowing they're going away for a few weeks over the summer, and that's fine, and it fits into their schedule. We also do know we have some students who only show up for very few days, and that skews what the data looks like a bit as well. We know that in the last weeks of the summer, both for the summer rising portion and the CBO portion, attendance is down, we think, because families are more likely to be away or doing something else in August, right? So I would say I do think the attendance data, there's a lot of context behind that we think is partly about providing families with flexible options that we're excited to give. In terms of what we are doing, I'd say a few things. One is we do think consistently trying to improve the transportation piece is a piece of this. We do think moving up the admissions and application cycle is a piece of this that allows the families who really want this to plan. Earlier decisions back to families is a piece of this. This year, we're hopeful we'll be able to make more offers and move down the wait list faster, so we get families earlier in and who really want to do this. On the programming side, I would say there's a series of changes we're making ourselves and with DYCD. We are looking at some special initiatives around, for example, sustainability programming and equivalent of our climate action days to make sure we have more enrichment-like programming interwoven with our CBOs throughout the day. We're also looking to continue to improve our field trip take-up. We had twice as many field trips we were able to provide last year as a couple years before, and it looks like we'll be able to do that again this year.
That's the fun part the kids look forward to. So in your testimony, and you stated again now in response to Councilmember Stevens, summarizing has a significant impact on students who participate. Can you please release the data analysis done by New York City Public Schools? If the program has a positive impact, why hasn't it been baselined? Our favorite word.
We actually are just releasing that analysis today. I believe it just went up on our website this morning. We will share that with you, and we're happy to arrange a briefing to talk you through what the impact looks like. I know we talked earlier about the early impact from last year. This is stronger, including for our most vulnerable students, so we're really glad to see it, and we can do a briefing on that if you'd like. In terms of the baselining question, as with many other programs, we would support baselining this very popular program, and we'll continue to advocate.
Thank you. So at the January special education hearing, New York City Public Schools testified that 5,657 preschool students, which is about 22.2%, were receiving no services at all. I know we spoke about this earlier. How many special education students are currently not receiving special education services?
So there are 4,570 students not receiving any services. Chair, that's the first part.
How many preschoolers with IEP mandating related services are currently waiting to start one or more related services?
7,914.
How many and what percentage of preschoolers with IEP mandating special education teacher services are currently waiting to begin the service?
For the special education itinerant teacher services, which are called See It, it's 4,087. That's 58%.
This percentage is much higher than 1% of all students with IEPs that were not receiving services in January. What accounts for the difference in wait time for preschool and school-age students?
Yeah. So as I testified earlier, the number of students has dramatically increased. And Chair, I must correct. I gave you the 32,000 plus number. I just want to note that was FY24, and I can get you the number for this year. So in terms of the itinerant teachers, we are doing a number of things to increase teacher capacity. looking at hard-to-staff differentials, talk to you about our recruitment efforts, but this is clearly an area where we need additional teachers, itinerant teachers for our preschoolers.
How many preschoolers were referred for an initial evaluation are currently waiting for evaluation, and what percentage does this represent of the total referrals made during the current school year?
Yeah. So about half of the kids who were referred this year are still waiting. It's about 9,200 students. What's
the timeline to get through those cases?
So thanks to the great efforts of our CPSE administrators, the wait time between initial referral and appointment with the CSE is 30 days.
For those currently waiting for evaluation, what have they been waiting for, 60 days or less, or over 60 days?
So for the evaluation piece, it's 42% 60 days or less, 60%, 57%, excuse me, for over 60 days.
That's a lot.
Chair, can I just add that we've,
Please add.
Thank you, Chair. We've developed in-house preschool assessment teams. We have 21 of them now. They did about 2,100 evaluations themselves. We prioritize hiring of bilingual staff in those preschool assessment teams. That's also where we see inclusive recommendations happening. And so we are delighted that we have more and more students attending 3K and pre-K of students with disabilities. Those in-house assessment teams, the delays, they cut down on delays because their parents don't have to seek out an evaluator, right? When we have availability, we just offer the family. So that cuts down delays significantly, and it's something that I'll continue to advocate for more NYCPS evaluators to provide those services in families' home languages.
How long did it take to evaluate the 2,100 students that you evaluated in-house?
So I don't have the exact number on that, Chair, but what I can say is that given that we arrange those services, it's one that we can do very quickly for families, and that's where we see a reduced wait time. It's also where we just see those inclusive recommendations that we want to see. So kids then are able to go to district schools with their siblings. You mentioned 958 earlier. When you and I went and visited, we saw kids who were there, kids with disabilities attending with their siblings, and that's the ideal, that a parent can say, my child is in preschool special education in 3K here, and my other child is in first grade general education, and we walk to school together.
Yeah, the goal is to keep our young people, our young students, our youngest learners in community with families, without having to get on a school bus and travel for hours and hours to get to a great program.
That's right, Chair.
So I'm going to talk about early childhood site leases, my favorite topic. One of many. So how many ECE sites have 95% or greater enrollment, and how many sites are not at 95% and may be in the same situation as the 5 sites that were almost closed last month?
Sure, just one moment, Chair.
While Jeff, Chair, while Jeff is getting the data up so we can respond to your question specifically, just want to clarify and reassure, it's not that if you're at less than 95% of your 92% enrollment, you're somehow in risk of having your contract pulled. That's not the case at all. These 5 sites that were an issue had specific conditions around their leases. In some cases, lease was ending. In some cases, the landlord was asking for a lot. So enrollment certainly was a part of it, and we do, as we said earlier, have a 95% standard in terms of that's what we consider to be fully enrolled, but we don't want to send the impression. I want to make sure our communication is clear on that. Doesn't mean that you're at risk of some negative action being taken just because you're below 95%. Whether you are in a lease site, and most of our CBOs, as you know, are not in sites that we lease. They're in their own properties that they lease or otherwise have access to. So I just want to give that high level before Jeff dove into the specifics.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
that's
the
right. And
clarification.
an important point about those particular 5 sites was they were in communities that could absorb impacted children. So that was something that was looked at for those as well. But those discussions were largely driven by upcoming lease expirations. But as to your question about how many are at the 95% enrollment threshold, 773 sites out of our 2,017, that's 38%. And Dan mentioned that our standard for full is 95% citywide, but just note that that is less than the federal standard of 97% that's held by the Office of Head Start.
So to clarify, if I'm at 90%, I'm a provider, you're not going to come and shut me down?
No, ma'am. No, we will not. And we also don't want to characterize a program at 90% as low enrollment. It's under the standard of full, but we wouldn't characterize that as low.
So I think maybe the language has to change in that messaging, right? So the general public doesn't see it or hear it that way unless you come here and we ask you for that, right?
We've definitely seen the need to communicate enrollment and enrollment levels better with that situation with the 5 leases,
Yes.
for sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that. How many sites have not been renewed due to low enrollment numbers?
So we haven't only driven decisions about lease renewals by enrollment numbers, as I mentioned. There are several factors that will go into whether we should decide to renew these city assets. In many cases, they were asking for 10, 15, or 20-year leases, which far outlast our contracts for service provisions and what we have secured funding for, right? So we have to make those decisions in accordance with, community need, what we have secured funding for, and we are not merely looking to not renew a lease because of enrollment. So that has not historically been done. I think in the 5 cases that we've been talking about, we've mentioned their enrollment levels mainly because we wanted to demonstrate that the children at those sites could be placed elsewhere in the community, right? That we had community capacity to absorb those children, and that for the past 3 fiscal years, some of those sites were significantly under-enrolled.
The community was saying that that wasn't the case, that the numbers were right and you guys were wrong. So that's what led to that, and it was a miscommunication. So I hope that this communication is working.
Yeah, so we rely on a system of record that really determines how we can reimburse programs. And in one particular case, we saw that there were only 4 children in that system of record. It is the program's responsibility to maintain these accurate records because we have 1,500 contracts with CBOs, and our site support staff are there to coach pedagogy. They're not there to audit enrollment records. So we really rely on programs to partner with us in making sure these, figures are accurate. And really, in the end, they need those figures to be accurate so they can be properly reimbursed.
And that was one of the questions I asked. Do you provide technical support? Do you provide customer service, which a lot of providers I've always heard from was they can email you days in and days out and no one responds, no one pick up their calls. So again, and I think we agreed in the last hearing that communication will be much, much better to providers. So we're providing a service to our communities, and they have to in turn have information as well.
And I'll add, Chair, that we have since dealing with these 5 sites, set up monthly meetings with them, with our enrollment team, our eligibility team, our finance team, our policy team, and we're meeting with them ahead of that to ensure that the agenda meets the moment, that we're discussing things that are truly pertinent to them, and we're really trying to improve that kind of engagement across the board. I will say, since DC Hawkins assumed her role, we have really made an effort to be responsive. We don't let requests that come in for technical assistance go unresponded to. But if there are any cases that you know of, we'd love to hear about it, because we have taken really immense efforts to ensure that that does not happen.
Oh, you don't have to tell me twice. I'm always on, somebody's always on speed dialed. For example, one of the reasons they gave for renewing the lease was the sites were oversaturation in school districts and zip codes. But when we had that hearing, all 5 sites had extended day seats, which is limited in our system. And we know those are needed for parents to go to work, which were limited. And one site was said only had 4 toddlers in site. Can you define oversaturation, and what does it mean for New York City Public to determine if a school district is oversaturated? What does that look like?
Sure. So just to clarify, this goes to the point I was making to Councilmember Ressler, right? EDY seats are eligibility required seats. I'm sorry, income restricted seats. And so as the community, right, around that particular site with the 4 children changed, right, it was less children in that community were eligible for those seats. So that is part of why they were under-enrolled. Oversaturation is where there are too many of a particular seat type in a neighborhood, which children in that neighborhood are not eligible for, and it leads to unhealthy competition, us having to subsidize programs for their vacant seats. And so all around, right, it's not good for the program. They can't maximize enrollment and therefore maximize their revenue. They're in an unhealthy competition with their neighbors because nobody can fill their seats. And the city has to subsidize these programs, putting us in a financially unsustainable state.
But do you know that across the city, a lot of our neighborhoods are facing gentrification? So how are you also planning for that takes away those income restricted seats?
For sure. I think you brought up a really important point about the upcoming resolicitation. As we know, the current Birth to 5 contracts are ending, and we are in discussions about how to make future solicitations more responsive to community need and the changing community need as the landscape changes.
The landscape and the communities are changing very rapid, and that's scary. How many leases have been terminated in the last 5 years due to landlord noncompliance?
We asked our SCA partners, and they told us 4 leases were terminated at sites. Of course, SCA could have more detail as they manage our city assets, and I know they're coming soon. But we know of 4, and I am happy to give the detail about what those 4 were if you'd like.
The sites were extended for 1 year in my school. Were parents whose children are currently enrolled at these sites notified that they could mark these sites as priority for next year? What has New York City Public Schools done to ensure that these sites will not be at a disadvantage for enrollment for next year, considering they were added to my school in the middle of the application period?
Thank you for that question, and I'm actually really proud that our team was able to contact all the families. We've been working closely with the program to make sure that during that application period, that last couple of weeks before February 28th, that families knew that they could, amend their application. And like I mentioned earlier, we've set up monthly meetings with these programs. For those that we've identified enrollment issues, we've asked them to submit a recruitment plan, and our policy team is working closely with them to ensure that it is on track with SMART goals that are time-bound as we reach the end of the year to make sure that they're meeting their goals.
Fair enough. The council invested $35 million into additional extended day programs known internally as School Day Plus Pilot. However, $25 million of this funding has not been baselined. How many sites are signed into the SDY Plus in the fiscal 2025, and how many of these sites are operating?
So, Chair, actually the correct amount is $40 million for the SDY Plus, not $35 million. $15 million was baselined, and we are awaiting the $25 million to be baselined. And as of March 7th, there are 70 programs that have signed on to SDY Plus, and 61 programs are currently operating.
Well, that's good. See, we give money. What is the process for a site to take on SDY Plus seats, and how long does it take for these seats to become operational?
Yes, thank you. So programs in areas with a high economic need index, that's between 70 and 100%, that have very few to no Head Start or extended day and year seats that are contracted to provide SDY seats, are eligible to expand their services for those seats. That's an additional 3 hours and 40 minutes per day. So programs can begin extending their day as soon as they sign on. But of course, in order for us to reimburse them for those extra hours, they need to amend their contract, so their contract value allows for us to pay that out.
And you're working on amending the contracts, and how long does that take?
That would be a question I can get back to you on to get an average understanding of how long it takes to amend these specific contracts.
And the seats being funded by the council, how many are filled currently?
So with the $40 million investment, there's a potential to serve over 5,000 seats if a program begins at the beginning of the school year. So to date, we have over 2,000 seats filled and the potential for another 685 seats still to be filled this school year. For programs that began operating last year and were able to market more, they're enrolling around 73% of their seats, and newly enrolled programs are seeing a 60% enrollment percent.
And the goal is 100%, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't like those little numbers. How do families learn about SDY seats at their site? Do sites choose which families to convert their school day seats into an extended day seat?
So I know we do outreach to programs, based on which zip codes become eligible or are part of our current outreach. As I mentioned earlier, when a program is eligible, they can immediately offer the services. They just attest, to how many children, but then we have to amend their contract in order to pay them out.
How do families know they're eligible for these seats? Is it through My City Identified, or families who did not fill out eligibility may be eligible and you direct them to My City? How does that work?
So we rely, and this reminds me of Council Member Stevens' point about how the CBOs are really the best at recruitment, because we rely on programs to share their available options with their community, SDY Plus being an example. Since it's only available in certain zip codes, as I said, we open up those zip codes to do the outreach, and then it's denoted on the program's My School profile so families can be informed there. But really the main goal is the program, because they have relationships with their families that are already enrolled. They know which seats they can convert. They're embedded in the community. They know the community's need. So we rely on them, and then as those seats open up, they are put on My Schools.
So the secret, the magic is the CBOs as partnerships to make sure recruitment is being done in these seats. So Councilmember Stevens, see. Delayed payments. How many ECE contracts have been registered for fiscal 2025?
So I will turn over payment questions to my colleague who's Chief of Finance for our division.
Sure, thank you.
Hello again, Chair and council members. Thank you for your question. So we have several different contract types. So there are contracts that are currently on a 4-year and 5-year term. So in total, we have 1,340 contracts that are currently registered. We have another 66 that are in the process of being registered for FY25. Then let me back up. So we have 1,340 contracts that are currently registered. That's on our 4-year and 5-year contract term. We have approximately 100 contracts that have to be registered or extended every year. So out of that 100, we have 66 contracts that are in the process of being registered, and 34 have already been registered for fiscal 25.
And how many have been approved? How many EC budgets have been approved for fiscal 2025?
So for fiscal 2025, we've approved 1,141 budgets out of the 1,175 submitted budgets.
Okay. And how much is that in dollars? You'll get back to me.
I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Can you please tell me the details on New York City Public School effort in recruiting and hiring more analysis to work on processing these contracts? And what are the barriers to hiring for this position? Because I know last time there's a head count.
So we are currently, for the division, currently hiring or looking to hire analysts. As Deputy Chancellor said in our previous hearing, there's civil service laws that we have to abide by, but we are actively looking and trying to recruit for the appropriate positions.
So do you get accurate, up-to-date enrollment numbers for ECE providers before the providers are approved to submit invoice or submit current attendance and enrollment? How does that?
So it's important to note that the providers are the ones that have to submit the enrollment information, and they do that through our vendor portal. So for us to have accurate and up-to-date information, they're the ones that submit it into vendor portal. So once they submit the information, then they are able to, once they have an approved budget, they're able to certify attendance, and then they can submit an invoice.
How long does it take if they submit the information for you to start working on that case?
So regarding submitting the enrollment, there's nothing that has to happen, they just have to submit it. They have to submit the enrollment, again, they also have to certify attendance. So it all depends, it starts with them, but once they certify attendance, they have an approved budget, and they submit their invoice, then we will work and begin to process the invoice.
How long does it take to process an invoice?
Our average time is about 2 weeks to process an invoice. That's our average time.
Thank you. I know we meet on marketing and outreach a lot, and that was one of the things that council negotiated in last year's budget. So we added $5 million to the fiscal budget for early childhood marketing outreach. How did you utilize the funding to conduct outreach for ECE, and how did it work? Was it successful? How do you measure success?
So for the outreach, again, that is a joint thing that's happening with the Deputy Mayor Almazar. It's supported by New York City Public Schools. So we've had, as I've mentioned earlier in the testimony, that we've had 6 events. We've touched all boroughs. I can't say right now how it has measured up, but I know that they're actively out there and going out to different communities to conduct outreach and marketing.
Any ads? Any ads?
Yes, there's digital and print media that's out there. Social media, yes, absolutely.
Just want to make sure you have your footprint everywhere that you need. How many in-person events? You said you had 6 in-person events, right? How many families attended these events?
So there were approximately between 150 to 250 families attending.
In each borough?
So I believe that's across the city?
Across the city. And can you tell me per borough, how many folks attended the event?
So 1 in each borough with approximately 70 to 80 families attending across all 5 events, the additional 5.
And do you use bus and subway for your 3K and pre-K programs to advertise about them?
We have digital, print media, radio ads, so yes, we're using
Is
everything
language
possible.
access also one of the tools you're using?
Absolutely.
What languages?
There are several different languages. I can get the list for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. How many staffs were hired to work on the ECE outreach with this funding, and what staff titles did this include?
So ECE did not hire any staff. We're invested in the outreach communications and plan to build a team with internal funding. We've contracted with a vendor and had an outreach team of 5 people engaging in community outreach, as well as providing application support to our families. We've also provided supports to students in temporary housing, and we contacted approximately 25 shelters in areas where there were CBOs and provided technical assistance as well.
Were you also supporting students in foster care?
I'm sure we were, but I'll definitely get back to you on that.
Thank you. Do you use any consultants for this with this funding, and why did New York City Public Schools choose to use consultants, and how did they utilize the funding?
So ECE did not utilize consultants. As I said, this is a joint venture with the City Hall. But for us, we had the marketing campaign, we've done these events, we've done the different media ads for this outreach.
How was your multi-language effort tracked and analyzed? Did you realize there was a pattern in what languages were used the most in your outreach?
I don't have that specific information on how it was tracked, but I can definitely get that back to you.
A portion of the $5 million investment was transferred to HRA, DOHMH to contribute to this effort. $2.15 million was transferred to HRA to conduct this outreach. How did HRA use the funding?
So HRA was awarded the funding. and they provided $175K to 10 New York City benefits grantees, along with additional support and training and reporting.
And I noticed that 1.72 was DOHMH to conduct outreach. What did they use that funding for?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Chair?
The funding you provided to DOHMH, how was that funding used?
DOHMH, they awarded funding to 12 grantees at $75,000 each through a task order. Their funds were being transferred, and the citizens, New York City, managing vendor payments and invoicing through DOHMH. Now, again, so I'm giving you information on some of the things that they did, but they would be better able to explain to you their process.
Did City Hall hire any consultants for this project?
I am not aware that City Hall hired any consultants.
Allow Councilmember Brewer for second round.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question has to do with the Division of School Facilities. Can you provide details, if they are relevant, on changes to the payment system implemented by DSF last May? Because New York Sunworks has 90 projects in the pipeline, and I believe they were supposed to be built last summer, but they didn't get built, apparently, because of the changes that DSF made last May regarding a payment system. And I guess I'm just trying to find out the status of this situation. What will the projects move, et cetera?
So on the specific vendor you mentioned and the specific projects, I will check and we will get back to you today. More broadly, there are a series of changes DSF has been doing in conjunction with our finance team and with SCA to make sure, quite honestly, to make sure we can clean up our processes and to make sure we're using capital funding for as much of our projects as we can and maximize that spend. So there's a series of changes we've made to finance and to contracts through this that we'd be happy to, do a fuller briefing on if helpful, and I'll check on New York Sunworks in the meantime.
I appreciate that. I don't know if the changes are making slow process or if they're improving the process. That would also be something to find out, because it sounds to me that it might be slowing down the process.
I think in the long run, these things will dramatically improve the process and make sure we're maximizing capital funding, which means more money for school projects. I do think in the meantime, some of the transitions are taking time, and we're working through that. Okay. But I'll check on the specifics.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to know, how does DOE prioritize which schools receive funding for necessary repairs and upgrade? And how can we, council member, ensure that our district taken care of? Can we participate and help?
Thank you. And I think this is related to Councilmember Brewer's question as well. So schools have their own budgets and custodians have their own budgets to do some of those repairs and upgrades. When they are not able to, we work closely and we try and be as responsive as we can to school needs, understanding we do also have a limited budget centrally. Where projects are large enough that they take capital funding, we do try and spend capital funds on that as well. One of the changes we are actually making is, frankly, to push more of these funding decisions closer to the school level. In terms of look, we are very grateful for the funds that you all as council members put into our school projects as well. I'm sure we'll talk about that more this afternoon, and appreciate more of that as well for the schools in your own districts. And if there's specifics you want me to check on, happy to.
Okay. Now we're talking about the very, very fast summer will come, right? We have a new state law effective September 2025. The temperature will be set at 88 degrees Fahrenheit, the maximum allowed temperature for the student occupied spaces. It will further emphasize the need for effective control in the schools. So how are you planning to address that? Because I know we have a lot of ACs that are not working. So that's the question. That's the reason for my question.
Yes. So as you know, and all of you know, we had central funding for ACs, and we continue to work through that. A lot of our AC funding is now moving on to school budgets. And our central facility team is also working as hard as we can to address any AC issues that come up. I will say, I know this sounds small, but one of the things we did this year is getting an early start on this process for Summer Rising in particular, reaching out to principals and custodial staff already and saying, this is coming, what do you need, where you know you have issues, so we can try and work through as much of that as possible prior to the summer. We do always have resource constraints, but whether in central or school budgets, we will continue to prioritize that going forward, not just because of the state law, but because we want to make sure our kids are as comfortable as possible in our buildings.
Okay, now for the AC, coming back with the AC again. For the installation, do you have a timeline how long it takes to get the process going? Let's say AC is now working in some schools, like in the cafeteria, which I have seen kids sweating in there. So what is the timeline to get them fixed? I mean, put a new one or to install a new one?
If there's a kid sweating, make sure you let us know so we can make sure we have that one on our list. But it depends entirely on what the project is, whether it's a small replacement, a larger replacement, or sort of a larger capital project, which of course takes longer. So I don't think I can give you a typical time, but we could come back with a range if that would be helpful based on the type of project.
So thank you, Chair, because I'm very much interested, especially in the classroom, in the cafeterias, to see our kids sweating, so, you know, they're not learning.
And Councilmember, just to double down on that, wherever you know of specific cases, if you can reach out to us, just so that way we can work directly and make sure that we're prioritizing those spaces.
This is a side one. I'm talking about the farming too now. So can we talk about the farming? So how we see the one in Bergen Beach? I'm leaving you with that. The Bergen Beach farm that we have in 312.
We got it.
I hope you were looking, because I'm excited for this opportunity, especially now to show our kids how to eat well, organic food. So thank you for the support. I'm looking forward to open it. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick question around ACs. Is there yearly assessments that's taken? Do you do an inventory check and see what's working, what's not working, and how do you troubleshoot that? Because I went to a Summer Rising last year in Brooklyn, and as the council member said, them kids were sweating bullets, and they had to move them to one area. They had to create. If I'm going to Summer Rising and I have to be sitting in the auditorium because the classroom is hot, I will stay home. And so I think there should be a yearly inventory that's taken on ACs, and then figure out what's not working, what's working, and troubleshoot them. I know that's going to be a long conversation I'm having with SCA, but I just wanted to put it out there, just on your radar, so we're being proactive.
Totally agree with that. Again, make sure you're bringing issues to us. And that is partly what we were trying to do by getting in touch with schools earlier this year and saying, remember, summer's coming. Remember, it takes us some time to work through this process and support these projects. So as we get to spring and summer, we're more prepared, well ahead of time.
I'm going to be flagging a school for you. One of my favorite topics, art education. The city supplemented the funding for art education with stimulus dollars and then covered them with city funding in 2025. Even with these additional fundings, not all schools have art instruction. Maintaining and baselining this funding is a goal for the council. How many schools currently lack a certified art teacher?
Good morning, Chair
Good
Joseph.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. We've been here a little while. Good afternoon. Chair Joseph and council members, thank you for the question, and also thank you for the dedication and advocacy that you regularly have for the arts, especially in the support of the City Council Support for Arts Instructional Grant. So thank you very much. As reported in the 2023-24 Arts and Schools Report, of the 1,585 schools, 290 did not have a certified arts teacher. Of the 290, 176 were elementary schools, K through 6. And so one of the things to understand about the complexity of this is that New York State does not require there be a certified arts teacher in classrooms K through 6, only 6 through 12. So while there may not be a certified arts teacher teaching class in an elementary school, the report also reported that 99% of all students received instruction in at least one arts program.
I got to be talking to my state colleagues. I think Senator Lou's going to be here later. I'm going to take that up with him.
I'm here for it. Let's get him.
So am I.
Let's get him.
We're just going to ask you to make sure that you talk about it as a funded mandate with him, too.
Funded mandate, correct. You're going to yell at the state, too. He's just visiting me. Now I don't want to scare him. Per student allocation in this year's school, in the SAMs, increased art funding to cover over $5 million. How does school spend this funding, and what's the additional programs or services that this funding provide for?
So in this SAM, in this initiative for Spring 2000 arts funding, what we did is $6 million was about $6 million was added to the FY26 SAM number 36. $4.7 million went to increasing the individual teacher studio arts allocation from a little over $600 to $2,000. So every arts teacher certified in New York City received that funding. It just went into schools' budgets. We also increased the partnership grants by $1.3 million. We also funded $6.6 million to go into the Principal Fellows Program, and that is funding 170 principals' schools. These are principals who are part of the Arts Office Principal Fellow Program. We're going to be outfitting them with 3 classrooms with new paint and furniture specifically for the arts. And these are principals that we have worked very closely with to ensure that the arts are at the core of their school's instructional mission. $2.5 million will go to extending the Adobe licenses citywide. And we have $135,000 that is going to a new Arts Office initiative, which is the Childhood Springs program expansion. And so we piloted a program this year in 3 schools, one in the Bronx, one up in Harlem, and one out in Staten Island, where we outfitted 3K and pre-K programs with little baby violins. And then we helped to support and work with art partners in ensuring that those students had at least 4 days a week of string instruction in class at a very critical age, where getting students up and running on these string instruments is very important if they want to be competitive at all, in terms of audition programs or even programs outside of New York City Public Schools, like the Juilliard program, various programs that are sought after in the city.
We want well-rounded students, and again, those are well-kept secrets.
Yes.
Deputy Chancellor, we talked about that. How many schools rely on this $41 million to provide arts education?
Chair, are you talking about the SAM, the school allocation?
Yeah, the $41 million.
Right.
How many?
Before we give you the specifics, I just want to highlight that that money is to support programmatic pieces and not headcount.
Okay.
And so what this administration has done is recognizing the complexity behind arts programming. We have centralized through Paul's work a number of supports on the programmatic side. So even schools that don't necessarily have the ability to put in place an actual arts teacher, students are still getting access to arts programming. But we will get you more specifics.
Okay, thank you. And the students were texting me along for this next topic because it's very near and dear to their heart, restorative justice. And it's near and dear to my heart as well. How many schools currently have restorative justice programming?
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph, and thank you for your advocacy, of course, for restorative justice programs. We currently have 972 restorative justice that we support across New York City Public Schools.
How many students have received these services in the current year and in the last school year?
So this current year, FY25, I don't have the number of students, but every student it's touched through the 972 schools we support citywide. But if you want the numbers, I can get you those numbers.
Is there a plan to expand as we see suspension rates are up? How do we address that?
Well, I hope we can expand, but I would defer to.
So one of the things, Chair Joseph, that I'm doing right now is actually meeting with Dr. Davison and her team to really talk about the work that restorative justice team does across New York City and what that looks like in the specific districts. In the coming weeks, we are going to announce some changes, some initiatives in how we're furthering and deepening this work, but also defining what restorative practices look like. What do I mean by that? Reentry plans for our young people when they come back into buildings after suspension. So we know that there are consequences, and we know that the restorative practices have to work in collaboration. It's not necessarily one or the other. And so we are doing a needs assessment as to what this work currently looks like, where it needs to deepen across districts and schools, particularly, and I'm sure you would attest to this, just because a district has really low suspension rates and really high attendance, that doesn't mean that when you disaggregate that you don't see certain schools that have practices that need to be supported. So what we're doing, Chair, just to put a finer point on it, is making sure that through this needs assessment, our restorative practices team is actually working with the right schools in the right ways, and that we're centralizing what some of those good practices look like.
Because we do get a lot of calls around bullying still happening in schools, and that's part of the restorative justice, right? Sometimes you may cause harm and don't know it. How are we using restorative justice practices to address those situations? And are we also including students with special needs? And we talked about that in my last hearing through MDRs, when students are also suspended with special needs and then their services are not being met if I'm at home or at a suspension center. How are we addressing that?
Sure. So we continue to provide training citywide for our schools on bullying. We continue to lift and share with our communities about the multiple ways in which bullying can be reported. We actually this year have targeted specific schools that have high incident rates in bullying and or incidents to provide individualized case-by-case professional learning and training for those school communities in partnership with our vendors. And in terms of special education and students with disabilities, we work really closely with Christina Fody and John Hammer and our advocates in remedying a lot of those issues that come up case by case. For example, specifically with our team, in collaboration, we have made some changes in some documentation that we sent to families to let families know they have access to an advocate at hearings and at MDR processes. Also, we have extended professional learning and training not only to our internal teams, but for schools on how to use progressive discipline and how to decide on appropriate disciplinary actions for each and every student, especially our most vulnerable students. And I'll let Christina talk a little bit more about our work with MDRs.
Thank you, Chair. We read your op-ed this morning, beautifully written. Just to address some of what you spoke about in the op-ed, oftentimes our students with disabilities are given an unfair shot, right? The reasons why they are acting out are sometimes, oftentimes, most times part of their disability and or linked to their feeling of not being successful in the classroom. And so we did engage a group of advocates, administrators, teachers to make adjustments to the MDR process, and we've been out in the field training. So far, we've done CSE staff, districts 8, 17, 18, 20, and we plan to train all district special education teams on these modifications and changes to the process. Namely, we're talking to them about examining the impact of suspensions, a deeper dive into positive behavior supports and getting in front of these issues, best practices for building trust with families. Parents should not have to rely on an advocate in an MDR process. The school should be the advocate, right, on behalf of every child. And at the end of the day, if a child's not succeeding, that's on the adults that are supporting them. And so this training is really intended to be a call to action for people to support students with disabilities before taking on disciplinary processes that are not necessarily going to be helpful.
Are parents notified or made aware of MDRs, or do they know what it is? Is there training provided for parents?
Yeah, so we updated the family letter to be much more family friendly, but also to give access on the discipline process. We're hoping that this more family-friendly notification is going to land as supportive to families.
And Chair, we are going to share with you in the coming weeks an additional layer of support for families, so that way beyond the written communication and social media communication, we are really training on myriad topics that are going to allow for parent leaders to share shoulder-to-shoulder information with other parents in the communities, including topics such as these.
Thank you. Can you provide a list of which schools have restorative justice programming for the 2024 and 25 school year?
Yes, we provided that list to council.
Okay, thank you. In looking at the terms and condition on restorative justice spending and programming in fiscal 2024, can you explain why the utilization rate on spending for OTPS costs was lower than personnel costs?
Sure. So last year that was primarily due to late allocations going out, but I can say for this year we've gotten it together, and at year to date we've expensed about 80% of the budget and on track to spend it down.
How can we make all deans restorative justice practitioners with deep knowledge of mediation and conflict resolution?
We can certainly provide those trainings to deans. We currently provide trainings to all school staff citywide who are interested in restorative practices, and we can certainly provide those training for deans. Actually, through our suspension and hearing offices, we do train school staff who issue disciplinary consequences to students, and that does include deans, but we can certainly do it wide scale.
Again, doing the needs assessment to see when principals, again, just having done this work, Chair, when I was a small school principal and someone told me you have to send 12 of your staff members to be trained on restorative justice circles. Not that I wasn't bought into it, because I absolutely understand the power of restorative practices, specifically restorative circles. That being said, if you have a staff of 25 people and 12 people need to be out at the same time, it is unmanageable. And so what we're doing in our needs assessment is really thinking about how do we get the job done while taking into account a specific school's context, so principals can actually send the people who need the training to the training. Because if I'm being blunt, Chair, and I have my dean out of the building for a training for 5 weeks, that's debilitating, right? And so this needs assessment is really thinking about not lessening it, but actually expanding in a way that makes sense for schools to be able to take advantage of these trainings.
And those who have been trained already getting refresher courses as time changed, the needs are changed, the needs of students have changed also, and what we're seeing as our students are coming back post-pandemic. So I hope we stay on top of our...
Well, Chair, if I can add, we also need to marry that with trauma-informed care and caring for the caregiver.
Correct.
Because compassion fatigue is real, and we need to make sure that the people who are trained on these restorative practices are also being given the grace to have them practice with them as well, because we want, this is a part of retaining good teachers, right, and good staff. We want to make sure that they're taken care of as well. And so have to commend the UFT for doing amazing work with us, and our partnership with Mind Up and Mindful Breathing. They were instrumental in making sure that the mindful practices were happening not only in schools, but with quality. And so you know, I made my 6-month anniversary this week. I'm almost a toddler's chancellor, but we're getting to the work. But what we do want to do, Chair, is we want to make sure that it's in a purposeful and intentional way. It's not just to do the thing. We have to make sure that we're looking at school programs, we're talking to school leaders, we're talking to teachers, and getting things done in the way that suits the school's context.
One other partner I want to bring in restorative justice, I visited an outward bound school, and one of the things they've done is include parents in restorative justice. We can train students, right? And and remember, they live at home. So we want to make sure they're applying those same techniques with parents and with students. How are you engaging parents in restorative justice?
Thank you for mentioning that, Chair Joseph, because last time the last testimony, that's what you and Councilman Stevens pushed, restorative communities.
That's my partner.
restorative communities, and as such, we have prioritized doing professional learning for parents. First, we're starting up this spring with our district-facing staff, our FLCs, our FCLs, also our district training parent coordinators. And this spring, we're trickling it down to parent coordinators and families, and we're also proud to share that we're going to have our first Family Restorative Justice Summit in May.
I would love to see it. We're attending. Cheers.
You're already on the list.
Okay,
so.
Chair Stevens and I were attending.
Absolutely.
Our immigrant, oh wait, Chair Stevens had a question. Go.
Really quick question. And this is pertaining into the immigrant population and the gang database. When we were here, when we had the hearing a couple of weeks ago, one of the indicators is a trusted source. And I know DOE has been doing a lot of work around protecting our young people, especially when they're in a school building. But one of the things that to me is alarming, and want to just hear how you guys are processing this and working through this, is around school safety is one of the trusted sources, and NYPD said that they are one of the people who are often referring people to the gang database, and especially with the immigrant population and understanding how this is so sensitive at this moment. How are we going to protect young people from being on this database and now being criminalized and them not knowing, and all the issues that can arise around this? And so this is a huge concern for me, and I know that this can also and this is what I'm finding NYPD about, is like, this is how we destroy relationships with communities. And I know that you guys are working to protect them, and this can also potentially destroy your relationship with communities and families, because this has real implications, although we are constantly hearing that it does not. And this is one of the things I would love to hear. How are you solving to remedy this?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I promoted you to Chair.
Oh, she is the Chair. Chair Children and Youth. We share kids.
There you go, Chair Children and Youth. This is, in fact, first of all, this is the first time that we're actually hearing that was the statement made by the NYPD. We work aggressively to remind our principals, and as well all of our educators, that FERPA does not allow us to share student information. So if there's an intention, and this includes school safety, right? So if school safety is administering a summons, they're provided just enough information to execute their summons by law, right? But in terms of the sharing information for the purposes of the database, that is something that we will definitely take back and talk with Inspector Millett about, right? Because we're intentional about protecting students' information in schools. As a matter of fact, that's one of the push-pulls that we have in schools today, that schools refuse to give student information when asked by a school safety agent and or an officer, right? And we are intentional about reminding officers and other external partners that we are required to protect student information, and that's our job by federal law, and that's the work that we're going to continue to do.
Well, school safety is down as a trusted source that they get information from, so clearly there's a disconnect, and I'm happy that I brought it up, because that's one of the huge concerns that I have around like them being a trusted source in this fight moving forward. And I know all of the work that DOE is doing to try to protect young people, especially in this climate, and I think that that's one of the things that we just have to make sure that we're all on the same table.
100%.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Immigrant family engagement is whose subject is that? Immigrant family engagement? No?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Council
afternoon.
members. First of all, I just want to point out that I'm here from the Office of Language Access, which is part of the new division the Chancellor highlighted earlier today. And I want to start with echoing the gratitude from the Council for the investment made on the language access piece, engaging, communicating with families. We've done a lot of exciting work with that investment. We've amplified the work that we currently have been doing for the last several years. And we've seen a lot of net results, positive results in added engagements, increased demand overall, and just general awareness, and we continue to do that work. But that amplification is based on the work that we lead here at the Office of Language Access. It's approximately $12 million yearly investment. In addition to that, we have oversight of about $7 million that are dispersed to schools every single year to help with the local needs and the local languages that perhaps here at Central we're not the lifeline directly. So we're being very creative to ensure that we support all of our families. This is a system with over 180 different languages, with over 40% of households speaking a language other than English. So we have to be creative with what we can do. And as you heard today, a lot of the new programs that we've spoken about today, every one of those programs, initiatives has a language access component to it. So we're kept busy by all means. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you. That was going to be one of my questions. How is language access used across the board, making sure families are engaged, especially in households we know that English is not their first language, and helping them navigate those spaces. I know parents also, for the high school piece, I know a lot of parents also are looking for language access to understand the system better. Is there a plan in place to better engage parents as they transition from middle school to high school, even from middle school, from elementary to middle school to high school?
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons why we wanted to go from engagement to empowerment, because after meeting with our Chancellor's Parent Advisory Council, these are some of the topics that they brought up, and they said you have to do better. So one of the things that I have personally committed to is actually visiting SLTs. I asked the CPAC to work with Dr. Melendez to do sort of a heat map across the districts, and where are the SLTs and PTA/PAs that I need to visit, so that way we can talk about what are the specific trainings that need to happen in those districts. Right? So this is something that I'm sure that you've heard. We need more support in transition from middle and high school. Are we going to offer some of those trainings centrally? 100%. But we also know that on top of that, the relationships happen between superintendents, principals, and their families. So how can we create those resources so that way principals and their staff can administer those sort of like a train-the-trainer model? But again, what's better than having trained parent leaders who can do that work themselves and who are willing to do that work? They want to work shoulder to shoulder with their peers, and so that's something that we're working on.
Yeah, I love the idea. It'd be great. Parent and family engagement, $1 million. How much is that total funding that New York City Public Schools allocate to parents and family engagements more broadly?
So we're going to bring up Dr. Melendez to talk about the specific division that does things from a central perspective. What I do want to note, Chair, is that there are specific pots of money within a school budget as well, right? So we're talking about from a central perspective, but we also know that there are other funding streams within a school budget. Quite simply, just headcount for a parent coordinator, right, who also supports some of that work. So I just always want to make mention that there's the things that we do from a central place, and then there are things that happen in a separate
in school
budget.
communities, and it's extended beyond Tweed.
Yeah, so we invest centrally and locally about $8 million plus, depending on when there's a CEC election every other year, which we get another additional $4 million to fund that election, which is where we are right now. So currently FACE and their $1 million allocation really expanded the New York City Ambassadors Program, where we really spent a lot of time speaking to some of the things that the Chancellor shared around what does it look like for the parents' perspective to really support New York City Reads? What does it look like at home, and what can you do? And how do we teach and support our families in understanding brain science, right? And then the rope and all of the stuff that the teachers were talking about. So we did that last year, and we were able to expand on that and build on that. It's been a very popular program. I think we're at 4,500 parents now that are trained and have gone through some of these cohorts. We have also expanded our literacy hubs, which are community spaces that host books and opportunities and events. But then I want to pass it over to some of the work that my colleague DC Rux does at the local level, right? So how do we support our FLCs and FSCs and PCs to really expand locally on what family engagement looks like, and how do we make those things actionable?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I'm excited to share that in partnership with DC Melendez that we've been bringing our FLCs and our FSCs together for monthly training. As a former superintendent, one of the things that I had heard from many of the FSCs and the FLCs who are on superintendent teams is the need for real professional development. And so we've been providing that, and I'm very excited about that. In addition to that, superintendents have said that they want an opportunity to bring all of the folks together and provide a menu of professional development for them who are supporting our families, and also have families be a part of that. And so in the spring, last year we did this, and it was highly sought after, and we had hundreds of parents and FSCs, FLCs, parent leaders across the district join us. And so this year we're doing it again. And we're doing it even bigger. And so we are thrilled that we're able to provide that support to them. We're going to have a menu of different options and opportunities for parents. We've even asked parents to facilitate some of those trainings, so it's by parents, for parents, and that is coming in the spring. You all will get an invitation to join us for that opportunity as well.
Thank you. And as you're training, you train 4,500 parents. Are they turning key to other parents, or how does that training spread?
That is the work that DC Melendez is doing and that our Chancellor spoke about.
Yeah, so now we're embarking in that second phase of the work, which is exactly what you're saying. It's really important for us that we're really confident that communities know how to take care of each other, and we want to respect and trust them to do that. And that requires that we now not only expose them to the work, but now teach them how to facilitate the work towards others. So we're embarking in the Ambassadors 2.0 program, where parents are being taught how to train the trainer. What does it mean to facilitate this knowledge to a peer? And the hope is that they're not only just being able to train around New York City Reads, but they're able to train and build those skills for everything. And that's the goal as we keep expanding and leaning into our families to be those trusted messengers in their communities that they know to be, and invested partners, right? Because their children are in our schools. They really want to be part of the conversations. A lot of the listening tour feedback was, we want to be involved more. We want to be in the conversation more. And our ultimate goal is really to be real partners in this work. And so these are some of the ways that we're doing that, and we're building that base so that they're able to confidently do that at their school communities on a regular basis.
And the parents you're engaging, is it you meet them where they are? This is on the weekends? This is Monday through Friday?
Yep.
Wherever it is in the community, you're out and about making sure you're engaging them.
Yep.
School food workers. Our favorite topic, school food. How many of the additional 1,000 school food workers have been hired with the $20 million that was added in adoption?
Yes, thank you. We've hired 153 full-time, and we are up to 105 subs who will hope to transition to full-time. So we should outdo the 250 that were.
And the goal is to keep hiring until...
We keep hiring all year for school food workers.
How difficult is it to hire for these positions when the funding is not baseline or guaranteed in the out years?
It's definitely always a preference to have funding baseline and guaranteed in the out years. I will say for positions like these, it's just hard to hire generally, and we have high turnover, and so that's one of the things we're continuing to work to ensure that we're supporting our food workers and retaining them as well.
And hiring is on a rolling basis all throughout the year now?
All year, yep.
Mental health continuum, we need to baseline that. Would centers that would have been open using mental health continuum funding be able to continue in fiscal 2026 if the funding is not renewed?
Good afternoon again. So Mental Health Continue is an effort between New York City Public Schools, Health and Hospital, and DOHMH. It will be incredibly challenging to sustain the supports without the funding, because the funding is utilized by Health and Hospital to hire clinicians that are servicing in both satellite clinics as well as the 5 clinical hubs that are leveraged for the Mental Health Continuum.
What services have these centers provided since the opening?
If you give me a quick second, I can tell you some very specific details. And for context, these schools are primarily located in central Brooklyn and the South Bronx, and we specifically focus on working with schools where we so need, both from the principal lens, from the community, and from advocates. So to your question, what are some of the things that we have done in the time of doing the work? So as of March 2025, 16 school-based satellite clinics have been open. We have been able to provide 231 universal interventions in terms of training and consultant meetings for support. There has been 262 referrals that have been made as of December of last year in terms of schools referring students to clinical services. These include 144 unique patients that have been receiving support. This also includes more than 1,618 appointments that have been able to be completed for students that are part of the mental health continuum. And this is specifically for those 50 schools that are serviced.
Are serviced through these programs?
Correct.
So we have to find a way to baseline this program is critical to the mental health and support of our students. Community schools, don't go nowhere. Community schools.
I won't go anywhere. I'm here, right here. Not moving.
Don't move.
I want.
How many community schools receive funding from the $14 million that is currently set to expire at the end of the year?
It's actually 17. So about $3 million support our contract that we do with United Community Schools. About a portion of that also support 10 schools that we did during the COVID expansion, and then the rest of that were utilized to do amendment for at one point when there was a change in the community school formula that impacted some schools and will have a reduction. So the $17 million will be needed to be able to maintain those 3 buckets of supports that I share.
I know community schools also have reached out and delayed in payments to providers. Is that being worked on, or all that is taken care of?
That is absolutely being worked on. I won't say it's all taken care of, but it's definitely a lot of work in progress. So it's a combination of getting contracts renewed and accelerating the payment. And I know our Chancellor has been incredibly supported in that space. So there are 269 contracts that we're working to renew. Out of those ones, already 198 have been renewed. 18 of them are with the controller, which leaves a small bucket. Just to give you an example, the Chancellor and her leadership worked with us to put in a meeting together with the Coalition of Community Schools at the end of November. And since then, in combination with the work that we've done around contracts, we have been able to get, from November 25th until now, over $62 million in the hands of CBOs, both by expediting advances of 40% for the contracts immediately once they're registered, so those 198, but also by working on any backup payments or invoices that they share. So definitely more work to go, and I feel incredibly supported by our Chancellor and the work that we're working there. But if any CBO provider that you are aware or you want to put me in contact with, if Terrence hasn't already done it, I'm sure that you will absolutely let me know as well.
Oh, absolutely. Across the city, how many community schools do we have?
421 community schools.
I would love to expand. Every school should be a community school, but we got to perfect what we have before we do expansions.
Absolutely agree with you, ma'am.
So would these programs have enough funding to continue community school programming without this funding?
No for the specific ones that we mentioned, no for the amendments, no for the 10 COVID ones, and no for the ones that we have the partnership with United Federation of Teaching, yes.
Teacher recruitment. The 10 million, I know First Deputy Chancellor, we spoke about that. 10 million for teacher recruitment is being utilized this year. What type of recruitment efforts has this funded?
Yeah, it's been critical, Chair, for the recruitment of 5,000 or so pedagogues that we hired, teachers and other pedagogues. So about half of it went for our New York City Teaching Fellows, which, as you know, is a major source of talent for particularly for shortage areas and for our harder to staff schools. But you know, we also use that funding for peer recruiters, which we find to be a really effective, innovative method of doing recruiting, again, particularly for our harder to staff schools. Having a teacher in the school who is getting paid to help recruit has been really effective. So we use the funding to hire about 300 of those. And then there's been a couple of other activities. But the main thing is, as you know, Chair, the most effective recruiting tool that we have, again, for shortage areas, hardest staff schools, is fellows where we are subsidizing their tuition for their master's degree. So that's a very, very effective incentive. And a lion's share of the $10 million went for that type of investment, which we know we can show has a yield. We can show for sure. We know how many, the numbers in our alt-cert programs, how they go up when we are able to fund them at higher levels.
Given the need to hire additional teachers to comply with the state's class size law, do you believe you can afford to lose this funding?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. I mean, in fact, we have a need for greater funding in order to have a chance to meet the requirements of the law.
Thank you for not being shy about that.
Yep.
Thank you for not being shy. School cleaning, I know we support school cleaning at $154 million. There's approximately $154 million funding gap in the 2026 for school cleaning that reflects that this funding was added in fiscal 2025, and again, not baseline. Does New York City Public School plan to add funding in fiscal 2026 for cleaning services?
So I can confirm that in comparing fiscal year 2026 to 2025, we see that level of a gap, and it's a part of our conversation. So I know we've been talking a lot about, the expiring federal dollars and what needs to be backfilled and one-time funding that needs to be baseline, but that we also have our core, operations, and our school support services being one of them, and also a part of our conversations.
Would you be able to meet the contractual obligation with the level of funding currently budgeted in the 2026?
And this is the reason why we would need the funding to be increased. And the funding does get increased, it's just 1 year at a time.
The last ARPA stimulus funding was rolled into FY2025 to cover this area. Will this funding be fully spent in 2025?
Yes.
Or can any of it be rolled into 2026?
I believe that the last date is the end of the calendar year, so it has to be spent.
So we can't roll over anything. We need new money.
Yes.
I'm saying it for you.
Okay, thank you.
New money. Gotcha. New money. Our colleagues in the state level with the foundation aid and resulting of $350 million less. OMB mentioned in the finance hearing last week that they have identified foundation aid proposals that we're pursuing in the state advocacy. Can you give us those proposals and their estimated impact?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Chair Joseph, for your advocacy at the state level as well. As I noted right at the beginning, the state is our largest funder besides the city, and the fact that at this moment in time, given all the other threats, given the class size mandate, they're looking at changes that would reduce our allocation from what we'd otherwise expect is very disappointing. So as you know, we put together a set of recommendations last summer that were shared by many in the advocacy community and labor partners. And we still think those are, and that's what OMB is talking about, we still think that those are some of the critical changes that if the state were to make them, they would ensure New York City got more of the funding we need to support our students and families. How they choose to make them, there's a million different ways of doing these things, but I would say one of the things we think is most critical is updating the regional cost index. There are different ways, and that's basically, it costs more to do things in New York City, and the measure that the state is using is decades old and not taking into account how much more expensive it is to do things here. So there's various different ways you could look at that. Rockefeller put out a proposal that would be a few $100 million. The increase to New York City, the regents had actually put out a proposal that would be substantially more than that. What we saw earlier this week is that both the Assembly and the Senate did a version of that. They acknowledged that they should be updating regional costs just as they're updating poverty, and those changes move in the right direction. They still don't fully take into account, we think, the full cost here. We'd also say another critical change would be the additional funding for students in temporary housing. We were very glad with your partnership and the partnership of others to include that weight in our local funding formula. We're now putting out close to $80 million through that weight alone and over $100 million through the different changes we made through the Fair Student Funding Working Group. Again, there's different ways the state could look at doing that, but we think if they just modeled on what we're doing, it would be well over $100 million for our schools and communities.
I told the state that. I was like, I need to copy the city. What's wrong with y'all?
We feel that way all the time.
Exactly. Last year, the city baselined $243 million in state funding for programs that were at a time being funded by expiring federal dollars. This was done using funding from increased foundation aid. Has DOE had conversation with OMB about using state funding to cover the many programs that do not have funding beyond the fiscal 2025? If so, what programs?
So I don't have a list of specific programs that would fall under. And OMB's sort of assessment of our needs of our budget, I think they basically utilize all funding sources to meet the needs of our budget, but I don't have the specifics on that.
If I can also share one more thing. As you know, the state requires we use a proportion of the funds, C4E funds, for a set of things, including class size. I mentioned earlier that we are in the process of reviewing applications with our labor partners at UFT and CSA from around 800 schools that applied for additional funding to mostly support the hiring of additional teachers. As I said earlier, there's some other stuff too, but it's basically teachers. And we do expect that to be hundreds of millions of dollars alone. And so our expectation, although we'll continue to work with OMB, is that is where a good portion of the state increase will go as well.
Do you have a number of how many teachers you're going to need to meet the mandate?
It's a very good question. What I will tell you is schools have applied for well over 4,000 teachers. We are looking, and that's obviously on top of the 4,000-ish we hire each year. So basically doubling the number we think we will need next year. We are reviewing all of those applications case by case. We would expect that if we can hire all of those teachers, it gets us above compliance, but not by a lot. And so we do think the number is up in that direction.
40,000.
4,000.
4,000. So earlier this week, as you mentioned earlier, the State and Assembly released their one House budget, which includes recommendation for the Foundation Aid formula. Both State and Assembly included funding to adjust the regional cost index and to increase funding for pre-K programming, raising overall amount of new Foundation Aid funding. Do you have an estimated of how the proposed adjustments to the regional cost index would affect the Foundation Aid funding?
So we are still very carefully running all of the numbers. So I'll give you the general answer, and then we can obviously come back to you specifically. So as we discussed earlier, the governor's proposed changes result in a reduction of $350 million to New York City public schools. The Senate made a change to the regional cost index that is quite substantial. We think it is getting up towards $300 million, not quite there. And so that would make up a good chunk of the difference. Again, that's just the difference for status quo funding. The Assembly included a different version of the regional cost change that is closer to $200 million, we think. However, the Assembly also included an increased weight for English learners. As you know, one of the things we and you advocated for was an increased weight for English learners and special education students to get closer to how we look at those things here in New York City. And so that increased weight, of course, will also help New York City. We think over $100 million there too. So both are getting closer in different ways, and we can get you the specific numbers.
Okay, that'd be great. And the Assembly also proposed $327 million for pre-K programming across state, and Senate proposed. Does the DOE have an estimate of how much of this funding would flow into New York City?
Yes, so approximately $90 million from the Assembly and approximately $190 from the Senate.
The Senate proposed also a $500 million for child care workforce stabilization fund for more child care workers, which we all know need. Does the DOE have an estimate of how much this would impact the current staffing level at ECE centers in New York City?
We don't have an estimate right now, but we can get back to you.
Is there a difference between the Assembly, the Senate, one House budget differ from the governor's executive budget?
in terms of the same one. I'll get back to you.
Because everybody's giving me their estimates. You testified earlier there were 297 SAPIS workers citywide. We've been told by the Vice President of Local 372 the number is actually 236. Would you confirm which number is correct on the record?
Sorry about that. Just dealing with Nancy.
The numbers were not correct. We need correct numbers for on the record.
The numbers that that I testified to are the numbers. Hang on one second. One second, sorry. Yes, that's correct. The number that I gave you includes the vacancies as well. So what is the number that you're quoting?
You told us 297, but it's actually 236.
294 is what I said.
Yeah, but the union is emailing and saying the numbers are wrong, that the correct number for SAPIS workers is 236 citywide.
294 SAPIS positions to date. 271 positions are active. 10 are on leave. 13 vacancies. 3 candidates have been identified. We have 10 that we don't have candidates for right now. 389 schools being serviced, receiving services. This includes 35 schools that's supported by 20 of the SAPIS workers that we've been able to bring on as a result of funding from council.
Chair, we can get in touch with Local 237 and 372 and figure out what the discrepancy is, and we can report back.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not accurate.
Okay. A quick question around, we had a hearing earlier on Tuesday with NYPD around assistant school safety agents. Does that fall under you?
No, it does not.
Oh, it does not? Okay. Because I know, it does not fall under you. So we will follow up with them around those questions that we had and I know there's a crisis care under school safety. I forgot off the top of my head. It was called a crisis care in schools, in public schools.
New York City Public Schools has crisis teams?
No, I know you have a crisis team. I
Right.
call them all the time. I'll follow up with Officer Millette on that, because I want to see what it looks like in real life in action, because she said other than that's how they're doing it. But I have a couple of questions around Carter cases, due process claims, however we're calling it now.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. And I hope you had an opportunity to listen to all the amazing partnerships we have with New York City Public Schools.
Absolutely.
And you heard all of the great programming we do. So this is not this is not a combative relationship. This is actually a working relationship.
Without a doubt.
Thank you. So spending on due process cases such as Carter cases, Connor cases, and direct service needs continue to grow, with funding added for these costs in each planned fiscal 2025 budget now include $1.08 billion for Carter cases and only $100 million less than fiscal 2024. Actual spending of $1.19 billion. So does the DOE budget for fiscal 2025 spending Carter cases exceed fiscal 2024 in actual spending levels?
I don't know the actual numbers. What I can tell you is what we are observing with the increase in costs. One of the key elements of the answer here is that we are continuing to pay claims, cases that apply to prior service years. We have really made a lot of progress in catching up and closing the gap. But the point is just that we will continue to see the impact of costs from last year's cases, the year before's cases, certainly over the next couple of years at least. I'm very pleased that we've been able to reduce the number of filings of due process claims, so that covers both the Carters and the IESP cases. We've been able to reduce that number by about 20%. So far this year, year over year. It's the first year that, obviously the year's not over, anything could happen, but it's the first year in, I think, 10 years that we're not seeing a dramatic increase in the number
How
of
far
cases
back are some of your
filed.
cases going? Some of your caseloads, how far back are you going?
Yes, I looked at this recently, and I think we're under a couple dozen cases that are still open, unresolved, that go back more than 3 years. However, that still doesn't answer our question fully about payments made. Families have a 2-year statute of limitations. They can file a case now for a claim they have from a few years ago. Cases that we have open now might apply to a few years ago. So in terms of cases that are closed, our speed at getting these cases closed has dramatically improved. And so we're closing that gap of having sort of an older backlog there.
At our January 30th hearing, New York City Public School was able to provide a preliminary number of students who are receiving tuition payment through due process for schools in 2024. Can you provide updated numbers of students receiving tuition payment through due process for school year 2023, 2024, and can you provide this preliminary number for the current school year?
Yes, Chair, I have to apologize because we didn't prepare the number for school year 23. I can tell you that for school year 24, so school year 23-24, we have so far made tuition payments for 6,113 students. For the current school year, we have currently made tuition payments for 2,393 students. And to my earlier point, I just want to make sure I'm being repetitive to just say those numbers will continue to go up.
So can you give us numbers of students receiving, you did, and current school year, can we break it down by race, socioeconomic status, age, gender, and school district and council districts?
Yes, Chair. We're doing our best on that, and we have some very detailed tables that we should be able to send you today. We have not been able to this point to identify specifically school district and council district. However, the top lines here are pretty clear. Somewhere between 1/2 to 2/3 of all tuition cases are filed by families who identify as white, non-Latino. The number of tuition students we have who do not identify in any racial category is pretty significant, so about 25%. The takeaway point is that families of color are very underrepresented in due process and especially tuition filings, especially when you put those numbers up against our student population in the public schools, where they're almost flipped.
That is what we're seeing. So that's why we wanted this. So you'll get that to me
Yes.
this afternoon, broken down into these areas. In our special education hearing in January, New York City Public Schools testified students who needed programming for autism and dyslexia make up the majority of due process claims.
Yes, I just want to correct that point. So when we talk about the majority of due process claims, we are still talking about these IESP cases. But with that point clarified, let me share the following. I'm going to offer numbers that break down autism and dyslexia claims in the IEP case and then in the IESP case. So first, I just do want to note that, and I believe this is a matter of state law, colleagues can correct me if I've got that wrong, but dyslexia is actually not a disability classification that we're able to enter into an IEP or IESP. And so instead, when a student has dyslexia, that will show up in their IEP or IESP as a learning disability. And so in school year 22, we had 1,827 students who filed due process claims and with an autism diagnosis. We had 1,286 students who filed with a learning disability. So that includes, but probably is not exclusive to dyslexia. In 2023, school year 23, it was 2,090 students filing DPCs with an autism diagnosis for an IEP, and 1,271 with a learning disability in the IEP case. And then in last school year, we had 2,067 students file a due process claim where they had an autism diagnosis on an IEP, and 1,450 with a learning disability diagnosis on their IEP. I do just want to make this note that when we are strictly talking about this diagnosis, these due process cases for IEPs do include some public school cases. These are not only cases where we've got a tuition issue.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yep.
You'll share all of that information
Absolutely.
with us. Thank you very much. Chancellor Weisberg, this is for you. Last year, in our DOE, you testified you'd be able to separate the spending between Carter and Connor cases. Were you successful at that? Tell me.
No.
Oh, no.
I was not successful.
Oh, no.
Certainly, my intention was, if we had that information, was to get it to you. The distinction gets lost in the data, and I can do my best to explain why, and our great GC Liz Vladeck will back me up if I get something wrong. But the distinction with Connor is supposed to be direct payments, right? So lower income families can access the system through getting direct payments. It hasn't worked out that way for a variety of reasons, but it turns out we give direct, so my thought was we can separate the direct payment cases from the reimbursement cases, higher income families obviously being more represented in the reimbursement scenario. The issue is we do direct payments for pendency all over the place for the full range. It's not Connor, it's Carter cases where year one, the first year they're in, they win the due process hearing, and then every year after that, we're directly paying. So we don't have that distinction. It's not really, direct payment doesn't tell us what's Connor, what's Carter. So Liz can follow up. If there was a way to cut that for you, we would do it. We just don't have the data organized that way.
Thanks, Dan. I do just want to add that for practitioners, when the Connor case was first decided that created this model, I think the hope was that the model was going to help level the playing field in terms of access to due process. And unfortunately, as both our demographic data that I've summarized, as well as our litigation experience tells us, it has not succeeded at doing that. To Dan's exact point, once you've won your case, pendency is flowing and should be flowing without interruption. But filing that first case, finding an attorney to represent you, figuring out with a school whether that you want to attend, whether the school's willing to wait for payment or not, signing a contract, this is a pretty big burden. It's a lot to ask for families that don't have a big cash reserve to take risks with. So, in our view, that's where that inequity, that's the source in terms of the process. Now, we of course think the solution is more of Deputy Chancellor Fode's programs, especially the more we talk about autism. But those are the facts that we think are telling the story of where the inequity begins.
Thank you. And Deputy Chancellor Fody and First Deputy Chancellor, no, we feel the same way. If we have great programming, have the services, we can reduce these costs, and the students can stay here and stay in communities. And I've been a champion of AIMS from day one. So last week when our great OMB was here, they mentioned that they changed the name of CARTA cases in the budget code, remaining due process claim or something else that's more accurately described what's included in 2127 budget code. What kind of tuition payment, legal fee, direct services, and transportation are included in this budget code? Are all the vouchers related to the direct service needs in this budget code?
I know that our CFO can explain this better, but my understanding is that the due process budget code, and that just covers IEPs, which are Carter cases mostly, and then these IESPs where the family's not seeking FAPE. And so the services encompassed under these budget codes, yes, as you mentioned, it's tuition, it's transportation, it's legal fees, it's ABA and BCBA services, counseling, feeding therapy, hearing services, interpreter services, life training and social skills, music therapy, neuroendocrinologists, occupational, physical, and speech therapies, nursing, SEAT, SETS, transition services, psychological and psychotherapy services, selective mutism training, vision, and vocational training.
And some of these tuition also require, if you can't find a program here, the students can go somewhere else, right? In Westchester dormitory?
Yes, yes.
Is that a separate cost, or that's also added to that tuition
That
cost?
would be included as well. If it's coming via a due process claim, then it's included in this budget code.
So what is the average cost for each voucher by mandated services in the categories that you listed? For example, assessment provider, counselor provider, health aide, paraprofessional, hearing educator provider.
Yep.
All of the list. What are the costs of each of those mandated services?
So here are the costs for fiscal year '24. An assessment provider, the average cost is $3,294. A counseling provider, $1,044. A health aide and or a paraprofessional provider, $7,591. Hearing education providers, $1,487. Occupational therapy providers, $1,186. Physical therapy providers, $2,039. Registered nurse providers, $30,676. Special education teacher support services, or SETS provider, $2,648. And I just want to tag that one because we did increase the voucher rate this year. And we think that anecdotally, our evidence is that voucher rate usage is significantly up, which is good news because it means that the number of enhanced rates cases that we have to pay is down. Relatedly, speech providers, $2,648, and vision education providers, $1,244.
How many families are not able to find providers, and why do they have issues finding adequate providers? What is the most common service acquired with a DOE voucher? Is the voucher sufficient for families to find adequate services?
Just to make sure I understand, Chair, are you speaking within the context of due process cases particularly, or more general?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So one of the key challenges here has been the explosion in these IESP cases. So we went from having a few thousand of them 8 or 9 years ago to 19,000 of them last year. And so the number of students requesting services, SETS most of all, really just has skyrocketed. We've taken and so we have taken a number of steps to address provider availability. First of all, that increased demand just does put a strain on the existing pool of providers. Others can talk much more intelligently than I about the efforts we're making to increase the number of providers. Deputy Chancellor Foti mentioned the RFP that we've put out, but I really want to credit Deputy Chancellor Foti's CSEs, the Committees on Special Education this year, because what they've done is they've made sure to reach out to every single family that we have an IESP for, especially with the June 1st notice. We can talk about that if you like. And so we've been able to facilitate arranging the services directly with one of our contracted providers, or providing a voucher that seems to have worked for most families. We've also hired 19 itinerant teachers on our own payroll to send them to schools. And we've done something we never did before, which is that we've made our afternoon and weekend programs available to students with IESPs, not just public school students. And as far as we can tell, as far as our data shows us, we have been able to at least partially offer services to every family who's entitled to them.
Yeah, I was on the meeting for the weekend providers. It went really well. Chancellor Ramos, I have something. David Brody, they have a prayer room for students who are Muslim. That room was taken away from our students, and you know this is Ramadan. So I don't know if we could talk offline, if you want to talk offline about that.
We will definitely look into it. Love to talk offline, but we will definitely look into it.
Chancellor Foti, I have one more follow-up question for you. At the January special education hearing, New York City Public Schools testified that you would need additional 246 related service providers in preschool special classes and integrated setting, and even more providers to serve children in general settings, education, general education, 3K and pre-K classes you did not give a specific number of providers needed for children in 3K, pre-K, special education classes, general education classes, in addition to the 246 service providers needed in preschool special education in integrated settings. How many more providers do you need to serve preschoolers with disabilities in 3K, pre-K, general education classes?
So, Chair, one of the things that the number of providers that we have are broken into categories, that we still need are broken into categories. So for our preschool assessment teams, we're looking to bring on another 83 additional staff. You pointed out related service providers, that's correct, 246. Our related service itinerant team, we would be in need of 73 of those. Those are to provide services in our CBOs and our NICEEQs. And we're also looking to add additional CPSE staff so that when, I testified that it's a 30-day wait time. We would like to obviously make that much shorter for families. So we're looking, and we also would like to reduce our CPSE administrator workload. So we're looking for 25 additional admins, as well as community coordinators for outreach to families.
Thank you all. I'll send up follow-up questions and the ones you didn't get to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Happy
Chair.
anniversary, Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll be taking a 10-minute break.
Emma, it must feel good to stand.
It'll feel better. It'll feel better to walk out.
I'm telling you, we have chances are we could do our scenario. How are you? Is he going here? Sorry.
got you. Well, I'll make sure. Quiet, please. Keep it on. Everyone, please take a seat. Have a seat, please. Have your seat. Thank you. We'll be starting momentarily. Also, please do not approach the dais. There will be no food or drinks allowed in the chambers. And when the hearing starts, please silence all electronic devices. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Education Committee hearing on School Construction Authority Fiscal 2025 to 2029 Capital Plan and the Fiscal 2026 Preliminary Capital Budget and Commitment Plan for the Department of Education. Today's hearing, we will primarily focus on the $20.5 billion proposed in February's amendment to the Fiscal 2025 to 2029 Capital Plan. SCA's capital plan is an important element of the city's education programming as it provides the infrastructure for learning, extracurricular activities, enrichment that our students crave, every new playground, classroom, cafeteria, and environmentally friendly educational space is a step towards a better learning environment for our city students. SCA's proposed plan includes important increases in funding to a number of key areas compared to where the plan was last year at this time. Most notably, $2 billion was added for new capacity funding that will fund roughly 10,000 new seats to help reach the goals set forth in the state's class size reduction law. This funding is necessary to get closer to compliance with the class size law, although it will not get us all the way there without additional investments. We were also happy to see that the additional funding provided for swimming pools, athletic fields, and capital improvement work, which are all essential projects to update our educational facilities. In all, the plan is $3.5 billion larger than the one that SCA presented at the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget hearing. Still, other areas has not seen new funding. Accessibility sits at $800 million, an investment that will bring much needed projects to school, but it's not sufficient to bring all schools to 100% accessibility. Meaning we are still many years away from reaching full accessibility. Too many of our schools are still not accessible to all, and this plan does not change that. We look forward to getting updates on important capital projects like internet speed upgrades, facility enhancement, the status of removal of temporary class units, and status of new construction projects on many new schools across the city. We will cover these issues and others and hope to get some additional transparency and guidance on how to best support SCA in their work. I would like to recognize my colleagues. None of them are here. I would like to thank the administration for coming to testify before the committee today. We will hear their testimony after committee counsel swears them in.
Thank you, Chair. We will now hear testimony from the administration. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand, and this includes anybody here for Q&A. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Nina Kabuta, Cora Liu, Dan Weisberg, Tom Taratko, Kevin Moran, Shaquille Intikhab, Jay Feinling. Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the City Council Education Committee. My name is Nina Kubota, and I am President and CEO of the New York City School Construction Authority. I'm joined by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg and by Cora Liu, Vice President of Capital Plan Management of the SCA. We are pleased to be here today to discuss the updates to the New York City Public Schools SCA's fiscal year 2025 to 2029 five-year capital plan as laid out in the February 2025 proposed amendment. Coming off of one of our biggest years in our history, we were proud to stand with New York City Public Schools and many of you as we opened 24 new buildings this past September, adding over 11,000 seats to the public school portfolio. But we didn't celebrate for long. This September, we are opening an additional 6,363 seats across 13 buildings, including the largest project we have ever built, a 3,066-seat high school on Northern Boulevard in Woodside, Queens. I would like to take a moment to share a preview of what some of our other beautiful new buildings opening this fall will look like. Going clockwise from the top right, an addition at PS 105 in the Bronx, an addition at PS 26 Queens, an addition at PS 160 Queens, an addition at PS 5 on Staten Island, and a new school building located at 24 Shelley Avenue on Staten Island. Since the adoption of our fiscal year 2025 to 2029 five-year capital plan, the total funding has increased by $1.5 billion to $20.5 billion, which was largely due to funding rollover and new reservoir projects. We thank the City Council for their continuous support of our public schools. I will now briefly discuss each of the categories in the proposed amendment and the changes since the adoption of our 8th plan. The FY25 to 29 capital plan has $6.13 billion for new capacity to create over 33,400 new seats citywide. New capacity is the funding category that will be used for continued compliance with the class size law. 10,596 seats have already been cited in this new plan, so we're already a third of the way there. In our recently published February amendment, the SEA is proposing to allocate nearly 7,100 seats for 15 new projects to specific districts and subdistricts, roughly 31% of the remaining uncited seats. While these projects do not actually have sites identified yet, they demonstrate where we think funds are the most needed under the class size law. In short, these districts and subdistricts represent areas where, after careful data analysis, we believe capital construction is needed to achieve class size compliance. The balance will remain citywide in the plan for other projects to be identified. This gives us, in partnership with New York City Public Schools, the ability to respond effectively to address class size and allows us to individual schools that are not located in areas receiving allocation but must rely on capital investment to achieve compliance. The change to the new capacity program I just outlined was done as a response to the public feedback we received after publishing the original 8th plan. As you can see from these maps, there are 12 districts and subdistricts where we have allocated seats on a PSIS level, as well as on a borough level for the high school seats. We use the latest enrollment projections, housing development, as well as class size data to develop our proposed framework to allocate seats. Building new capacity is and will continue to be done in a phased approach and will include a variety of different types of projects, from new buildings to lease spaces and interior conversions in our existing buildings. In fact, 3 room conversion projects are underway now at Elmhurst Educational Campus and Far Rockaway High School in Queens, and at IS 101 in the Bronx. These projects represent 229 of the 6,363 seats that we are opening in September. These room conversion projects allow us to add capacity to existing school buildings and provide support in both a time and cost-efficient manner. Overall, the capacity category totals $6.98 billion, and its funding level remains unchanged from the adopted plan. This category also includes $400 million in replacement funding, which provides for the development of seats for schools that must be relocated. These seats are provided through new construction or alternative leasing opportunities similar to new capacity. In this proposed amendment, we have cited our first replacement project for PS 106 in Far Rockaway, Queens. Additionally, there's $250 million associated with our program to end our reliance on temporary structures. Out of the roughly 350 transportable classroom units we started with, we have only 23 remaining at just 5 sites. In addition, there are 54 sites that have other temporary structures, and 16 of them already have an identified removal plan. With the council's support, we have made huge strides in this area. We were happy to join Speaker Adams a few weeks ago as we celebrated the new addition at PS 96 in South Ozone Park that did 3 things for the school. It added additional capacity, provides amenities such as a gymnasium, art room, music room that the school was previously lacking, and it will allow us to remove the TCU from the school's yard and turn it into a brand new playground. We are already seeing the difference that the Healthy Schools category is making across the New York City public school portfolio. A majority of this funding, $1.4 billion, will go towards our efforts to electrify our existing buildings. Additionally, there's $350 million allocated to upgrade our heating plants. Both efforts will make huge strides in eliminating our reliance on polluting fossil fuels and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In addition to our planned funding, the Department of Citywide Administrative Services is anticipated to fund roughly $200 million for electrification projects in FY25, with similar funding expected in '26. With DCAS's partnership and additional funding, we anticipate being able to initiate over 40 electrification projects. In the last plan, we awarded 13 electrification projects, and we're hoping to more than triple that in this plan. $349 million is allocated to projects that will upgrade physical education facilities, including athletic fields, pools, and playgrounds. We heard from the council loud and clear that swim education is a top priority, and we couldn't agree more. We were proud to celebrate the opening of the restored beach pool at Beach Channel Educational Campus recently. And we've worked with our partners at New York City Public Schools, as well as nonprofit partners such as Asphalt Green, to ensure that kids across the city are able to have access to life-saving swimming instruction. We are currently advancing 7 pool projects to restore all non-operational pools so that they can be used in this vital effort. The last program in this category provides $180 million for health and nutrition projects. $150 of this funding will continue the successful implementation of the Cafeteria Enhancement Experience Initiative started in the prior plan that transforms cafeterias into comfortable and attractive dining environments. $30 million is set aside for the creation of unique educational spaces with an emphasis on agriculture and nutrition. At our last hearing, I spoke about the exciting project in Bergen Beach, Brooklyn, where we built a 2-acre learning farm with support from Councilmember Narcisse, but that's not the only farm project we've been growing. We will be providing a new building for the roughly 3.8-acre farm at John Bowne High School in Queens, and I want to thank Councilmember Gennaro for his generous support to this project. John Bowne has the largest high school agricultural program in the state, and it's only fitting that they have a facility that meets the caliber of their programming. The farm building, which has been designed in consultation with the Queens Zoo and under the guidance of national standards, will include an aviary to house various species of birds, as well as a space for the school's reptile collection. In the end, the animals will be housed in a building more appropriate for their needs, and students will have a facility that's more conducive to John Bound's programming. At the intersection of capacity and healthy schools programs are the innovations we've championed in sustainable design. The former St. John Villa campus on Staten Island has given us tremendous opportunity for exploring and implementing a multitude of sustainable design elements. We have taken advantage of as much of the campus as possible for solar panels, green roofs, and hybrid systems. 2 parking lots on the campus will receive canopy solar systems, generating additional electricity and providing shade. Based on preliminary design estimates, these systems are expected to generate about 500 kilowatts of electricity and save over 200 metric tons of carbon emissions annually. The solar panels will provide on-site energy generation, which is especially important in an all-electric building, to reduce energy costs and strain on the electric grid. This campus is one of the biggest and most complex we have built in our history, and we thank Councilmember Carr for his steadfast support of this project. We're also excited to use geothermal system and all-electric heat pumps for a majority of this campus. Geothermal systems take advantage of the near constant temperature of the ground beneath the Earth's surface and can act as a heat source in the winter and a heat sink in the summer, providing a highly efficient means of heating and cooling. Huge strides have been made in geothermal systems, and we're beginning to pilot them where we can. We are also looking to include geothermal at the Forest Hills High School Annex, which will provide class-size relief. We thank Councilmember Schulman for her partnership on this important project. While we all love new buildings, most of our buildings, roughly 86%, are over 30 years, and the average age is 75 years old. As such, our existing building portfolio still represents a significant area of investment for us. The capital investment portion of the plan includes 2 main categories: the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, which totals $3.3 billion, and school enhancement projects totaling $2.88 billion. CIP includes exterior and interior building upgrades and other necessary capital repairs. These include life safety and security systems, as well as critical components of a building's infrastructure, such as roof, parapets, and windows. One of our main priorities is to keep our buildings watertight to ensure the longevity of our building infrastructure. This work is so vital that we maintain the highest standards of safety at our school facilities for all students and staff. In the first year of this plan, we are on track to award approximately 50 exterior modernization projects, totaling over $500 million. School enhancement projects strengthen educational opportunities for our students. This category funds technology enhancements, which includes continued data network improvements and bandwidth capacity, realignment of existing facilities to better suit instructional needs, bathroom upgrades, science labs, accessibility, the Career Connected Learning Program, and other necessary improvements. In this plan, there is an increased funding level for accessibility, demonstrating the administration's continued commitment to expanding the accessibility of our school facilities. This plan allocates $800 million towards making our buildings accessible. For the FY25 to 29 capital plan, we will build on the success of previous plans, continuing our focus on citywide equity. In collaboration with our advocacy partners and other stakeholders, we have established new citywide goals. We will prioritize projects that increase the accessibility of all primary school buildings across every district, raising the accessibility threshold from 33% to 40%. Additionally, New York City Public Schools will focus on improving accessibility in D75 schools across the entire city, aiming to ensure that 75% of those buildings are at least partially accessible, with 50% fully accessible. In the plan, $3.4 billion has been allocated for a number of items in our mandated category for remediation, code compliance, and other projects required by law. It also includes funding for our wrap-up insurance for contractors on our projects, as well as for prior plan completion costs. The SCA is incredibly proud of the work we are able to accomplish for New York City public school students. I would like to take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge and thank the hardworking staff at the SCA that work tirelessly to provide high-quality educational facilities across the city. We've already accomplished so much in the first year of this capital plan and have so much more that we are working towards. I thank you again for allowing me to testify before you and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to talk around class size. I know SCA's most recent estimate for number of new seats needed for class size compliance is about 70,000. There are about 33,417 seats funded in the plan and 14,174 seats funded under the 2020 to 2024 capital plan that will open by September of 2028. Can you confirm that 70,000 seats is the current estimate?
It is.
How did you come about that number?
It is really based on the number of schools that we have, we work with New York City Public School to identify that will be in need of space to comply, and we use the number of classrooms to roughly estimate the number of seats that's needed.
So that's an estimate, right?
Correct.
So how many of the 33,417 seats funded in the plan would realistically be open by 2027 to 2028 school year when the class size law will fully be in effect?
So we're very happy to report that since the adoption of the plan, we've been able to cite 8 additional projects totaling 2,700 seats. However, as you know, typical capital projects can take an extended period of time. Finding the site acquisition process, the design, the bid and award, and then construction, which is typically 3 years. So we're talking multiple years. So we are exploring other delivery methods, as we talked about a little bit earlier. But of the 33,417 funded seats, as I mentioned, we have identified sites for 10,596 sites. But for their 5 projects that will open by the 2027-28 school year for about 1,116 seats. But we're hopeful that we'll be able to open more with the room conversion projects. And I do want to mention that we have 27,000 seats coming online from the 2020 to 2024 capital plan.
Add something?
I would love to. Thank you. I just wanted to say, appreciate the question and appreciate Nina's response. And the one other thing to remember about the law is that it does actually assume that bringing space online will take some time. And so it has a particular exemption in the law for space where SCA has identified and we know where we're going to build to give the extra time needed to build that additional space. And so there's some constraints on that exemption, but to the extent SCA has a site and it's in process, that is envisioned under the law as well.
So there's some cushion room until you meet the compliance. Okay. So you have 13,478 seats scheduled to be open by 2027 from the 2020-24 capital plan. What percentage of class size compliance would that get us to? Where would that bring us in the class size law?
We don't quite know. It really depends on where the schools are. And as you know, the school enrollment is very dynamic. They change from year to year. You could be in compliance one year, not in compliance next year. But we do work with our partners at district planning and space planning very closely so that they are fully aware of the seats that are in the pipeline that will come online in the next few years. So we're planning how to create a catchment area, for example, or how to pair them up with schools that will be surrounding area in need of space, so we have maximized the effects or the impact of those upcoming seats.
So you're constantly working back and forth with the numbers to adjust as the seats become available. Is there possibilities to shift seats as well as need on a need basis? Or that's not possible? Just asking, because you may see more seats in one area and you don't have enough students, but you have more seats and less seats in another area. Is there flexibility to move seats, or that's what I'm asking?
Yeah, I mean, there are some possibilities to do that. You know, it depends on a number of factors, but you know, yes, we'll adjust as we go. As you say, demographics are fluid, immigration patterns, housing patterns, et cetera. One thing just on compliance, Chair, we we'll be able to make quite a bit of progress towards the towards compliance based on the non-capital efforts that we have that Deputy Chancellor Videra talked about in the expense hearing. That is, we have lots of schools that have space. They could open up additional classes. They need teachers and funding to do that, and so that's the process that Emma and her team have led with our union partners. We've got about 800 applications from schools seeking to reduce class size, not based on building additional space, using the space that they have. Now, that won't get us to 100% by any stretch, but when you talk about how far towards compliance will we get with these additional seats, we have kind of two tracks to get to compliance. One is about opening new classes within existing space, and one is about adding space.
And building more schools.
Correct.
So does SCA have a target range for how many total seats you want to open in the 2027 and 2028 school year? Is there a number you have in mind? And what does that look like?
In addition to what we already have in the pipeline in terms of our seats opening, and we have that figure here, we have about a dozen or so room conversion projects that we're looking at right now that would help increase those numbers. And we work with our counterparts at space planning to come up with those room conversion projects.
One of the things, Chair, if I could just jump in, and Nina will President Kubota will elbow me if I'm getting this wrong, because this is really in SCA's orbit. But one of the reasons you're hearing that our friends at SCA talk about how many jobs are cited so far, it involves finding sites to build on. And so one of the reasons that, and SCA, I can tell you, is moving as aggressively as it possibly can to find these sites, to then, get the projects in the pipeline, get the funding there, do the design. This is New York City. There's not a lot of extra space. And so one of the real hindering factors that exist in terms of when we will be able to bring these new seats online is just the availability of space. And we were talking about it in the earlier hearing with Councilmember Ressler, talking about a school that's a high demand school where these guys already built an annex in the schoolyard 10 years ago or something, and it's already full up. So space is a big factor in that. If I'm sure you would say, President Kubota, if a bunch of properties open up and you're able to acquire them more quickly, then they'll be able to move more quickly by 27, 28. If we don't find these properties, then it's going to take a longer period of time.
Correct.
And what metrics do you use to figure out, hey, I'm going to build this amount of schools in the next 10 years? Is this the census? You build out an annex in that other school, and here you are, they're already at capacity. I went to visit that school with Councilmember Ressler, too, and it's a high-in-demand school. AP classes are full. The kids are amazing, and more people want their kids to go there. So what's the metric to expand schools that are in demand in terms of space?
Well, when we do our projections, we do it at a sort of district and sub-district area, and to that we add housing. So we were really, prior to this plan, planning at that level. Since class size compliance law came into effect, we've been really analyzing it at a per school basis, and actually I'll turn to my partners here at New York City Public Schools to help us with that answer.
Yeah, so as Nina said, and this is one of the reasons, and she highlighted this, that SEAs had to think differently about how they allocate their new capacity funding going forward, because we used to look at overcrowded communities based on the projections of who is going to live in the community, and that's not what we need at PS8, right? The challenge at PS8 isn't whether more people are moving into the community. Opening up a school down the street from PS8 doesn't actually solve the PS8 problem, unless we want to limit enrollment, which we don't. And so it creates a new way of planning for SEA that's actually far more constraining, right? Because you actually need to find a way to expand the capacity of PS8 itself. As we work with SEA on that, what we are looking at is our class size compliance data. So we're looking, as you know, we have data for every class in the system at this point in time. We are looking at the space already available in that building to see, as we discussed earlier, if any of that space can be converted into instructional space without any trade-offs. And we also did a survey of all our principals to get their feedback on this particular challenge. What space do you have? What space do you need? What space could you convert? Coming out of that survey is how we've gotten to some of these smaller room conversion projects that Tom and team are doing to actually say we can move further towards compliance without building more buildings just by churning over some of that space. But the basic data we're looking at is our current enrollment and class size compliance data to figure out what's needed at each school. And when we say 500 schools need more space, that's what we're looking at current state.
Thank you, because we also want to make sure as we're planning with class size, it's also equitable. Equity will always be at the center of this work for our New York City students. So I just want to make sure that's centered as well. I'm going to get into delayed projects. Boy, do I have a list. And I'm sure if I call a couple of council members, they will feel the same. So over the past few years, the rate at which council member projects are delayed, pushed, or have costs for re-estimate has sharply risen. And I don't usually say it's a re-estimate, I say SCA likes to guesstimate. We guesstimate and come back to the members and say, you're short. I always keep it real with you guys. So we want to change that. This put members in a difficult position of having their funding tied with projects that aren't moving or have to be changed after the project have been announced to the community. And that happened to a couple of projects I funded myself, a middle school in my district when I funded it at $800,000. You guys came back and said, hey, council member, you're short $200,000. Made sure that additional funding was there and that library and computer lab in FY23 I funded this is still not up and running. That's not acceptable to our New York City students who waits on these projects. They leave schools and they have never used these spaces. PS 217 in my district, I'm having a nightmare with that. I want to be able to we can do better. That project was funded at $400,000. You guys came back and said, no, you're short. Came back, put in my $550,000. This was in FY23. Nothing has started with this playground yet, and it's supposed to be an ADA playground. These kids, I promised them and I delivered, and SCA has not delivered. So I'm going to put that on you so New York City kids know. PS 217, know that SCA did not deliver for them and not even have a conversation with them. Yes, Emma, I'm disappointed. I'm unhappy because we promised these kids these things. And we're adults. And when you promise children, you have to deliver. So I would love to know where I am on PS 217. Parents call me, kids call me, and all of the other PS 217, a playground, ADA compliant for our students with mobility issues. That's the one thing they ask me.
And so before President Kubota and Chief Moran are going to respond, Chair, and let me just say that I totally agree. And it's the worst thing in the world when you promise kids something and then they're asking you again and again. So we got to do better collectively. You're going to hear from my colleagues like what the process is and how we're trying to expedite it, but I'm going to just short circuit it a little bit and say and suggest that, because you're also 100% right, that you are not the only council member who has had issues with delays in Reso A projects. So, we would love to engage with you and colleagues to really go through with a fine-tooth comb. This is what's happening now. Here's what we're doing to clear the backlog. Here's what we're having, frankly, our own, obstacles, and see if we can collectively figure out how to solve it. Because we want, when you fund a project, we want you to have a very clear timeline. We want you to be able to look people in the eye and say, this is when it's going to get done, this is when it's going to get started, et cetera. And we hear you that we are not there now. And so we want to fix it, but we think we'd ask for your help in coming up with the right range of solutions.
And that's what we talked about in terms of communication, and that's one thing I expressed to SCA. I was not happy in the way we were communicated. I promised New York City kids one thing, that I would be their champion, and I would never want to let them down, right? If I say I'm going to deliver, they have to get what they want. So talk to me. So this is an opportunity to talk to New York City kids because they watch and they're here today, right? Because they want to be involved in government. They're here today. Shout out to them for being here today and for advocating for themselves always. They're here also to testify for things they want to see in the budget, First Deputy Chancellor. restorative justice, community schools. Those are the things they're here to tell me.
So, I mean, I think we met with your office pretty recently on some of the RESOA-funded projects, and we're doing this, we actually started with a quarterly update for select council member districts so we can start that communication better. I think one of the things that Councilmember Stevens brought it up last time. One of the things that we wanted to do, and we've started to do, is reach out to the council members to sort of engage at an earlier stage, because as you know, some of the things, what ends up happening, I think a lot of times, is that money is allocated to a school, the school then says, oh, great, I want all of these things, then we come back to you and say, ooh, we're short X number. And in the case of PS 217, that was part of it, but also I think what wants to be added right now is the side yard. I think we looked at the initial, the larger yard for 217. Now we're adding, and we have the exterior modernization project that's completing that will allow us to start that project. But I think it's earlier communication. I think it's communication with the school, most importantly, because, and we encourage the schools to reach out to us even prior to the allocations being given, because then we can actually say to them, okay, you're going to advocate for an auditorium project. We know that an AV system is going to cost $200,000. Curtains will cost $200,000. Your floor will cost, I don't know, whatever, $500,000. I think what ends up happening is they say, oh, I want an auditorium upgrade, and council members, generously fund $500,000. But then when it gets to the project level, then all of a sudden we see the $500,000 isn't enough because it's not enough to do all the things that they want on the list. So I think, Cora, do you want to?
217, just to be clear, that was not the case for 217. Okay. I came in, there was a $400,000 there, and you guys said there was a gap for $550,000, which I funded. So this schoolyard is going to cost $950,000, and we're still 2 years later. So this is a different scenario than what you're talking about. You asking me for funding, I funded it on time. And still, this was FY23, we're in FY25. These kids are gonna leave the school that came to me, ADA compliant, playground, and we're not there yet. Not even a communication, not even a note, until it was brought to my attention. PTA parent called me, and the kids called. And they said, Council member, remember that playground you promised us at the legislative breakfast, which I delivered in October of 2023. It is March of 2025. Not one word has been said. And I think what I say again is adults got to do better by the kids, right? We're adults, we're leading this. They come to us and we say, hey, we're gonna do it, and here we are with delays projects. And I'm just gonna stop with 217, but if I were to start listing all the projects that I funded from FY22 that has not been completed, the list would be very long today. So, and I already told, and I spoke to Kevin Moran, and I spoke to First Deputy Chancellor, and I told him I was very, very unhappy. And that's across the city. If I were to do a survey right now, across the city, schools with scaffolding, students never get to see the school building until they graduate and they're driving by, and they're like, what building is that? Oh, I attended that school. So I'm putting out my frustration because I want us to do better as Deputy Chancellor moving forward, do better, communicate better, let us know early on, your funding is short, we gotta do this, it's gonna be delayed. That would help a lot of this frustration. PS 217, I hope by the time I leave today and by tomorrow, we start working and looking how do we address the kids and making this better for them, right? Okay, there was a delay and that was your fault, thank you for owning it, and then how do we move forward?
We are meeting with the principal on Wednesday so that we can start brainstorming how to move forward. I do want to go back to the point Nina was making. We agree with you wholeheartedly. Communication is the key. We took a very deep and look at our process when Nina was mentioning to move that communication directly with the principal to define the scope of work, so that principal has the right expectation for what they are getting as part of the project. We're moving that out of the project design schedule to the very beginning before projects are adopted or money are added. We think will help tremendously, and we're willing to invest them time and resources to work with principals directly, and we encourage council members to direct their principals to come reach out to us. We will work with them, come up with a reasonable expectation on scope as well as cost.
Thank you. So, so back to your Reso A, I wanted to find out your internal process at SCA for member Reso A projects, because my colleagues would want me to answer that, and when projects are submitted to their completion. What's the internal process for SCA for Reso A projects? From the time we submit it to the time of completion. I submitted a project in 2022. It has yet to be done. I'm not going to name the schools. We're going to talk this offline. But I have a list. FY22, I just came in as a council member. I funded a computer lab in my district. Those kids still have no computer lab till today. What's the process when you submit from the beginning to end? What's the timeline?
I'm happy to talk about the general process. So we typically work with council member offices very early in the fiscal year. We call that the pre-adoption. That's when we talk to the offices, talk to the principals to get understanding of what kind of projects might be coming. This is the phase where we're doing a lot of fact-finding, trying to help the principals, right? A lot of information are put together. Once the council members finalize their list of projects and funding they are willing to give, we receive that, and then we work with OMB to make sure those projects are kept eligible, to make sure we have all the right information for OMB to approve those funding transfers. So once we have those approval from OMB on the projects, then we put more information together. We submit the CP request to OMB. There is a process where OMB has to review, and they typically have a lot of questions about the scope of those projects. But generally, by this year, January, for example, of 2025, is when we got CP approval for all the Reso A projects. At that point, now we'll kind of divide projects up to 3 implementers. Some projects are being done by SA, some projects are being implemented by DSF and then DIT. I'll talk a little bit about the projects being managed by us. We will then assign them to a design consultant who will now reach out to the school to have a scope kickoff. I think that, again, that's where a lot of questions raised. Principals might have a different idea, perspective, or expectation of what they are getting from the projects. So there's a lot of back and forth between us with the school, sometimes with council members' office and staff, to try to finalize what can be done with those projects. But if there's, we're very clear, settle on the scope, then we go through design process, then project is bid and awarded. I think the other thing I want to mention that would be the early communication is really helpful. I know a few projects, we started working on them, the principal playground, for example, they didn't know we have an exterior project that's in design about going out to bid, right? So if we have talking to them, we would have said, maybe you should ask the funding to fund an interior project, because we cannot have 2 projects happening at the same time. They end up have to wait for the exterior project to be completed. So again, this is why the early communication is really critical, but that's our process in terms of for project to move forward.
So that's like how long? You still didn't give me the...
Sorry, from
the time you get the approval from OMB and then moving forward, how long does that take?
The scope and design typically takes up to a year, and then bid award is 3 months. Construction duration really depends on the scope and the type of the projects.
It could range a year or 2 depending on the scope of the work itself, but typically in that range. I also just did want to, before I pass it to Kevin, to talk about the DSF managed projects, and this is actually one of them, PS2, is, I think, you
MS2? You mean MS2?
MS2, sorry, my mistake. The
computer lab,
actually was previously managed by Division of School Facilities, but we actually recently took it back, and it will be completed by September of this year.
How many member projects that were funded in prior years have not been started or passed the scoping or design phase? And that's all the members. I need all the numbers.
So, I mean, we can speak to SEA managed.
We have about probably 10% of projects in the past 5 years that have not been completed. We're happy to get you the more exact number.
What's the oldest project you have in your portfolio that has not been completed?
Reso A projects?
Reso A or capital? Any projects that's old? Or all of them are done to this, up until this fiscal? I know 2022 hasn't been done, so I'm not even, any?
I think we will have to look at the different buckets.
Please.
Yeah, we'll get back to you with more.
Please do, please do. Kevin, you wanted to add on something?
Yes, thank you, Chair Joseph. I'd like to start to thank you and the council for your support of schools. The Reso A program, the use of discretionary funding, is a huge win for our students, all gathered here, for our families, our school communities, our staff. So it is our goal to improve the process, to be transparent and accountable and efficient. And so I do definitely want to apologize because we can do better. We started looking at the way the Division of School Facilities operated on the business side of the house last year as an outgrowth of the last hearing. Very clear direction from our leadership team. We weren't doing a great job on how we were financing, how we were procuring, how we were budgeting, ultimately, and actually running our capital program and our health and safety. And there were many, many things. We took a good long look at it, how to fix things going forward. So with some of the reorganization and a focus on capital, we took some steps. We identified the previous problem. You know, in operations, often today's problem was yesterday's solution. So we looked at it and said, did it work then? And at times it did. But then we went back and said, how can we make this better? And then we got into what was known, as we've been talking about, as like our backlog of cases. But I'd say fundamentally on process, we decided to move from a expense payout quickly through, once we work with the School Construction Authority on an LOW number, a low-level work number, and a scope and a budget. That's the good hard work, getting the scope and budget right, proceeding then to get a CP. And previously, we would wait to the end of the year to try to true up, and we were disallowed, and it didn't work well. Now, we've worked hand in glove with the School Construction Authority on how we do our capital work. And so we advance through that sequence. We get our LOW number, we get our scope, our budget, refine it, make sure it's tight, get it to CEP, you know, the certificate to proceed from OMB to move ahead, and then start the work, because the vendor was also complaining that they weren't getting reimbursed in time when they finished the jobs. So the new process has yielded some early results. I'll start off with what was our backlog. And our backlog represented essentially less than one project per school building. We had about 709 projects that were not attended to prior to FY24. And so from 2024, we actually have 112 ready to go out the door any day now. But as far back, your question was how far back, we had a job or a few that go back from 23 to 18. And that was a very large number. That is not 112, that's 597 jobs that over time, the scope changed, the priorities changed, and that presents an opportunity for us to work with each council member, specific and school community, and say, for whatever the reason the job didn't proceed at that time, it is still here, and let's talk about that. So that's gonna be our work this spring. And then it brings us to the here and now, the 24 jobs. In our pipeline right now, we have 441 jobs pending. We're aggressively working on that. And then we have the new commitments of FY25. In partnership with the SEA, we have 263 jobs in the pipeline. But what I talked about the early wins, over that same time period, we did complete 2,034 jobs. The bad news was it was actually 944 of them were not necessarily paid for. So we had to do a fair amount of work to pay back every vendor through the process. So as of August we started, we've pushed already 201 jobs through payment for $59 million. Additionally, we have 361 jobs referred for encumbrance now, which is representative of $53 million. And the final piece of our backlog is representing 322 jobs at roughly $28 million. So there's a fair amount of work, but we reorganized ourselves. We weren't doing a great job categorizing our work and following our work, and then making sure our vendors were made whole. So some of the complaints I heard in the earlier testimony was vendors weren't, or subcontractors even, I heard some subcontractors saying they weren't being paid. We had to make sure that our GCs were managing well, our contracts were doing the work, we were getting the required information back, and making sure we could actually pay them through the appropriate process. So We believe there's a time and effort here that helped, and we look forward to working with members on solutions and figuring out each project, but also committed to posting the jobs that we receive from the School Construction Authority on the school's homepage. So we're going to be fully transparent, and along with Nina and the SCA, we would do quarterly meetings for jobs assigned to us. This way there's no slippage here with the expectation of student, the expectation of member and school community to make sure our contractors know never to work at risk, make sure they're doing it following the book, and then we'll make sure they get paid.
Thank you for that update. I'm sure my colleagues and I and the school community will be happy to hear that you realized there was a mistake, you fixed it, and you go back, your backlog goes as far as 2018. These kids are in college, working with families, and they never got the playground. Okay, guys. SCA has previously stated that you are bound by capital eligibility rules like Directive 10, but there might be a way to get additional scoping funding early in the process. What's the conversation has SCA had with the Comptroller's Office, OMB, trying to gain more flexibility on the timing of scoping funds to speed up the process?
So we have had several conversations with OMB Council to ask them to help us understand their interpretation of Directive 10. The Directive 10 document itself didn't change. The implementation of how they interpret them seem to have changed when they review our projects. In some cases, they help us understand, unfortunately, some project scope needs to grow a little bit so that we meet certain criteria. Unfortunately, there are certain type of projects. I know water fountain was a very big disappointment for everyone. Unfortunately, they clarify again, those projects on its own is not capital eligible. We continue to talk to them to clarify. We also invite them to come to any hearing or training so that everyone can be more aligned on how to understand Direct 10 requirement.
So where should we be funding those water fountains that's been at the center of this conversation? If it's not capital, where does it fall?
Well, what I would add, through your advocacy and feedback we've received, we've looked at the program a bit differently, and we're probably going back to OMB with a new application of sorts, if you will. We believe that these touch on many of the trades, carpentry work around tiling, plumbing work around the fixture itself, electricity. These units use electric. There's also testing and abatement in some instances. So we're going to take another bite at the apple on eligibility and how we do this. These are very popular, and but we're also, Em and I have been in discussion about alternatives to that if we don't meet a capital threshold.
Thank you. Has SCA identified ways to scope the projects more accurately from the onset to avoid revision, delays later in the project timeline?
I think Cora mentioned a few minutes ago about really encouraging our principals to reach out to us before adoption so that we can give them the correct sort of estimates. Of course, it's not going to be foolproof, and I understand that, but just, again, to set expectations a little bit. I mentioned earlier about, like, curtains or flooring or seating. Like, we do have estimates for each of these components of a project, and we really, I think that direct communication with us would really help move some of these projects. And again, we can, if we have that communication earlier, we can get almost straight into design rather than having the consultant reach out and again get the scoping of the project. That'll be done ahead of time. So we are changing our process to hopefully engage our principals earlier. And then please, if any of your principals are interested, we're always here to walk them through anything.
What are some of the barriers do you face in the process which delays project completion? Other than funding, what are some of the barriers you face?
There are always new law that coming by. There are all new regulations that we have to comply with. Very recently, there is a SWEEP. It's a stormwater requirement that coming from DEP, which we have been, experienced some impact on our design schedule. We're working with DEP to try to understand the requirement a little better, but it is, those are some examples of major hurdles we face.
Thank you. In the fiscal 2025 PMMR, the metric regarding the percentage of projects constructed on time or early was revised from 15 days after the scheduled date to 30. Why was the metric revised to give SCA more time to complete a project to be considered on time?
Actually, we just aligned that with other city agencies use that same metric. We were not sure why it was 15 days initially, so we just, all the capital agencies use that 30 days, so we just aligned it with other
So everyone
capital.
could be on the same
Yeah.
page and aligned. Despite the change in metric, SCA fiscal 2024 on-time completion rate was only 43%, whereas the fiscal 2026, there was a high of 86 on-time completion rate with the old metric. What has contributed to the decrease in on-time projects, and what has SCA identified as the barrier to completing capital improvement projects on time? What happened in the decrease? You did better in 2016 than you've done in 2024. What changed?
I think some of certainly the added requirements that Cora just mentioned, but besides that, we definitely had some COVID supply chain issues. I think that we're still sort of experiencing. Who knows what the tariffs are going to do? But also site conditions of our older buildings. I think we're seeing a lot of we get into the building and we're like, even though we test for different areas of the building during design, we can't test 100%, obviously. And so again, we get into the buildings and we're like, oh wow, we have to replace all of this brick that wasn't anticipated. So it is unanticipated sort of site conditions.
Thank you. So I appreciate the new measure identifying designated seats by district and sub-districts before the project has been cited in the plan. The more than 7,000 new seats that are newly designated by district and sub-district in the plan allow more transparency into CSA planning. However, there's still more than 15,000 seats designated citywide as of this plan. Can you walk us through how 7,000 plus seats were designated in this plan?
So we certainly have heard the comments and the feedback from the public about I think prior to this February amendment, our seats were all citywide. We took a look at the latest enrollment projection as well as housing development data. We also look at the class size data. So on one hand, if the district and sub-district, the total projected enrollment is over the projected seats, we definitely see a seat need there. So that's one way of identify some of the sub-district in need of seats. We also look at class size data. If the sub-district as a whole is in need of classroom space, they must rely on capital strategy in order to achieve compliance. That's another kind of a perspective. So based on those two perspectives, we have identified 12 sub-districts for PSIS level seats and Brooklyn and Queens for high school level seats.
And I'd say, Chair Joseph, as you sort of asked earlier, like how do we keep some flexibility to address needs? And as Nina and I shared earlier, the new law means we need to plan a little differently. We need even more flexibility than we had because maybe we will find a site for PS8 or maybe we will not. And so by keeping some of that money at the citywide level for now, it allows us to find those, like, not us, I don't do any of this, thank you, SCA. It allows them to really see where they can actually find sites that address specific school needs, even if they don't fit in one of these sub-districts. I would say in these sub-districts, we know we're gonna have need and we're gonna need to find space, but there's many other schools as well, and they maintain some flexibility, so if they do find a site by PS8, they have funding to go put towards that, or maybe somewhere else.
And even our room, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Even our room conversion projects that we mentioned before, you mentioned equity. So I think Far Rockaway and Elmhurst Educational Campus are in the third and fourth E&I quartile. So that having that almost 16,000 to allow for room conversions at certain schools does give us a lot of flexibility.
So you've said these seats in the districts have been identified as not be able to reach compliance with with class size mandate without adding new capacity. Has SCA identified other districts that will not be able to reach compliance without new capacity?
There are schools, every district has some schools that are probably not currently in compliance. Again, just to refer back to Deputy Chancellor Emma's point, we keep those seats citywide so that if there are schools not located in one of those 12 sub-districts, we still have the resources and capital funding to assist those schools if an opportunity comes up.
What timeline do you have for increasing number of seats that are designated by sub-district and district in this plan?
We don't have a target, but as we have mentioned before, we do refresh our analysis on an annual basis. So next year we'll be conducting the same level analysis to reflect the latest data, to reflect the dynamic enrollment trend at local schools. And as the trend, the data tells us, we'll make sure we make the adjustment to reflect the latest information. Would SCA commit to having all additional seats that are currently designated as citywide to be identified at least at the district level by 2025 in the November plan?
I think, as Cora mentioned, we do want to maintain some flexibility, so we will definitely review the data, the latest data that Cora just mentioned, and I think identify more districts, but I think we do want to retain some of them citywide to allow for flexibility.
But you will be able to share that by district level by November with us?
Of course.
If citywide seats are necessary to retain the flexibility you mentioned earlier, please explain why and how many needs to remain designated as citywide. How many do you think you need that has to remain citywide?
I think it's going to be really driven by the data analysis once we have the latest data sets.
Is there a target for the number of new seats the SCA try to have cited in each new plan? If not, why not?
To have cited. I think First Deputy Chancellor discussed this a little bit before. It's just, we are a built city and finding sites is very tough. We do have 4 brokers that are continuously on the street looking. We have a sites at New York City, nycsca.org for anybody to submit sites to us. But really the availability, as I went through my presentation earlier today, you'll notice a lot of them are additions because we really cannot find sites. So we try, but site availability is the biggest hurdle here.
And this morning in the news report, I noticed that they said a lot of people have moved to New York. Do you think 4 brokers is enough to do that large scope of work?
Yeah, actually, they've been doing okay. They've been submitting sites, and again, it's a pretty built environment, which is why I don't think it's the broker's fault at all. I think it's really the unavailability of sites.
In the past, the active participation of parent leaders, community advocates, and elected leaders have proven critical in citing projects. Does SCA have any plans to involve those groups or reconvene the school citing task force created by Local Law 168 of 2018 to help identifying potential locations?
So, Local Law 168, we actually continue with that. We continue to look at those sites that we got. If you remember, I think for the publicly owned sites, there were one John Dewey Annex that came out of that, and then the next one was what about the privately owned sites? So I think there were, just trying to check my notes here, there were 2,500 sites or lots, and we have reviewed all of them. Where's the next page? And I think a lot of them were air rights only. There were a couple of churches, irregular shapes, and like 20 by 300 or something like that. And so we've narrowed it down to about 200, and we're actually reviewing a bunch of them right now.
And that's the kind of the first layer of more desk type of review. For the 200 that are more promising, we're looking at each one of them, and there are about a dozen that are being sent to the next level of review. So we want to confirm they are available, and then we want to make sure we do the thorough feasibility study in that school. It is an appropriate site for the school. So that's something we will continue. I just want to also add, when we have public meetings, whether it's CEC meetings or we went to any of the New York City Build, any of the opportunity we're out there, we're always asking people to submit sites to us through sites at NYC, and we look at every single site because we know it is very difficult to identify any property here.
How many ECE leases have been terminated in the last 5 years due to unfavorable lease conditions such as landlord noncompliance or rent hikes?
I think there were 4 sites that were terminated, and happy to give you those sites offline.
Okay.
But they were mostly due to poor condition of the facility. There was only one that we didn't arrive at favorable terms for the lease, but there were 4. I'm happy to give you those addresses.
Thank you. And when you have to move schools like that, what is the process for that? How long does that take?
Normally before we terminate, we would notify the early childhood division. In some cases, my understanding is one program actually decided not to run the program, so it worked out. It is really an ongoing process. In some cases, they will consolidate it with another site in the neighborhood. So it's not, we don't always find a replacement site, but we work with early childhood to make sure we have a solution for the program before we terminate the lease.
Thank you. At the February 20th hearing, New York City Public Schools testified that 6 sites had leases that would expire in the next 2 years. Will you be able to provide us with a list of those sites?
Absolutely.
Offline?
Sure, absolutely. And we actually found, because I think the question was 2 years, and I think we only looked at through 2026, but there's one that expires October 31st of 2026, so it's 7, and we're happy to send you that list.
Okay, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Accessibility. At last year's budget hearing on preliminary plan, we asked you a list of your priorities for additional funding if the state raised the debt limit. SCA testified that one of 3 priority areas would be accessibility. However, although the debt limit was raised, New York City Public Schools and SCA has not included any additional funding for school accessibility in July, November, or February amended capital plans. Is there room within that raised debt limit to increase funding for accessibilities?
So when that additional funding was received in July of last year, it was specifically, the debt limit was raised, and that $2 billion was specific to new capacity to help comply with class size compliance. We were not able to redirect any of that funding to any other category.
And to be clear, Chair, I mean, no one would be happier than us, the Chancellor, Emma, Tom Taracco, if we had additional funding for accessibility to expand that program. Certainly, I can't comment based on all of the city capital needs, what room there might be within the debt limit, but if room does exist and we don't get it earmarked for other things for an expansion, we would be able to make very good use, very productive use of additional funds. You know, we're proud of the program that we have with the $800 million, but we certainly could do more if we got additional capital funding.
And could you might not have this with you, is it possible we can get a list of all your accessible schools and the ones that are partially accessible? Because I know some of them are partially accessible.
We have over 900 building accessibility plans online on our website.
Mm-hmm.
So that will tell you a rating from 1 to 10, from partially accessible, or no accessibility, partially accessible, and then fully accessible being the 9s and 10s on that scale.
We'll make sure your staff has that list broken down up
Thank
here.
you. SCA has previously stated $1 billion per capital plan would allow SCA to reach your term maximum practical accessibility in the next 20 years. Given that $800 million is allocated in this plan, is the city further than 20 years away to the maximum practical accessibility? There was a goal. That's why I'm asking that question.
If we had $1 billion in every capital plan, you would make it in 15. I think you would make it.
It would be 15 versus 20 years. I know. Okay. How much funding would it take to get District 75 schools to be fully accessible? What does that look like?
Well, one of the main things that we've shifted this year and I have to give all credit to our advocate partners who really taught us about our clients and our special needs students and parents with disabilities, that we shifted our whole focus to District 75 now, and that's one of our main goals. We'll be at 75% accessible options at the end of this plan. Then to go to fully accessible, I would think one more plan, 5 years.
5 years.
And you'll be to the top where if we go into a historically protected building or something like that, something we'll have to do, but you'll be at the practical ceiling after the.
And how much would that cost us?
I think you would do it within that $1 billion. That's going to remain the focus of accessibility to work with this.
To make sure we bring it to $1 billion so we're accessible. If we bring it to $1 billion, does that take us to 15 years? Or would that stay still 20?
That would assure the 15. This is back of the envelope planning, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. I always appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that. In regards to the maximum practical accessibility, SCA has indicated that between 10 to 15% of school buildings cannot be ADA compliant, and we talked about that because of age, configuration, location, historic designation, and other variables. Would these schools all require new capacity building to be ADA compliant? If so, does SCA consider the locations of schools that cannot be ADA compliant in their new capacity planning?
The SCA in an internal meeting said that Tom said that. So
it's on the record. Tom
put the
said
blame where it belongs. We have about 300 secondary sites and a few sites we have not surveyed yet, but we're committing right now, first time, to.
On the record, in front of everyone. I love it.
Well, we'll have them all done in 2 years, so
Okay.
we'll have a much better answer for you on specifically what we don't think after we visit the buildings that can't be done for whatever reasons.
Because some of them are too old, as we mentioned.
Right, or landlocked in Manhattan with no room to do anything, or not enough capacity inside. But there's various reasons for that, but we will have those listed out in 2 years with the building accessibility profiles on those buildings.
Is it possible to just bring new buildings onto those sites completely since they are too old?
I think SHPO would have something to say about that. So I'm afraid to say probably not.
Of course, of course. That's what I was asking. Has SCA determined how much it would cost to rebuild and replace these schools in an ADA compliant manner?
No, I think what Tom was referring to is how many cannot be made. And then
He's going to share that number, but if we were to, how many can we do?
I'm sorry, how many can we do?
How many can we rebuild and replace? In the stock you have that says, you said there's nothing we can do because these buildings are too old. Is there a possibility to rebuild? So I'm asking.
I think that would be a case by case.
Case by case.
Like,
Thank you.
depending where it's located.
Trust me, my questions they're going somewhere.
I know.
Trust me, they're going somewhere, and I know what I'm asking for.
I know.
Are there accessibility projects funded under the fiscal 2020-24 plan that will be completed in the next few years?
Yes.
Absolutely. And I just want to tell you, after in an average of over the last 10 years, since we've all been working together on this, we've averaged 9 completed projects per year, a total of 90 projects. So I'm real proud of that.
Yeah,
from where we were 12 years ago.
Okay. So see, we're getting to a good place. Can SCA provide a list of accessibility projects that have either been identified with funding from this plan or progressed with funding from the prior plan?
Absolutely. Yeah. We can provide you with the list. I think we have provided the list recently of the FY25 to 29 identified projects. Happy to provide you with the 2020 to 2024 funded projects. And I think most of them are actually in construction right now. I think 47 active construction projects from that plan.
Cafeteria enhancements. One of our food advocates, if they're here, that's one of their favorite topics, cafeteria enhancements. In the 2020-2024 capital plan, are you continuing this popular program in the current plan?
Absolutely, $150 million set aside for this program.
How many total cafeterias have been upgraded to date, and how many remains to be upgraded?
Yeah, again, thank you for the funding for this program. This is widely successful amongst our students and staff, so we're very much appreciated of the council's advocacy and our extended advocate community. The $150 million will get us 160 new cafeterias. And that may vary over time, the number, because if you do a Kennedy that we just wrapped up last year, there's 3 cafeterias versus a smaller school. But prior to 2020, in 2016, we started out with a very small cohort. It was 45 cafeterias that were constructed in the CEE model. To date, we've completed 254. That leaves us with a balance about 208 middle school and high school sites that are targeted for this. And in addition, we have 76 sites that we would likely need an expense solution for. And so we hope to advance to the elementary schools in this current plan with that 160.
That's my vision.
We do have one pilot, K230 in Brooklyn. If you want to visit, it's really cool. The kids love it, and we're real excited
22.
about it. 15 K230.
Oh, yes.
But I will just say, after Kevin ended on the positive note, the current funding in the capital plan, this is our entire dynamic. The current funding in the capital plan will not complete all of our middle and high schools yet. It'll get us almost all the way there, but not quite all the way there. And I think Cora mentioned this earlier, but this is something else that's been impacted by the OMB directive reinterpretation. So we had thought we'd get there. Now we'll get another 160, but we'll have a few left at the end.
Okay, so additional funding, that's been our conversation today, would get us to the number that we need to be. And then how much would you need to go down to elementary schools?
We don't have a full estimate of that yet, but as Kevin said, the pilot we're going to do is going to help us get a sense of what that looks like, and then we can start to think about cost.
And then we'll be able to look what that design look like across the city in elementary school. I think it would be a game changer. I went to see an elementary school the other day. The cafeteria was atrocious. It could use that help. And encourage our students to eat more lunch, right? So that's the purpose of it.
We're with you, Chair, on that 100%. One thing to say, it's not that we're doing no work in elementary cafeterias, because we do have some that we're doing on a one-off basis in addition to the pilot Kevin's talking about. But I noticed this hearing's mostly about dollars and cents. This is one of the highest return on investment programs we have. We are just as enthusiastic as the students who are here and as you are, Chair, about this. For something, I'll probably get the number somewhat wrong, but I think the average cost of the cafeteria enhancement is somewhere around, it's under $1 million per site. And all you got to do is look on the faces of the kids when they come into the cafeteria and see what it looks like after the renovation to know that it's worth it. And you're 100% right, Chair. It improves and increases the amount of food that kids eat, healthy food that they eat. Some of the grab-and-go programs that we see in some of the high schools are outstanding, as good, if not better, than the experience you get going to a high-end, fast casual restaurant. So we're with you. Again, this is one of these areas that if we had the funding, we would go as aggressively as we possibly could, because we can see and we hear from the students and we hear from staff and parents as well that this is one of the really effective things we can do to improve the learning environment for kids.
And I always like the fact that you also include student voice, right? That's very important. I always say that. As you're planning, are you planning with students or just for them? Correct. So I know this process, students get a voice to plan this, so that's really good. TCU, this one is going to be for Councilmember Oswald Felice. The TCU updates. Can you please update us? In the TCU recent years, the last updates were 24 TCUs were left with having 16 a removal plan, and with all the 24 TCUs removed, what does that look like for us?
So recently we have identified one additional site, so we're down to 23 not having a removal plan yet. That one I mentioned in my testimony at PS 106. in Queens. It will allow us to remove that TCU once we build the replacement site. So we are down to 5 sites with 23 TCUs. And also, I think I mentioned that of the other temporary structures, so typically the bigger TCU type, there are 54 and 16 have been identified for removal already. So we're making pretty good strides there.
Is there a plan as we talk about building any of the sites we look at to see if we can build an annex from that school, from those removing of the TCUs? Dun, 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 see, First Deputy Chancellor agrees. Good.
Absolutely. I think PS 96 is a good example of where we were able to build an annex, get them a gym which they didn't have, music room, art room, and now we can remove the TCU. So we are always looking. We also want to maintain some level of play space, outdoor play space for children. So it's kind of a balance.
Especially in communities where we lack green space, so having those playgrounds, and that's why Councilmember Brewer talked about the School to Playground program a lot in communities where there's a lack of access to green space. So those play an important role in that. If additional funding needed to be added for SCA, does SCA have an estimate?
So right now we have $250 million. I think and so far, again, we have the 23 TCUs, and then we have the 54 other transportables. I don't think it's a question of money at this point. It's really, what do we do with the children? We don't want to disrupt operations.
Correct.
We don't want to, shove them into a building. So it's really just working with the school and the school community to make sure that that happens. So I don't think it's funding at this point. It's really school's operations.
School operation, where do we put them, and provide the spaces that they don't need. Some of these gyms are dilapidated as well. So this would be an opportunity to build when we take off that TCU, Tom. See, I remember. Technology. We know the exams are moving online. Are we doing an inventory to see what's working in every single school? Because the exams are in April? And they move from paper to pencil, from pencil paper to online?
Correct. April and May, Chair, that's right.
April and May. How are you? Did you swear me? Did you swear me? The tech guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sure do. Are you taking inventory of the technologies in the schools? Are we increasing the bandwidths for when all the students get online at the same time? I'm not at New York 1, Emma.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, as we speak, the test is going on, and glad to pass on the message that it's going great. We have no problem whatsoever regarding bandwidth with online testing. With regards to upgrading our bandwidth, we are constantly upgrading our schools every month. As of this month, we have completed about 1,250 upgrades out of 1,350 sites. It's a constant process. We are constantly, every month, we have about 20 schools that we upgrade. The only schools that we could not upgrade are 100 lease locations, about 96 lease locations, which have lease less than 5 years. Those are the ones we could not upgrade yet because it's not capital eligible. Apart from that, we have upgraded all the sites in the last capital plan, and now we are starting to upgrade the ones that we did 5 years ago. It's like painting the bridge all over again. It's a constant progress. Every location that we have is eligible for 1 GB internet bandwidth. Schools that have large enrollment and large bandwidth are prioritized first. And as of right now, we do not have any school which is pending request for bandwidth upgrade.
And all schools have technology. If we were to do a test run tomorrow, every single student have a device in the school building that works, and they can test run the system?
With regards to bandwidth, yes. With respect to devices, we have handed over all our devices to the schools. Schools is responsible for distributing those devices to the students. and we are there to support the school as they.
So the school is responsible for the inventory. They will know how many are working, how many are not. They know to take it off the inventory to make sure it's working.
Yes, so can I just do a couple things to circle back on the testing one and then devices? So I would just say on testing, it is something we have been keeping a very close eye on. It's obviously critical. We're mid-cycle this year, but we did have grades 5 and 8 and SAT and PSAT transitioned last year, and it wasn't on New York 1, and everything went very smoothly in that process.
You noticed I wasn't, right?
Did notice that very much. And so I would say this, so that was grades 5 and 8. And that was about 250,000 tests. This year, 4 and 6 are shifting, and then next year we're finishing that off. So that is going smoothly to date, and of course PSAT and SAT have as well. Going into that process and more broadly, we have various ways that DIIT and DSL work with our schools together to make sure we are prepared. We do have a central inventory of data, but schools are doing the school-by-school inventory of what's working and what isn't, and ensuring they're ready both for testing days and for the possibility of remote transition days. When Shaquille was saying we handed this over, we're still tracking, we still have data, but one of the challenges is we no longer have central funding for devices anymore. So while we had COVID relief money that was put towards devices, that money has expired. There is not money, or it's spent, it's not expired. There's not money in the capital plan, so in terms of as schools need to get more devices, that's something that's now happening through the school budget process. We ensure they have contracts available. We support them. They're good contracts, but schools are the ones doing that side of it now.
Is the funding, who's providing the funding for them, for that to happen? Is that already in SAMS or in their Galaxy? How's that happening?
That funding is generally coming from school budgets, and will continue to going forward. We're setting up a new process this year actually as a part of the school budget process itself to say to schools, what does your inventory look like? What do you think you need for next year? Do you have it? Is that something you can support? And I think that school by school process will help us see how much greater that needs.
And if they can't support, it's a smaller school, the school budget is smaller, is that where you come in and support?
It is certainly something we will be looking at as we get this data coming in this year, as we transition this over, yes, and whether it's appeals or something else like that.
And have you been doing test runs for a potential remote day, a potential, have you been testing the system?
Yes, we have been, every quarter, we are testing our system to ensure that it's scalable and able to manage remote education if needed. We just recently conducted a test a few weeks ago, and we are very satisfied with the results, with the scaling and the work that has gone in the last 6 months to ensure if there's a remote day, every student is able to log in successfully with no issues.
Okay. Thank you all for your testimony. First Deputy Chancellor, thank you for hanging out with me today. And Emma,
Always a pleasure.
Always
truly,
a pleasure.
Truly. Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, and thank you, staff.
Senator Liu is in the building with his class from Columbia University, MPS. Are you still here? All right, where you at? Oh, they're up there. Hi, Senator Liu. Okay. Hi, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Where is he?
Right there in the back.
He didn't sign up to testify. I hope he doesn't want to.
I'd like to shout out Mel's from Queens, Base School from the Bronx. So you here? And International Studies, Harvard Collegiate High School, and MS 246.
I don't know. He's not here, so we're just going to skip
Isn't
the
it?
whole room.
If he's All right, Dale Kelly.
Well, first, say the thing. Huh?
I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak today at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's preliminary budget hearing. If you are a student testifying today, please make a note of this on your appearance card in order to prioritize student panels. If you have written testimony or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email testimony at testimony@councils.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Is there Glenzie Rivera here? No?
He can go ahead.
Mr. Kelly?
Oh, she's coming down.
You may start.
Coming up. She joined. Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the City Council. I am Dale Kelly, Executive Vice President of the Council of School Supervisors and Administrators, speaking on behalf of President Henry Rubio and representing over 17,000 in-service and retired school leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. School safety is our top concern. Principals, APs, and administrators across the city are raising the alarm. Our schools are less safe than they've been in decades. The number of school safety agents has steadily decreased, leaving many schools without the coverage they need. Recruitment has stalled, and without a citywide plan to address the shortage, our concerns grow. Pre-pandemic, safety agents numbered approximately 5,000 plus. As of today, they hover around 3,000. We must develop a systematic framework to ensure more agents are placed where they are needed most. We must continue investing in school safety infrastructure, particularly cameras and buzzer systems. We must repair and replace metal detectors and scanners and provide this technology to any school that asks for it. We need to invest in restorative practice and mental health support. Every teacher and administrator should be trained in restorative practice, restorative justice, and we need funding for counselors to engage students directly in their classrooms. Bullying, harassment, and gang violence are real issues, and early interventions can prevent conflicts from escalating. Beyond safety, we must talk about funding, because every priority in education depends on it. We commend the city for their continued funding for Summer Rising and career readiness programs, but we cannot afford to lose investments in early childhood education, community schools, and arts programs. We understand the fiscal challenges, but cutting direct services in schools harms New York City families, particularly when there is uncertainty regarding the future of the Federal Department of Education. I was happy this afternoon when I heard Chancellor Ramos speak about the Summer Rising impact analysis. I think part of that success was attributed to the fact that the Chancellor and the department engaged school leaders and engaged a principal advisory group to speak about what went well during summer, what didn't go well, what needed to be retweaked, and I think that bear fruit. So I commend the Chancellor and department on those efforts. One of the biggest concerns is the class size mandate. Every educator knows that smaller classes benefit students, but the city must provide schools with the funding to make it work. Schools need more teachers, more space, and more supervisors to handle the additional workload. The fair student funding formula must be updated to align with the new class size limits. Without an adjustment, we risk leaving our most vulnerable students, students with disabilities, those in temporary housing, and English language learners without the resources they need. Professional development for school leaders remains a top priority, and we hope you will continue to support the Executive Leadership Institute, ELI, which provides our members with peer-driven workshops, mentoring, and other critical supports that has a tremendous impact on New York City families. There is no entity that has done more to recruit, train, and retain our principals than ELI and its flagship principal preparation program. Earlier, Councilmember Brewer spoke about an issue that I didn't anticipate speaking about, but I want to address. She spoke about the investigator headcount at SCI. Please note, Chair Joseph, that apart from the SCI headcount issue, the Department of Education also has two investigative arms, OSI and OEO. Both of those agencies, too, face headcount issues with the investigator. The number 11,000 cases that was cited by Councilmember Brewer earlier for SCI is actually a smaller number than the number of cases that are referred to OSI. And the unfortunate reality is that approximately half of those cases that are referred to OCI get kicked back to schools to handle as school-based investigations. Simply put, our principals, our assistant principals are not investigators. They're educators and shouldn't be pulled away from their duties to do these investigations. So we ask that that be looked at. And I also want to take an opportunity, Chair Joseph, because you hit the nail on the head when you asked that question about the technology infrastructure in our schools, specifically the devices that are going to be needed for online testing. The department shared. The burden has now been shifted to schools to repair laptops and other devices. As we know, since pandemic, those machines sometimes go home, and unfortunately, they sometimes come back and they're in disrepair. And it's not right that schools are now being expected to foot the bill to repair machines that our children desperately need. The department needs to hold the onus of repair, upkeep, maintenance of those machines, which was always part of their fiscal responsibility. That cannot be put onto schools because, as you fairly put, many schools don't have the fiscal resources to keep those, all of those laptops and other devices in good repair. Lastly, I apologize, Chair Joseph. I just want to take the opportunity because you said something earlier also that really struck a chord. We too believe that there needs to be proactive measures put in place to address the potential shortcoming of the $2 billion that are brought from federal funding. To that end, we've already begun addressing state legislators, and during our Albany Day, Lobby Day visit in Albany, to really stress the importance of some of the unintended and or intended consequences of any shortcoming in Title I funding from the federal government. Our children deserve safe schools, smaller classes, and fully funded programs. We look forward to working with you to ensure that this budget meets the needs of all of our school communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the DOE recently design a process which only principals can apply for these class size funding? The information, hold on, the information New York City Public School put out said the announcement would be made so as to which school would be awarded class size reduction funding. Have you heard from principals about this process, and what's their thought on this approach?
We thought it was a very good approach. This sort of coalition of the willing approach that we took. Unfortunately, last fiscal year, this fiscal year, I should say, many schools that did not have the wherewithal to reduce class sizes were given class size reduction money. So we really want to take a targeted approach for fiscal year 26 that those schools who had the space to actually help move the needle toward meeting the 60% threshold were given the funds to do so. To that end, every principal, in conjunction with their school leadership teams and constituents, had an opportunity to apply for additional class size funding. The Chancellor shared that over 800 of our school principals and their teams took the opportunity to do so. The DOE, in conjunction with CSA and UFT, are in the process of now looking through all of those applications. We are hoping to make a decision and determination on funding the vast majority of those schools, and we're hoping that that can happen hopefully by the close of this month.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and City Council members. I am Glenys Rivera, Second Vice President of Local 372, under the leadership of President Sean D. Francois I. I am here to speak on behalf of our 24,000 members, including 8,000 school lunch workers, regarding the mayor's proposed education budget. School lunch workers play a vital role in ensuring nearly 1 million students in public schools receiving nutritious meals, which are especially crucial for children from underserved communities. Last year, the city restored $25 million to school foods, bringing back popular menu items. However, additional staffing is necessary to fully support these initiatives. We respectfully request $10 million to hire 1,000 more school lunch workers, alleviating the burden on the current workforce and ensuring high-quality meals preparation. Beyond staffing, inaccurate ventilation and air conditioning in schools' kitchen remain a serious health and safety concern. Many kitchens in older buildings reach an extreme temperature of 120 degrees, affecting workers' well-being. We urge the DOE and the School Construction Authority to access ventilation issues across the schools and to allocate funding for necessary upgrades. In closing, we want to thank the Council City for its ongoing support and request further investment in school lunch staffing and kitchen conditions. These improvements are essential to maintaining a safe and efficient food program for all New York City students. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Just the $20 million was added for school staffing for fiscal 2025. How has this funding helped in recruiting and retaining?
I can submit that information to you.
Because earlier in the hearing, New York City Public Schools said they only hired 150 out of the 1,000 kitchen workers that were supposed to be hired. How many have you guys hired? Oh, you want to get back to me on that?
I want to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
President Mulgrew.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate you having these hearings in such an important time. 2 days this week we've spent in Albany just lobbying on behalf of the City of New York and on behalf of our school system. And I will reiterate some of the messaging I used up there. We have prepared and have coordinated all sorts of contingencies now about any sort of federal action that will do anything to our schools. That includes Medicaid cuts that would all automatically become education cuts, and people need to be aware of that. But and we were happy to see that both the Assembly and the Senate started realizing and started moving in a better direction in terms of the actual funding for our school system because of a change in the weighting on the formula for foundation aid. But I also want to talk about a couple of other things quickly. Our programs, as always, thank you for your partnership, and everybody in City Council is always welcome to come and see their dollars at work actually with children and teachers, because that's where it should be. Class size, we are working with the Department of Education. There are always challenges, but I am happy to report that those challenges seem to be getting worked out, but there are going to be more coming into the future. But more importantly right now, it's the biggest problem we're having, which is our special needs, our inability to even staff the needs of the students of New York City. I want to thank people in City Council who are working on our paraprofessional equity bill, because we cannot fix this through collective bargaining. And right now, even though we were able to get, because of our political pressure and actions of parents and elected officials, and 5 different hiring halls for paraprofessionals, we were able to hire over 1,500 paras, but we're still over 1,500 short. And I want to put that in perspective for everybody. That means every day in New York City public schools there are over 1,500 students who do not have a paraprofessional. that means we're out of compliance. But compliance is the least of the problem. The problem is that child is in distress and has even greater challenges in the process of their education on that day. And it's not fair to the students, and it's not fair to their parents. And the issue has become very clear. The pay is not, it's just not enough for people to live in New York City. It's not enough, and the wages are too low, and I know people have responded to us, well, that's a union collective bargaining issue. Well, it's not when the city continues to adhere to a practice known as pattern bargaining, and it will only give raises based on percentages, and our paraprofessionals for over 20 years, those percentages have created a pay and equity gap because they have less buying power now than they did 25 years ago as compared to the other titles in our school system. So we are looking to create a program outside of collective bargaining that will allow us to start to work with the city to say, number one, we have to solve the problem of the paras, and number two, we need to change the practices of collective bargaining because this should never be happening to any low-wage workers, no matter what union they are in the city of New York. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mulgrew. How would UFT characterize the progress on compliance with the class size? Earlier, you said it was going well. Well, it's right now, the target for this year, for September, will be 60% of the classes. We're not completely there yet, but we are definitely getting to the point where we are confident we will meet our 60% target. The next phase, though, becomes more challenging because we have to start to coordinate with the School Construction Authority about actually where the creation of seats and schools are going to be needed in the city. This is a break from anything that, any way the city has cited schools or annexes before. This is actually going to be based off the needs of the community. I don't have time to mince words, not off the political needs of individuals, because what this law actually said, besides the children of New York City deserve this equitable treatment, is that when you're citing schools, it has to be based off of the need of the community. For years, we have been citing schools not just on the needs of the community. We all know it's a political process and who's in power and who has sway, and it should never be done that way. First thing we have to do is meet the needs of the community, and that's the next phase, which is where we're going to have a coordination that the city agencies have never had before. Did you get a chance to analyze the proposed change for foundation aid in the Assembly and the Senate budget that was just released? Yes, the weight about the local costs is very good, but it's not enough. We have different, New York City, as you all know, is the largest school system with the greatest number of challenges. The L weights are not right. Okay, so we need to have the English language learner weights have to be corrected, have to be adjusted. We have to adjust the rates. We have to include such things as homelessness as part of an actually weighted formula. There are things that need to be done. And we've never been against this. We've been actually advocating for years to change the foundation aid formula, but in a holistic way, not in pick one category way. And that's what's happened at this point in time. The state picked one category. Well, what happens with that one category is it did a disservice to New York City. So I will say that in our conversations in Albany, that there is a recognition that this has to be adjusted and fixed, and we will continue to lobby on behalf of our city's school system to make sure to do everything in our power, working with you, as always, to get this done. What's the greatest obstacle in hiring paraprofessionals? The salary. Very simple. It's their salary. And I want to be clear, what has been proposed, people are like, well, it's $10,000. They don't understand that's a specific number. That means that a paraprofessional from 20 years ago would now, with that $10,000, would just be where they were in terms of buying power, where they were 20 years ago and compared to the other titles in the Department of Education. So it literally is just trying to get them back to the same place they were 20 years ago. And then we have a further plan to say we need to change these so-called rules that the city wants to follow on patent bargaining.
because patent bargaining did not start in the public sector, it started in the private sector. And in our historical research of it, it had a specific provision for this issue, where if a title, because it was a low-wage title, over time, if it became a problem to hire those workers, that would be taken outside of patent bargaining. And I think every union in the city has become quite frustrated by that stance of the city, and their only solution is to tell all the other workers that if you want to give this title a raise, you all have to pay for it, and then you still got to get us to agree on how much we'll allow you to do. So I don't know anywhere else in the world what the other workers are supposed to pay for people we can't hire because the wages aren't high enough.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone.
You do the same. Thank you. Marty Golster, Generation Citizens Panel. Geneva Torre, if I'm butchering your name, please forgive me. Alex Torres. Lawrence Rodriguez. Lauren Manca. Soleidi Manta. And Christina Carahel. Forgive me. Is everyone here? Yes. Okay. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of Generation Citizen. My name is Christina Carahis-Arlides, and I am a program manager at GC. Through our community-based civics curriculum, middle and high school students apply social studies learning to the real world by studying and advocating on an issue of importance in their communities. Before joining GC, I was a teacher in the NYC DOE for nearly a decade, and it is an honor to be here today alongside dedicated educators, hardworking changemakers, and our inspiring students. Thank you for fighting for a stronger budget for New York City DOE schools. Increasing the current level of education funding is crucial to preserving critical services to our pre-K to 12th grade students, especially as we combat learning loss, work to improve mental health of our young people, and ensure that our students are properly prepared for the world they are going to enter when they leave secondary education. In my previous role as a high school English teacher at various Title I schools, I saw firsthand the detrimental effects that decreasing school budget has on our students. My students' emotional and learning needs were not met because there was not always enough staff at hand. If we see more budget cuts, that could mean that even more students may not be able to meet with a school counselor. Students with disabilities and English language acquisition needs may not receive the services that they need, and our immigrant population may not receive a school placement in a proper time frame. At a time when federal funding support is quite uncertain, we need New York City to continue to lead and to ensure that our schools, where our youth spend much of their time, are properly funded and supported. While we are glad to see that the administration has allocated some resources for financial literacy and professional development skills, civic education is an area that has long been underfunded in fiscal support and understated as a learning priority. How can we expect our young people to affect positive change in society if they don't know how to advocate for their needs of their community? We at GC believe that public service and civic engagement should be prioritized as cornerstones of the educational